earned him recognition worldwide. The list of his awards are endless, including 16 times national awards, 17 times Kerala State Film Awards, and the most prestigious Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan, and Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and many international awards, which, if I will start saying, the list will be endless and it will take much time. And I'm delighted to welcome our esteemed chief guest of the celebration, Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir. I would like to request all our guests of the day to please come on the dais and lighten the lamp, along with Chairman BPFTIO Shri Sanjay Patnaik sir and our Director Shri Debasis Goshal sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request to play the Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha anthem, which is composed by Om Prakash Mahanti and written by Rakesh Kumar Das. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request our chairman, BPFTIO, Sri Sanjay Patnaik sir, for welcome speech.
Namaskar. Hearty welcome and warm greetings to all of you. As we are here to celebrate the silver jubilee of BPFTIO in the silver city of Odisha, we are quite overwhelmed with a spirit of festivity. With the festive spirit we are overwhelmed with, especially with the inspiring presence of such distinguished personalities. Sri Adugopal Krishnan, Srimati Usha Padi, Sri Devdas Chotrai, Sri Raghu, and all of us of the BPFTIO family and all its extended kin. Very, very again, hearty welcome to all of you. As we celebrate, this is a moment of joy and jubilation, but it's not simply a moment of celebration. It's a moment of reflection of the journey that BPFTIO has taken so far. What are the lessons that we have learned? And at the same time, it's a moment of reflection of what are the time, what are the days which are coming. What is the action plan? What is the path that we choose to traverse in the days to come? This is a very serious moment to introspect, to reflect upon. And way back in 1998, when BPFTI was formally established, even though courses had started a little earlier, but 98 it was formally established. And it started off as a very, very fledgling institution with one specialization only, and gradually expanded to 3 specialization course, diploma course, and again it grew to be a full-fledged graduate program. And throughout this journey, BPFTIO has learned a lot of lessons, and this is the time to take stock of that and to reflect upon what we are going to do. And definitely, there is a lot of potential, and our goal is way above. This is like the journey of a river. As a tiny streamlet rolls down the slopes of the hills, on its path it falls, falters, then learns, and then rises, then reaches the plains to become a mature river. From a tiny streamlet to a mature river. And this is a journey now, after completion of 25 years, BPFTIO has become a mature river. So here we are determined to commit ourselves to the cause of cinema, to take a path which is going to take the institution to higher levels. And, we have set a destination, we have set a goal to be a premier film school, not just regionally, not just nationally, but internationally as well. So for that, Government of Odisha is not just positive or not just responsive. They are very, very proactive to the aspirations of this institution. So I must thank Government of Odisha for that, for their support and handholding when BPFTIO is traveling ahead. But the onus of responsibility is on us only. All the staff, faculty, alumni, who have made us proud actually by being deployed and by contributing in the different fields of specialization, not only in regional cinema, but also in Bollywood. And on the forefront of everybody is the students. So students, today I want to urge you, I want to appeal to you, just don't get limited by the kind of boundaries that have been placed around you. Don't set any limits, expand your horizons, challenge all the problems that come on your way, explore all the possibilities, explore your potential within, and set on the path of flight. You must have heard of the path taken by Jonathan Livingston Seagull, by Richard Bach, you must have gone through. So that kind of goal, not just what your eyes are telling you, but what your heart and mind tells you within. So set up a goal as high as possible, take BPFTIO forward, and as high as possible. And I'm sure the days are going to come when it is going to be recognized as a premier global film school. With that, once again, I welcome all of you to this celebration and thank you for being a part of this shared moment of joy and jubilation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request Shri Reghuji, Director DTNT, to address our audience.
Esteemed Chief Guest, renowned filmmaker Sri Adur Gopalakrishnan sir, Principal Secretary Ma'am, Ushapadi Ma'am, the Chairman of the Institute Sanjay Patnaik sir, Debashish Chotre sir, ex-Chairman of the Institute, and Director of the Institute, Sri Mr. Debashish Ghoshal, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear students. It's a very proud moment for all of us as BPFTIO is celebrating the 25th year of its existence. My association with the institute dates back to 4 years, around four and a half years. When Chotre sir sent me on a journey to FTII in Pune 4 years back to explore how we could get into collaboration with FTII and other similarly placed institutes so that we can raise the level of this particular institute as well. It was then that I realized that the students of BPFTIO have earned a place for themselves. I mean, frankly, I had never heard about BPFTIO before coming to this department. But once I visited FTII and Pune that day, long back in 2019, I realized the place that alumni of BPFTIO hold in the Indian media and film industry. They were all over the place. They were in Bombay, they were in Pune, and they were doing a very silent role. I mean, I'm not saying that they were in the forefront as such, but they were playing very vital roles in the technician space. And that's a vital space which cannot be filled by anybody. And it ranged from the media, it ranged from film industry, and very recently to the moment when they captured the Chandrayaan launch on video for the benefit of the entire population of India. So it's a wide range of roles that alumni of BPFTIO play. One thing I have also noted about BPFTIO is that, which I should mention, film schools all around the world and maybe also in India are seen to be places of anarchy. I mean, I'd like to say this very frankly because it's a confluence of a melting pot of various cultures. There are people who come from all kinds of backgrounds. There's a kind of rebellion in the air. There's a kind of protest in the air. There's a kind of a youthful exuberance in the air. So there is a kind of anarchy which happens in many film schools across the world and in India as well. And sometimes the anarchy goes overboard in many places. I mean, that kind of a rebellion, I am sure, is there in BPFTIO as well, because creativity requires that kind of youthful exuberance. But however, BPFTIO is known for the discipline that it brings to the technicians. Because for a technician, I think the first and important goal is to have discipline in his or her craft. I say her craft because I am seeing many more girl students also coming into the institute nowadays. And they are all people who are there with a lot of dedication to the craft that they are going to work in. One more important thing that I noticed here is that in contrast to other film schools across the country, most of the population that comes to this particular film school is from rural areas. These are people who come from rural areas with a lot of lived experience. They are people who have seen the rural life. They are people who have seen various difficulties in life. They have seen the rural context. And I think that's why the films and these documentaries that are made by people from this particular film school have a lot of earthy grandeur to it, which is in contrast to other film schools. And the third and the most important point is that I always believe that any sort of education, whether it's the technical engineering field or the medicine field or film school, creativity, everything should be accessible. And that's a major problem that we have in the country today. Most of the film schools are beyond reach of people who come from lower middle class or even poor financial backgrounds. But that is one thing that we have tried to preserve at BPFTIO with the help of the government of Odisha. The education here in BPFTIO is highly subsidized in a way that even students from very humble financial backgrounds can come and make a career here. I am sure this institute provides the opportunity for all that, but we will not rest at this. This is just the start. I think the chairman of the institute, the director, the faculty, students, and the alumni of this particular BPFTIO have a lot of plans for themselves. We want to make this school nationally and internationally recognized. The government of Odisha, led by the principal secretary and under the direction of the chief minister, is making a lot of effort to make this internationally renowned. And I'm sure that in the next, when we celebrate the 50 years of this institution will have grown up to that particular stage. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request former chairman BPFTIO, Shri Devdas Chotrai, sir, to address our audience.
Good morning, esteemed guests and the students of this institute. I have been with this institute for perhaps as many as 14 to 15 years by now. When I came to Ravensa University as the Vice Chancellor in 2007, one of the things I mooted myself and requested the government that if along with the university I can be given the charge of this Biju Patnaik film and television school, because before I came to Ravensa, I had an opportunity of working in Pune Film Institute, in addition to my duties in Government of India. And then Girish Karnad was the chairman. And during that period when I served as the vice chairman of the Executive Council, working with Girish, then we experienced a bit of anarchy that Raghu was talking about. Raghu has been with us ever since I was here, and before him there was Balwant. And these two young officers had given us immense support in building of this institute. Of course, it is going to take time. I'm glad that they have found the land for making an independent institute, because we are in a place in which we are constantly losing out. Initially, we thought we will get the Naval Institute, which is close to this, perhaps. But then that was with Irrigation Department. But later on, it became a naval school and of many exhibits, so that is good. We could not get any access to that. Right now, I am told that we have got about 10 acres of land at a place which is comfortable for us and close to the Bhubaneswar airport, where this institute comes separately. Now, I have come to the films or watching the films through film societies only, because in Cuttack, when I was a college student, it was very rarely we would see Western films or European films. If they would come once in between, then there was the question of understanding it without subtitle. And the chances were much less, except watching Bengali films and Hindi films, anything other than few Oriya films. So wherever I got an opportunity, I went to the Film Society. When I was at Jamshedpur, we created something called the Celluloid Chapter, and I have my connect with them till now. I was in the Subarnarekha project, and we had couple of projectors which were not used at all. So I lent them to the Film Society Jamshedpur cellular chapter, and we kept on watching films. So my request to the young students will be here: watch as many films as possible. At your leisure time, in the class, and we had suggested that in every class there should be a projector, and there will be a facility of showing a film which will be a part of the course. Then in Odisha, there are places, either at least 2-3 places, where they hold annual film festivals. Like one is JDCA, they hold a film festival every year, at least they used to hold. We can go there. We can go to the, we have another one where our friend had gone from this place to SRFTI. So that is the, perhaps the KIT Film Society, and they also organize film festivals and regular watching of films. So watching of films as many times as possible through as many courses will be like your preparation for this course and your preparation for future. So I would request that that should continue to happen. I am happy to be here because when I came here at Revensa, I had suggested that we should prepare something after graduation for a postgraduate course in filmmaking. And I had sent people to Jadavpur to find out their course. We are getting ready that after graduation here, people can go and have in Revensa the masters in filmmaking and film studies. That part is still pending. I remember we had started some negotiation with BPUT, which is our technical university, and to proceed to the master's course. Probably that is happening because I have been out of this place for quite some time now. So with a new campus and with a master's course, and number of students must increase. We cannot be content with 30-40 students when we have 60 seats. So with all these, we hope that this celebration of 25 years will be fruitful if we keep ahead and march on to these kind of targets. Thank you very much, and congratulations on observing this silver jubilee of this film institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. This inspires a lot to every young filmmakers, to every young person present over here. Now I request Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, Srimati Usha Padhi ma'am, to address.
Samastanku namaskar. If we are thinking of breaking the boundaries, so let me break the boundary of formality and start interacting with you in an informal way. So that's why I'm not going there. Please excuse me for that. Respected chief guest and today's attraction, Shri Adur Gopal Krishnaji, chairman of this illustrative organization, Shri Patnaik Sahab, a organization Agru chairman of a great literary, Dr. Chautrai sir, my dear colleague Regu and Mr. Goshal, all the guests who are here off the stage, alumni, and dear students. It's a great privilege and an honor to be part of in 25th year of this institute and sitting here amongst the luminaries, well-known people here. In Hindi they say ना, यहाँ बैठने की मेरी औकात भी नहीं है. What I'll be telling to all these creative people who are sitting in front of me. But still I built that courage and I dared to speak to you. All of you are magicians. You will be preparing or you will be creating some masterpieces which will be taken to the mass. They say that the creative people are good human beings. I have read it long back. So it brings a lot of good qualities and characters, traits among the human beings. So all of you are in that stage. So I wish you a very, very great future and a great journey for this institution. The 25 years, the Silver Jubilee function, what we are celebrating here, it will pitch a new height so that when you travel, the journey will become more purposeful, more meaningful, more successful. This is what I wish all of you. Secondly, I would like to share some of my thoughts. If it's worth remembering, please remember it when you go through this institution or in your life. We just talked of art which is beyond the boundaries. Whether there is no bar on the language, caste, creed, gender or anything. But many times we stick to some of these identities which are good as far as you are stick to your root and you have to remember that. But as Mahatma Gandhi said, you have to open your mind for every ideas, every culture, everything which is coming from various things. Then you decide. You have that knowledge and thinking capacity or thought process within you. When Regu mentioned about anarchy, he was quite candid about it. But I will say it in a different way. So unless we hear, listen from everywhere and start questioning and going beyond the set rules, we will not be able to go further. It's about having a different perspective. I think you are the people who will create a perception. I mean, in an object, one object is like you are presenting in some medium. So you will show it in a way, it creates a narrative, it creates a perception. So I don't see in everything in black and white and see it in a way, but it's mostly about our perception. So please keep your perception open. That's what I say. Because as a principal secretary, I keep on listening various things, then we think that, okay, why we are becoming so narrow? So please open up. Art doesn't have any boundary, any language or any limitations. It is universal. I think the way you become universal, then it is more impactful. Your work will become more acceptable. It would reach everywhere. So that is what it is, I think. And once again, I wish everyone you a success. I belong to southern part of India, so you know that we are movie buffs, and if I say at home that I am the one who watched very limited number of movies, but whenever anything comes on the TV, I say I have seen this. So I mean, you can imagine the person who doesn't watch movies have seen so many movies, then you can imagine how many movies we would be seeing in a normal average person, as an average person. So I can only say this, that when we open up and when we cross this or transcend these boundaries, we'll be getting more and more good content, more and more people who will be able to watch, and this journey will become more purposeful to you. And as Regu was saying, and as your chairperson was saying, we want to see this as a global at global level as a premier institution, and it has all the potential. I mean, I see every one of you carry that potential. Please keep this up and make this journey very meaningful to you also, and in the way you will contribute to the entire mankind or the community. Once again, I thank everyone, all the organizers who have given this opportunity to me. Thank you. Vande Utkal Janam.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now I request our esteemed chief guest of this celebration, Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir, for his speech. I'd like to request him to say a few words which will definitely inspire many of us.
Yes, yes. See, this is it's very common in cinema, you know. When the hero is very tall and the heroine is short, they put a stool for the heroines so that they will be in the same frame. So I have also put a stool here. I'm making use of a stool here, so that I can see all of you in front of me. So, Srimati Usha Padi, Sri G. Rakhu, Sri Sanjay Patnaik, Sri Khoshal, and my dear friends and dear colleagues in the auditorium. I call you all colleagues because we all belong to the same family of filmmakers. I'm very happy I could come and see you in your den. Actually, not on a studio floor, but in an auditorium, which is named after a very close friend of mine, Neerath Mahapatra. You should all feel proud that you are studying in an institution where Neerath Mahapatra is a sacred name. And when I think about Odisha, the first name is of course Neerath. Then comes other names like Srikant Mahapatra, the poet, Jatin Das, the painter, and then very importantly, Kelucharan Mahapatra, the great dancer, and again Sanjukta Panagrahi. And of course, when you go back in time, you have the great Ashoka and his from the Maurya Empire. And of course, Odisha was at various times differently called as Anga. This was all named after the kings who ruled, Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, and it seems there were 5 sons. They were each of them used a different name for because in fact the geographical area kept on changing for this country, for this state. So it's a very, very, very important state. Odisha by herself, it's a very, very, very important state in the country because it is well known in literature, in painting, in dance, and several fields of art and culture. Culture is very deep because there at one time Odisha was under the great influence of Buddhism. Even today we can see traces of Buddhism still practiced in the state. So it's a very, very important country in the whole of India. And it is very natural that a film institute was started 25 years back. And did I forget to mention Mr. Devadas Chotre? I'm sorry, I just missed your name. Of course, former chairman of this institute. So it's very, very interesting that this institute has been started 25 years back. But I must tell you, this you cannot still, even today after 25 years, you cannot call it a film institute. It's an institute of film technology. Not to become really an institute, a film institute, you have to have a course, two courses in fact, in screenwriting and direction. These are the most important courses. So I would suggest that at this 25th year of the institute, please think about starting a postgraduate course in screenplay writing and direction, because it was mentioned that I think the chairman of the institute was mentioning having collaboration with the Jadavpur University. In fact, myself, Mrinal Sen and Shyam Benigal, we three of us were the expert committee which examined and advised the setting up of the film studies at the Yadavpur University few years back. Now Yadavpur University's course is very, very well known. There are people who have done their doctorates in the subject and then become. I know even USA there are teachers working. But Yadavpur University's courses are both at undergraduate level and at the postgraduate level. They are basically about the aesthetics of cinema, not about filmmaking as such. What we need here is a course, a postgraduate course, specifically because by the time you enter a course in screenplay writing or direction, you should have proved to yourself that you have the creativity and you can write, you can direct and all that. So because cinema, as you know, it's not a standalone area of activity. Cinema is the ultimate result of culture and life, living, and everything about what is happening around the world, other than your own personal life and society you live in. Everything is important for you. So to have that kind of level of awareness and understanding, you have to have at least a postgraduate level of studies, and also more than all that, you should be very well read. The most important thing is to be very well read, other than watching films. Watching films is, of course, it's of primary importance. That you have the facility to see films, but then to understand the cinema, to understand and study the structure of films and the aesthetics of cinema, you have to have that kind of maturity. That's why I suggest you should have a course not at the undergraduate level, but at the postgraduate level. You need to have a course in screenplay writing and direction. Then only you can claim to be a film institute in the proper sense. Because more than 75 years back, the government of Madras, the government of Tamil Nadu, formerly Madras, they had started an institute called Institute of Film Technology in Madras. And they were giving training in cinematography and sound engineering, sound recording, and also film processing. Now we have come to a stage when there is no processing. Everything is taken care of in the technology. In fact, you don't even need very, very strong lights to shoot a scene. It has become so user friendly. Everybody can use a digital camera and shoot at very low light. So things have become very, very, very different. And there was a time when people like me used to dream that one day there should come a facility. We should have access to a facility where you can really shoot without lights. It has now really come. It can come. We can shoot even without any lights at any time of the day or night. So this is the facility that you have been given now by the technology. So one area, whole area of film processing, film technologies processing is finished. It is no more there. So that again, that has made people think that why should I go and study at a film institute? What will I learn from there? It's all taken care of. You don't have to know anything about technology to shoot a film. You can, in fact, with my cell phone, I can shoot, and it's a 4K registration. So what are you talking about when technology you have to learn? You don't have to learn it. But what are you going to shoot? You can shoot, but what do you shoot? Why should anybody come and watch your film? This is where the idea of training and a certain attitude being developed in the institute. This is a place where you become aware of things in the shortest possible time. You have to learn, you have to go back on time and learn things from the books, from the classroom, from the teachers, from your friends around, etc. So today what you really, the basic thing about what you learn from the institute is an attitude that you develop for cinema. If you see it as just a profession, where you are like any engineering course that you go and attend, you learn the technology, but where it is going to be creatively used, this is where and things beyond technology becomes important. So I would suggest even for those of you who are doing your technical courses like photography or sound editing and things like that, you need to read a lot. You need to be aware of what is happening around. You can become an outstanding cameraman not just by knowing composition or what is the composition, but not about movements and other things, but then with your knowledge about, imagine you are having seen great paintings, not in pictures, but real original paintings being seen in the museums and elsewhere. That gives you the real picture of what is composition, what is lighting. These things you have to learn, not from the classroom, but from your personal inquiries and searches. So I personally think this institute should make a long leeway to make, and it should come out in glowing colors. Already I understand the alumni of this institute have become important technicians in the field, but to be known, you will be known after filmmakers coming out of it, not just technicians. So that is what I as a practitioner of cinema, that is what I expect of you. And I wish you well, because you have any form of art flourishes where there is a tradition of art and living culture. So Odisha is eminently suited for that kind of cultural development to happen. So I wish you very well. I wish this institute very well, and I hope to see this institute becoming one of the major institutions. Now there are a couple of institutes, Pune Institute and Calcutta, and the Ray Institute in Calcutta. These are the two prominent ones. Other than that, maybe it should become the third national institution to train students. This is what I personally expect of you, and I am very happy I could come down to Odisha to participate in this session and meet you all and talk to you, and to know all those important people on the stage who really formulate policies. So I am also personally addressing them when I talk about having a postgraduate course in screenplay writing and direction. I hope you will take it seriously and I wish you all very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your kind words are like inspiration for the future film fraternity. Thank you so much. Due to some unavoidable reasons and work, Honorable Minister, Skill Development Technical Education, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithviranjan Ghadai is not with us today, but we definitely have his video message. So I'd like to request to play the message, please.
नमस्कार, जय जगन्नाथ। विजु पट्टनायक फिल्म एंड टेलीविजन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओडिशा तार आज 25 वर्ष पूर्ति उपलक्षे आज कार्यक्रम को मोर शुभेच्छा अभिनंदन जनाऊँगी। गोटे मात्र इंस्टीट्यूट ओडिशार जेभली भाव कार्यक्रम को आगे नहीं आशा रखा अनेक नूतन कार्यक्रम नहीं आगामी दिन में खाली राज्य नुह भारत वर्षर फिल्म डेवलपमेंट निश्चिंत भाव ये धन्यवाद पात्र सेमानकर क्रिएटिविटी स्टूडेंट्स मानकर इनोवेटिव आइडियाज तांकर आर्ट जेभली भाव से माने एठू पाठ पढ़िला परे तांको भितरे टैलेंट को से शोकेस करिसेंती खाली विश्व स्तर रे आज भी मध्य तांको भितर भी राष्ट्रपति पुरस्कार भी अनेक स्टूडेंट भी पाइछंती तांको समस्त को आज 25 वर्ष पूर्ति पालन उत्सव रे समस्त को मोर बेस्ट विशेष जनाऊँगी, धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी।
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Director BPFTIO Shri Devasis Ghoshal sir to felicitate our dignitaries on stage. Shri Raghuji, Director Technical Education and Training, Government of Odisha. Shri Devdas Chotrai sir, former Chairman BPFTIO. Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir, an eminent filmmaker, Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan awardee. Shrimati Usha Padhi, Principal Secretary, SDNT Department, Government of Odisha. And our beloved Chairman, Sri Sanjay Patnaik sir. And I request our Director, Sri Devasis Ghoshal sir, to present the memento to our guest of the day. I request all of you to give them a big hand because they all are big inspiration for us. From them, we are learning. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Devashish Ghoshal, sir, to present vote of thanks.
Respected guests on the stage and off the stage. I've been told to rush because Principal Secretary Madam has to leave early. I'll start from the left. Raghu sir, thank you so much for being here. You're the main artery which gives us the blood to survive. Devdas Chotray sir, you are still the chairman for us. Thank you again for coming here. Shri Adur Gopalakrishnan, I can't imagine a man getting 16 national awards. You have made our film school a pilgrimage. Thank you for stepping here. Principal Secretary Madam, you have always led us from the front. You have told us the sky is the limit. Thank you for your time. And finally, our chairman, sir, I mean, you are one of us, so I won't take this risk. Thank you again. The ex-students, We are so grateful to you. You are the flowers that you see blooming outside because of the teachers over here. So thank you to the teachers as well. Thanks a lot to the staff who have relentlessly worked for the last 3-4 days to make it a success. The students, it's your institute, so I won't thank you people. And the ex-students, yes, I have already said. And the students who have come from outside, we are extremely thankful to you for your time. Enjoy your time here. Thank you all. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank the media. We are media ourselves, so thank you, and we expect a lot from you.
Thank you so much to all our dignitaries on stage. Because of your presence, this occasion is more special to all of us, and to the students, to the faculties, and everyone who is related to the institute and to the cine industry. Thank you so much, our esteemed guest. Thank you. I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats so that we are moving ahead to screen the film on our institute. I request all of you to give them a big clap because of their presence. We are making this occasion a big one and an auspicious one. I request all our esteemed guests to take the seat. Thank you so much. BPFTIO, Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha is just not only an institution, it's an emotion for each and every one and each and every student of it. So now I request everyone to be here for the screening of BPFTIO film.
Year 1998, a history is made, a dream becomes true. Situated on the bank of the river Mahanadi near Jobra, Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha, popularly known as BPFTIO, was established in 1998. The intention was to meet the emerging demand of well-trained and skilled professionals in the field of film and television production. Started with only one course in cinematography, the institute made steady progress. Soon it became a diploma course with 3 main subjects: cinematography, sound and TV engineering, and film and video editing. Education isn't just a job, it's a passion for us. Our goal is to create true professionals that will inspire generations to come. Through a well-designed curriculum and modern teaching methods, the students are provided with adequate theoretical and practical classes. Workshops are also conducted regularly. In addition to learning the technical and aesthetic principles of filmmaking, students also study classic films screened in our state-of-the-art auditorium. They regularly participate in film festivals, seminars, and other skill development programs. We are proud of our alumni who took the glory of the Institute to further heights. They are visible all over the country. Placements of our students are very high. From 2021, it became a 4-year degree course of BPUT under the Skill Development Program of Odisha. The extra funds provided by Government of Odisha has helped the institute to acquire latest high-end equipment. Our faculty includes award-winning working professionals who generously pass on their academic knowledge. The professors and teachers with their industry and academic experiences make this institute one of the finest film schools in the country. We are proud to be a part of the Odisha's entertainment industry. Films made by our ex-students are successful, regularly receiving several awards. With the latest infrastructure along with industrial internship combined with a qualified, dedicated and tech-savvy team of teachers, the students are ready to join the industry. The state government has recently allocated 8 acres of land in a picturesque location surrounded by greenery at Ramdaspur near Trishulia, Cuttack. With over 25 years, BPFTIO continues to inspire and support individuals on their aspiration for a career in film and television. Though our road to success is full of challenges, the Institute will continue to climb the ladder of success in years to come. The corridors of the Institute ring with cheer and joy as we prepare for its Silver Jubilee celebration. With the support of our chairman and director, the staff and students are excited to make this celebration a memorable one. So, join us, be part of our grand celebration.
What a journey, what a decade of journey. When we talk about Odia cinema industry, it has various aspects, various dimensions. We have seen many ups and downs. At a time during Corona when we saw less number of Odia films, but after the wave, we saw many films which has created history in Odia cinema industry. Starting from Daman, Pushkara, Malyagiri and many more. And the National Award winner film Pratiksha. What a journey we have. So, Odia cinema industry has a rich history. So let's have a quick clip on Odia cinema industry and Odia cinemas.
प्रथम ओडिया सिनेमा सीता विवाहरे स्थानित एही वंदनारो आरंभ होईछि ओडिया छायाछबिर जातक 1936 मसिहारे भाषा भित्तिरे गठन हेला स्वतंत्र उत्कल प्रदेश धर्म और मनोरंजन भित्तिरे सही वर्ष एप्रिल 28 तारिख रे आरंभ हेला ओडिया सिनेमार शेषहीन यात्रार प्रथम नाविक मोहन सुंदर देवगोस्वामी प्रथम स्तबक सीता विवाह सीता विवाह परे ललिता 12 वर्ष विरति परे ଘନ ବନ୍ଧୁର ପଥେ ପୁଣି ଯାତ୍ରା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା। ତାପରେ 1950 ଶ୍ରୀ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ। ସେହି ବର୍ଷ ପ୍ରେମ କାହାଣୀ ଆଧାରିତ ରୋଲ୍ସ ଟୁ 8 ପର୍ଦ୍ଦାକୁ ଆସିଲା ଏବଂ ଏହା ଥିଲା ପ୍ରଥମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାମାଜିକ ସିନେମା। ପରେ ପରେ 60 ଦଶକ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଆସିଲା ସପ୍ତଶଯ୍ୟା, ଆମରି ଗାଁ ଝିଅ, କେଦାର ଗୌରୀ, ଭାଇ ଭାଇ, ମା ଓ ମହାଲକ୍ଷ୍ମୀ ପୂଜା। ଆଉ ମଜାର ସିନେମା ଦୁନିଆରେ ଲାଗିଗଲା ନୂଆ ରଙ୍ଗ, ଖେଳିଗଲା ଚୋରା ସୁରଭି। 1936ରୁ 61 ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମା ସୂତ୍ରପାତର ଅଧ୍ୟାୟ। କାଳି ଫିଲ୍ମସ୍, ଗ୍ରେଟ୍ ଇଷ୍ଟର୍ଣ୍ଣ ମୁଭିଟୋନ୍, ରୂପଭାରତୀ, ରାଧା ପିକ୍ଚର୍ସ, ଦଳିତ ଜାତିସଂଘ, ଚିତ୍ରମ୍, ଉତ୍କଳ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠାନ, ପଞ୍ଚସଖା ପିକ୍ଚର୍ସ ପର୍ଦ୍ଦାରେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ସରସ ଚଳମାନ ଛବି। 1961ର ଦସ୍ୟୁ ରତ୍ନାକରରେ ଆଂଶିକ ରଙ୍ଗ ଲାଗେ। ପ୍ରଥମ ଆଂଶିକ ରଙ୍ଗୀନ ସିନେମାରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୁଏ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମାର ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ପର୍ବ। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପରମ୍ପରା, ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଓ ଲୋକଗୀତର ପ୍ରୟୋଗ ଅଧିକ ହୁଏ। ଛାୟା ଓ ମାୟା ନିଶାରେ ଘାରି ହୋଇଯାନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଦର୍ଶକ। ଜୀବନ ଯମୁନାରେ ଜୁଆର ଉଠେ ରେ। ଅମଡ଼ା ବାଟ, ଅଭିନେତ୍ରୀ, କା, ଭାଇ ଭାଉଜ, ଅଦିନ ମେଘ ପରି ସିନେମା ଆସେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟରୁ। ସାଧନା ଓ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ମୀ ଆସେ ବଙ୍ଗଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟରୁ। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ମଲାଜହ୍ନ ଓ ମାଟିର ମଣିଷର ସିନେ ରୂପାନ୍ତର ଦ୍ୱାରା ବାସ୍ତବବାଦୀ ସିନେମାର ଅଙ୍କୁରୋତ୍ଗମ ହୁଏ। ଆଉ କିଏ କାହାର ପରି ସଫଳ ବ୍ୟବସାୟିକ ସିନେମା ମନ ଆକାଶରେ ଗୁଡ଼ି ଉଡ଼ାଇଦିଏ। ଛାୟାବାଣୀ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠାନ, ଗୌର ପାର୍ବତୀ ଘୋଷଙ୍କ ଭିନ୍ନ ଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରଯୋଜନା ସଂସ୍ଥା ଓ ପଞ୍ଚସଖା ପିକ୍ଚର୍ସ ଅଧିକାଂଶ ସିନେମା ନିର୍ମାଣ କରନ୍ତି। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଚରିତ୍ର ଚିତ୍ରଣ ଓ ଦୃଶ୍ୟ ଗ୍ରହଣରେ ପ୍ରାମାଣିକ ଶୈଳୀର ବ୍ୟବହାର ହୁଏ। ମହାନଗରୀୟ ଜୀବନ ଶୈଳୀକୁ ନେଇ ନିର୍ମାଣ ହୁଏ ସମୟ ଓ ସାମାଜିକ ଆସ୍ଥାକୁ ନେଇ ଯାଯାବର। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମା ନିଜ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ପର୍ବରେ କ୍ଷୁଦ୍ର ଶିଳ୍ପର ମାନ୍ୟତା ପାଏ। 1970ରେ ସିନେମା ହଲ୍ ନିର୍ମାଣ ମଧ୍ୟ କ୍ଷୁଦ୍ର ଶିଳ୍ପ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟାୟଭୁକ୍ତ ହୁଏ। 1973ରେ ପ୍ରଥମ କରି ପ୍ରମୋଦକର ମୁକ୍ତ ହୁଏ ରାଜ୍ୟ ସ୍ୱାସ୍ଥ୍ୟ ଓ ପରିବାର କଲ୍ୟାଣ ବିଭାଗ ପ୍ରଯୋଜିତ ସଂସାର। 1976ରେ ଆସେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମାର ନବନିର୍ମାଣ ପର୍ବ। କଳା ଧଳାରୁ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ରଙ୍ଗୀନ ହୋଇଯାଏ ଆମ ସିନେମା। ଗପ ହେଲେ ବି ସତରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୁଏ ରଙ୍ଗୀନ ସୋପାନ। ମସଲା ଧର୍ମୀ ମନୋରଞ୍ଜନ ସହ ସମ୍ପୃକ୍ତ ହୁଏ ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଟେକ୍ନିକ୍। ସଂଯୁକ୍ତ ହୁଅନ୍ତି ତାଲିମପ୍ରାପ୍ତ ଓଡ଼ିଆ କୁଶଳୀ ଟେକ୍ନିସିଆନ୍। ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୁଏ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ନିର୍ଦ୍ଦେଶକଙ୍କ ଜୟଯାତ୍ରା। 1980ରେ ସିନେମା ନିର୍ମାଣକୁ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଶିଳ୍ପର ମାନ୍ୟତା ମିଳେ। 1976ରୁ 1988 ଏହି ଅଧ୍ୟାୟରେ ବୈଷୟିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରୁ ଉନ୍ନତ ହୁଏ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମା। ପ୍ରଥମ ସିନେମାସ୍କୋପ हिसाब निकास यापरे आहुरी अनेक हिसाब निकास और फर्मुलार सुना सवारी ओडिया सिनेमार रूपा सगड़ी रे सवार हुअंती। केवल गीताभिनय को नहीं सिनेमा निर्माण दुस्साहस मध्य ए अध्याय होइछि। श्रीकृष्णଙ୍କ रासलीला और बसंत रास 70 दशकर आरंभ रे भारतीय चलचित्र प्रेक्षापट्टरे आरंभ होइतिला न्यू वेव सिनेमार धारा।
तुम्हें जाना ना एक गारी में तीन
से प्रभाव क्रमे 80 दशकर आरंभ रे ओडिया रे निर्माण हेला सीतराती।
आउ और कथा कोन किछि बुझिला
मु कोन बसछि चारिआडे आखि बोलु
सेबेठारो वास्तववादर स्पर्श नहीं ओडिया पर्दा को आसिला अनेक जातीय अंतर्जातीय सम्मान और पुरस्कार प्राप्त सिनेमा।
एथर भोट रे मु ठिया हिची
जानिछ आज जिते बेले मु ताका घर भीतर को गली कोन देखिली 80 वर्षर बुढ़ी।
अंधार नथिले आलोक नाही रे अंधार नथिले आलोक नाही रे
लोक माने मागुणी सगड़ रे बसिया पे हक हक होउतले से माने आज से बस पछरे पागल हे छै।
तमे तम कर्म कर सब ठाकुरन को छाड़ी दियो।
तमे हम स्कूल देखे जा मु तो सेठी के जाउची आए जम्मा नुए काहे की एबे सेठी बड्डा बड्डा राक्षस बुलुथिबे। अच्छा तुमको एकुटिया देखेले खाई जिवे जे।
ओडिया समांतर सिनेमा प्रक्रिया सहित 1998 रे जोड़ी हेला प्रथम संबलपुरी सिनेमा कुमार पिक्चर्स रा भूखा।
भारत तारिणी गो अष्ट उदया
90 दशक ओडिया सिनेमा इतिहासर जटिल कालखंड। निर्माण संख्या बढ़ी, खर्च और व्यवसाय बढ़ी। सिनेमा शिक्षा प्रसार पाई 1998 विजु पट्टनायक चलचित्र और टेलीविजन प्रतिष्ठान स्थापित होइछि। प्रतिष्ठानर संख्याधिक शिक्षार्थी सिनेमा शिल्प सह संपृक्त होइछन्ति। एही कालखंडरे ओडिया दर्शकंक रुचि मध्य बदलिछि। अण ओडिया अभिनेता अभिनेत्री आसिले निर्माण खर्च बढ़िला। मसला धर्मी लार्जर टू लाइफ होई ओडिया सिनेमा निर्माण हेउथवा बेले आसिला महाबात्या। ओडिया सिनेमार मेरुदंड भांगीगला। निर्माण मंथर हेला। तापरे नूतन सहस्राब्दी रे पुणी अंटा भिड़ी ठिया हेला ओडिया सिनेमा।
इलेक्शन कही किने मते चमकेइब नै। इलेक्शन भी काका करे सिलेक्शन भी काका करे तुम जानिछ।
एही पर्वरे कहानी और परिचर्चारे परिवर्तन आसिला। सेलुलॉइड रु डिजिटल को रूपांतरण और दक्षिण भारतीय छांच भितरे अधिकांश ओडिया सिनेमा बंदी थिबा बेले आसिला महामारी कोरोना। निर्माण प्रायतः बंद हो गला। कोरोना परे एबे पुणी दंभ धरिछि ओडिया सिनेमा। पुणी आसीछि कहानी और परिचर्चारे परिवर्तन। ओडिया भाव को नहीं गंभीर वास्तववाद पर्दारे पुणी नुआ करी खेलिछि। दमन हेउ कि प्रतीक्षा आस्था और मनोरंजनर शेषहीन सिनेमा यात्रा रे जोड़ी होइछि नुआ आशा।
अन कथा न कहले केमती हो
जे जानि त मु कोनटा शेयर करी।
What an incredible and mesmerizing journey we have, ladies and gentlemen. And to talk about this journey, I would like to request eminent film researcher Mr. Surjodev to come on the stage, who is a very well-known figure in the field of Odia cine journalism. Books like Bhangaruja Samaya, Jhura Bana Jhara Giti, Odia Cinemara Rupa Rupantar are penned by him. Again, for the very first time, he has compiled Odia film songs. So we are very privileged to have him with us today. Thank you so much. Please, sir.
Namaskar, Subha Sakala. Can you please allow me to speak in Odia so that I'll be more comfortable? ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏକ ବିଫଳତାର ଚଉଥିରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇଛି। ବିଫଳତା ଅର୍ଥ ଏଇଆ, ଯାହା ଆପଣମାନେ ଦେଖିଲେ ସେସବୁରୁ ଅଧିକ ଯଦି ମୁଁ କିଛି କହିପାରିବି ନାହିଁ, ତାହା ମୋର ବିଫଳତା, ଏବଂ ଯାହା ନାହିଁ ସେସବୁ ବି ଯଦି କହିପାରିଲି ନାହିଁ, ତାହା ବି ମୋର ବିଫଳତା। ସବୁତକ ଦେଖି ସାରିଲା ପରେ ଆଉ କିଛି କହିବାର ହିଁ ନାହିଁ। କେବଳ ଦୁଇଟି ଘଟଣା କହିବି, ଯାହା ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପାଇଁ, ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଶିଳ୍ପ ପାଇଁ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଏବଂ ଯାହା ଇତିହାସରେ ଲିପିବଦ୍ଧ ହେଇନାହିଁ। ପ୍ରଥମ ଘଟଣା ହେଉଛି 1950 ମସିହାରେ ନିର୍ମିତ ହୋଇଥିବା ଶ୍ରୀ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଭାରତ ତଥା ପୃଥିବୀର ଏକମାତ୍ର ପ୍ରଥମ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର, ଯାହା କ୍ରାଉଡ୍ ଫଣ୍ଡିଂରେ ହେଇଥିଲା। 10 ଟଙ୍କା ସେୟାର ନେଇ, ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କଠୁ ପଇସା ନେଇ, ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କର ଅର୍ଥ ନେଇ ସେ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ନିର୍ମାଣ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଏବଂ ପୃଥିବୀରେ ଏହା ଏକ ବିରାଟ ରେକର୍ଡ଼। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଘଟଣା ହେଉଛି, ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣନ୍ତି ଯେ 50 ଦଶକର ଆରମ୍ଭରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗୋଡାର୍ଟଙ୍କର ନ୍ୟୁ ୱେଭ୍ ଟ୍ରେଣ୍ଡ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା ଏବଂ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନେରେସନ୍ ଇନୋଭେସନ୍, ସିମ୍ବଲିଜିମ୍ ଏବଂ ଡିରେକ୍ଟୋରିଆଲ୍ ଏମ୍ଫାସିସ୍ ଉପରେ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦିଆଗଲା ତାର, ଏବଂ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଭାରତୀୟ ସିନେମାକୁ ଭୁବନ ସୁମ୍ କି ଉଷା କୋଠି, ସାରା ଆକାଶ ଭଳି ସିନେମା ଆସିନାହିଁ, ସେତିକି ବେଳେ 1965 ମସିହାରେ ନିର୍ମାଣ ହୋଇଥିଲା ମଲାଜହ୍ନ। ଯେଉଁମାନେ ମଲାଜହ୍ନ ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ କହିପାରିବେ ଯେ ଭାରତୀୟ ସିନେମାକୁ ନବ୍ୟ ତରଙ୍ଗ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ଧାରା ଆସିବା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ହିଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ଆସିସାରିଥିଲା ସେ ଧାରା। ଏବଂ ପରେ ପରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମାଟିର ମଣିଷ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା, ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୃଣାଳ ସେନ କରିନଥିଲେ ଭୁବନ ସୁମ୍, ସେତେବେଳେ ବି ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରୟୋଗ ସେ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ଯଦି ଆପଣମାନେ ସିନେମାଟି ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି ତେବେ ଦେଖିବେ ଯେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଶ୍ୟାମ ପ୍ରଧାନ ବା ରାମଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ମାଣିଆ ଯେତେବେଳେ ନିଜର ଦିବଙ୍ଗତ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀଙ୍କ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ସେତେବେଳେ ବରଜର ପୁଅ ଯେଉଁ ବେଲୁନ୍ ଫୁଙ୍କୁଛି, ସେ ଯେଉଁ ସିମ୍ବଲିଜମର ଧାରା, ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରତୀକାତ୍ମକର ଧାରା, ମୋର ମନେ ହୁଏ ପ୍ରତୀକାତ୍ମକର ପ୍ରଥମ ଧାରା, ସିନେମା ପ୍ରତୀକାତ୍ମକର ପ୍ରଥମ ଧାରା ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି। ମୋର ମନେ ହୁଏ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମଲାଜହ୍ନରେ ସତୀ ଆତ୍ମହତ୍ୟା କରୁଛି ବୋଲି ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ଏବଂ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି କିଛି ପାଦ ଚିହ୍ନ ନଈ ଭିତରକୁ ପଶିଯାଇଛି, ସେଇ ପ୍ରତୀକାତ୍ମକ ଧାରା ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମାରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଉଛି। ମୋର ମନେ ହୁଏ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମାରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ମଲ୍ଲି ଢପଲ, ମୁଁ ମନେ ପଡ଼ୁନାହିଁ କେଉଁ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସିନେମାରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକବୋଲିର ଧାରା, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସଂଳାପରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକବୋଲିର ଧାରା ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଶ୍ରୀ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥରୁ, ଗୋପାଳ ଛୋଟରାଙ୍କ ଲେଖାରୁ, ଏବଂ ତାହା ପରେ ପରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପରମ୍ପରା, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ରୁଚି, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସଂସ୍କୃତି, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଚାଲିଚଳଣକୁ ନେଇ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା, ତାହା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାରୁ। ଅଦ୍ଭୁତ ଭାବରେ ଆମେ ଏତେ ସବୁ ସଂସ୍କୃତି ସମ୍ପନ୍ନ ଏବଂ ଏତେ ସବୁ ଧନ ନେଇ, ଏତେ ସବୁ ମନ ନେଇ ଯାହା ଆମେ ଭାବପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ସିନେମା କରିଛୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ସିନେମା ସମ୍ପର୍କିତ ଗବେଷଣା କିଛି ନାହିଁ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟ ହେବେ, we have lost around 40% of our film heritage. ଆମ ସିନେମାର 40 ଭାଗ ସିନେମା ନାହିଁ, ସୀତା ବିବାହ ନାହିଁ, ଭାଇ ଭାଇ ନାହିଁ, ଆମରି ଗାଁ ଝୁଅ ନାହିଁ, କେଦାର ଗୌରୀ ନାହିଁ, ପୂଜା ନାହିଁ, ମମତା ନାହିଁ, ଅଭିମାନ ନାହିଁ, ବହୁତ ନାହିଁ ନାହିଁ ଭିତରେ ଅଛୁ। ଏଣୁ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ପିଢ଼ି ପାଇଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ସଂରକ୍ଷଣ ବହୁତ ଜରୁରୀ ଏବଂ ମୁଁ ଆଶା କରୁଛି ବିଜୁ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ଏବଂ ଟେଲିଭିଜନ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠାନ ଏ ଦିଗରେ ସଠିକ୍ ପଦକ୍ଷେପ ନେବ ଏବଂ ମୁଁ ଆଶା କରୁଛି ଯେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଫିଲ୍ମର ଯେଉଁ ସୁବର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଅଧ୍ୟାୟ ଏବେ ପୁଣି ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି ଗମ୍ଭୀର ତଥ୍ୟଯୁକ୍ତ ସିନେମାକୁ ନେଇ ଏବଂ ଚିରାଚରିତ ଧାରାରୁ, ସିନେମା ନିର୍ମାଣର ଚିରାଚରିତ ଧାରାରୁ ମୁକ୍ତ ହୋଇ ନୂଆ ଧାରାଟି ଯେଉଁ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି କରୋନା ପରେ, ସେ ଧାରା ଅବ୍ୟାହତ ରହିବ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ, ନମସ୍କାର।
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will have a short break, but after that The exhibition stalls will be inaugurated by our chairman, Sri Sanjay Patnaik, sir. So I request all of you to be present after this short break.
ଏବେ ତ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ହେଲା ନା। या ପରେ
been much more difficult for us to reach this height. So it's time to thank them, to felicitate them for their contribution, for their part of this industry. And to felicitate the founders and veteran cine workers of Odia film industry, I would like to request Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir and Shri Devdas Chotrai sir to come on the stage. Back in 1998, when Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha started, this institute got its first director. And we are delighted to have him with us today. RPS officer Shri Bhatta Krishna Tripathi served as the first director of Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha, who has actively participated to develop this cinema industry and to develop this prestigious institution which has completed 25 years of its glorious journey. We are delighted to felicitate our first director of this institute, Sri Bhatta Krishna Tripathi. We thank you, sir. And with this, a small token of memento. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to request Shri Saroj Kumar Das, who is the former principal who had taken charge from 25th June 2012 to 5th January 2014. He has served these years as principal to this institution. I request our audience to please give these personalities a big clap, for which this institution has got its name. Next, I would like to request Shri Dilip Kumar Panda, former principal, who has served this institution from 23rd February 2017 to 31st March 2021. Next, I would like to request Shri Amarendra Kumar Rai, former director, to come on the stage, who has served this prestigious institution from 1st April 2021 to 6th February 2022. Shri Amarendra Kumar Rai. Thank you, sir. Please have your seat. Next, without whom the film industry couldn't have got his success, the persons who work behind the scenes, behind the camera, but has a very great impact on the screen. I would like to request Shri Nitya Shri Ranjan, ex-employee of BPFTIO and a sound engineer, to come on stage. I request Shri Devdas Chotrai sir to present the memento. Next, I would like to request Dr. Dilip Kumar Pani, ex-employee of BPFTIO and a film researcher, to come on stage, please. Dr. Dilip Kumar Pani. Everyone, please give him a big clap. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Shri Bunu Das to come on stage, who has given more than 45 years to this industry. He does poster work and he has started this from the age of 5 to 6. He has worked in many films and we thank him with a small token of memento for his contribution to this world. I request Shri Bhattakrishna Tripathi and Devdas sir to present this memento to Shri Bunu Das. I request Sri Shubhrat Kumar Ghosh to come on stage, who has worked as a projector operator from 1982 till date. And because of him, we see many films on big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Shri Devdas sir to present this memento. Shri Subrat Ghosh, project operator. Next, I would like to request Sri Shubhal Naik, lightman, who has started his work from 1975. And in these long years, he has served in many cinemas, many serials. His contribution is remarkable to this industry. Thank you so much, Subhal Naik sir, for your contribution. Presently doing the lighting work in To Akhira Mu Tara, and before this he has worked in many projects as lightman, and he has done assistant cameraman too. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we wrap up this felicitation session. Thank you so much. Okay. So now it's time, as we have eminent filmmakers today with us today, Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir. We will have a small interaction with our students because his words, his work is masterpiece and inspiration for all of us. So shortly we'll have a discussion. Okay, we will join him shortly. He will be coming soon. So in this time, we have on stage our esteemed guest of day, Shri Devdas Chotrai sir, and with him we have Shri Bhattakrishna Tripathi sir, who was the first director of Biju Patnaik Film and Television Institute of Odisha. I request Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan sir to join us on stage to have an interaction with the students, because they have so many things to learn from you, sir, so many things to get from you, inspired from you. Any of the student present over here, any question? Anything you want to know?
Hello.
Okay, we have a student. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Namaskar. I'm here.
She's there, sir.
Where are you? Where are you?
Yes, sir.
Up there. Yes.
Sir, namaskar. My name is Srimaya Rath, and I'm a postgraduate student from Birla Global University. My question to you, sir, is first of all, like Madam Usha Padi said, मेरी औकात नहीं है आपसे question पूछने की, but there's something that I really wanted to know. So my question would be, so this is the era of digital filmmaking and digital films. Christopher Nolan, while talking about Oppenheimer, was talking about his distrust in the platform, in the streaming platforms and digital films in general. What is your idea on that, and what do you think the future holds for digital films and film cinema in the age of digital films? And sir, pardon me, my second question would be...
Please ask only one question once.
One question.
All right, sir, this will be my question.
Second, I cannot remember the whole questions.
All right, sir. So my question was that Christopher Nolan was talking about his distrust in digital films and streaming platforms. I wanted to know your opinion on the future of cinema in the age of digital films.
You can see it's a very difficult question. See, because cinema was born to be seen inside a hall like this, darkened, and then you start seeing the visuals, sounds, everything from a large screen, larger than life, you must say. Although it is about life, it is so close to each one of us. You want to see somebody very close, the camera goes very close. So you are actually inside an experience when you watch a film, a well-made film. That's what I mean. A really very well-made film, you get inside. That feeling you will never have watching the same film on a television set. Because there, see, when you go to see a film in a cinema hall, there are a few things that happen before you get inside the cinema hall, because the audience have made a decision to go and watch a film, for which the audience have to prepare themselves. They have to go and buy a ticket, or they have to reserve a seat, and they have to find time. Allocated time has to be used, etc. You go either alone or with your friends or with your family. So there is a whole lot of decisions made before going to see a film. So you are a very, very, what you call an ideal audience. It's sitting inside a hall, inside a darkened room, ready to be worked upon by what is shown on the screen. Whereas the same film, when it is played on your television, it is being watched, if at all it is being watched, it is a casual look at things. Very casual look. Because originally the film was made to be seen on a big screen, where there is a minimum time you need to observe a scene. It is not just dialogue or just somebody's face, but then you have to look at the composition of the thing. You cannot do any of those things on a small screen. All that you get to know or hear is what they speak. So it is limited. Now the whole scope of the film is limited in a screen like that. You get a shadow of an experience, not real experience. It's in many ways, you get, of course, you get the feeling that you are getting to see the film, free, because it comes inside your house, at your reception or anywhere within the house, or even your bedside. So it is just free for you. So whatever you get free, you treat it casually. Like anything in life, the moment you know it is for free, you don't take it seriously. So that means you look at it very casually. It will be inter alia, amongst other things. If at all you watch the film. You will be talking to somebody else, you will be attending a phone, etc. while the film is on. Basically, so you are not a dedicated audience. You are a casual audience. So this is the last thing I want from you as an audience. I want you to be really devoted to what you see on the screen. I want you to see everything that I show you, because nothing is happening casually on the screen. Everything has been in a very detailed way. Every sound you listen to. And also there is another thing other than this visual. See, actual very low level sounds. You hear the drop of a leaf. You see it and you hear it in the films. But on your desk, inside the house, you don't see any low level sounds at all. And again, the big sound of an explosion. It is a minor thing on your screen. You don't get the feeling. You get the real feeling inside the heart. It has been made to. And then you should know that there are several tracks running at the same time. Each track is a different sound. Today with the new technology, in fact, this is one big gift of the technology, is that you don't mix the sounds anymore. You have all the sounds in a particular way arranged, whether it is high, low, or anything, or mid-range, anything. The audience is supposed to hear all that. But somebody sitting inside the hall and watching a television, all that sound is lost on you. You don't hear them. What you hear is the only mid-range sounds to which all the dialogues belong. No, nothing else you hear. There is a bang, you don't hear it as a bang. There is just a sharp sound. So everything is, whatever has been originally planned, it comes as a maybe 100th reproduction of the original, without the sheen of it. This is what happens. So I, as a devoted film goer and filmmaker, I wouldn't want cinema houses to vanish and everybody watching. That can be a terrible situation. The other day I was talking to Shyam Benegal. He told me, Adur, there is no meaning in worrying about it. That's going to be the future. You can give the film to this platform, and even the collections, they will show it on the platform, and then if it collects money, then you get a share of it. The same way as the cinema houses do. So I said, it can be disastrous. He said, yes, what can we do? We cannot cry over it. That is the fate. So sometimes technology develops too much, and it goes beyond. It's beyond the reach. This happens in every field. Like the artificial intelligence, the whole world is afraid of this intelligence. What will happen? It will destroy the human race, maybe. We don't know. It's possible. Whereas we had one Gandhiji in this country, it gave birth to a Gandhiji. He believed in the real, actual living with the nature. You cannot fight with the nature. You cannot destroy the nature and create something. You don't have that facility. So this is Gandhiji's land, where we have to learn lessons from someone like him. I believe in that.
So that answers my question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sugumano sir. I am Rajesh Raut from BJP College.
I see.
In a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, we rate Malayalam cinema 11 out of 10 here in Odisha. But somehow Oriya cinemas have not gone to that level. So what is the secret of your being 11 out of 10, sir?
No, I see, there was a time when I thought, when I was a student in Pune, whatever film I saw from Bengal, I was in love with all of them. I thought every Bengali film produced in the state of Bengal was great. And first time I went to Calcutta, I told my friends I want to see every film running in the cinemas. They told me, Adur, don't do that. You will be disappointed. I said, no, I must know what is the run of the mill. What normally people used to go and watch. And I went 1, 2, 3 like that with my friends. I said, I'm sorry, I am completely disillusioned. Bengali cinema is known after 2 or 3 filmmakers, that's all, not beyond. You know, today's situation in Bengal and Odisha, I believe, you have dubbed versions of Telugu films. You know, Telugu films are well known for high budget exercises, where you have all songs and then fights and gore and everything. So if it's going back to that, you know, that can be disastrous. It is bad for Oriya cinema. See, there is a cinema of Odisha which was championed by people like Neeraj Mahapatra. We have to learn a lot from those filmmakers who made very simple film. I know he shot that film on 16 mm. He didn't have the money to make a film on 35 mm regular. So he had to he had to shoot in 16 millimeter and then blow it up to save some money in terms of the cost, and then made the film. But you can call it shoestring budget, but it became a very landmark film in Oriya films cinema, in Indian cinema also. Because that is possible. It is not the big amount of money that makes the films. It's the big amount of thinking and intelligence and artistry that makes good films. So, in Odisha, now that you have a very, very well-equipped studio here, very equipped equipments and all that, and good students, good teachers, you should, in due course, you should make outstanding films. You need not worry about big budget films coming and encroaching on the audience. But you can make your small films and make people see. It's possible. In Malayalam cinema today, there are people who put, I don't know it is true or not, because there are people who put in as much as 400 crores and etc. to make a film. I don't know, where do they spend all that money? I have no idea. I have no idea. It may be just sheer fiction, or maybe Maybe the income tax department is not aware of where the money comes from. So there should be an ED, ED visit to these producers maybe. That they will know what is the truth. Because as an outsider to that system, I wonder always that where do they spend all that money? You don't see it in the films. Somewhere else the money has been spent, if at all they spend it. You don't need that money. So when a lot of people think that I make low budget films, I don't. I neither make high budget film or low budget film. I just make the right budget films. I have never compromised because I don't have enough money. I have always had money to make the kind of film I wanted to make. So if somebody gave me more money, but maybe I'll give it back. I don't need that money. So Orissa films, if you make really Oriya films, it has all the scope to be seen by not only people from Orissa, but then people from anywhere. And today's time that we had a problem in the past with the film because every time you make a film for one particular country, you had to subtitle it or dub it. But today, it is possible to subtitle these films without much cost. You can say we have one copy and then you duplicate it. So it is so cheap to make that. So all these possibilities are before you. So the secret is that every film made in Malayalam is not a great film. There are better made films, there are very badly made films, there are terribly expensive films made for nothing. They flop also, See, I feel very happy when I find that this 400 crore film flops. I feel very happy and relieved. But then they don't stop at that. They keep on doing that.
Nani, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
Hello.
Hello, I am Tapasya from BJP Autonomous College, and my question is, I have started watching Malayalam movies from 2020, and I fell in love in that. Like in Bollywood and in other cinemas, I often got a pattern of massive entries of heroes or heroines or villains, but I didn't find that concept in Malayalam movies. And Malayalam movies, there is no much no nonsense dramas, but every character got its own lights, and that really makes the movies very intricate to watch and explore the relations between them. And so my question is, how other movies or other regional movies can get inspiration from Malayalam movies to do their best? Like now in Hollywood, we are definitely seeing a declining viewership in Odia movies, and there is much conflicts among the producers and actors and very much things. So what's your message to Hollywood and other regional movies that they can do well, and how content can be improved of movies and film industries?
I have already answered you with the other question, because if you try to compete with very badly made expensive films, then you will definitely fail, because Korea films cannot put in that kind of money. You have to believe in doing things the small way, but then that works. It will commercially work. All those films that you have liked from Malayalam, they are not big budget films. Those filmmakers have enough ideas about what they want to do. The first thing is, Oriya filmmakers, would-be filmmakers should be exposed to a lot of international cinema. Very important. You see, until very recently there were these films from Iran, Iranian films. They were supposed to be very good. They were very small teams. They used to make films. But that was the trend. After a time, it was very tiring to watch Iranian films again. There are still good filmmakers. But then on the whole, you cannot say that Iranian films are great today. You cannot say that. But there was a time when, even internationally, Iranian films had a high level of standard it had. So the same way, they are not big budget films at all. On a small little theme they make a film, like narrating a short story, like a little one-act play, like that. Simple things about life, but then it has to be truthful to life lived. That's very important. So what these big commercial films, what all that those films say is always lies, nothing else. They are all lies. It has no connection with the truth. So don't try to compete with them. The only way to make better films in your own language is you follow. Odisha has a great tradition of literature. Poetry, short stories, theatre. In all those areas, it has a very high level of achievement. So we should, as practitioners in the Odisha film world, you should read a lot of literature. You should see a lot of films which have been well made, like that. So you concentrate on that and you will succeed. Never imagine that you can put the kind of films, Telugu films, put into the productions. Never. Don't do that. Don't ever try to compete with that. You will fail. Because all that money goes into something else. It's not really concerned with the aesthetics of cinema. Not the beauty of watching an work of art you get from there. So your aim should be not Hollywood, not Bollywood, not Telugu films. So your aim should be, it should be rooted in your culture. Then it will, a film, it is really rooted in culture, will be an international film in fact. Because the rest of the world wants to watch things which are really true of life, true to life. Very important. So a lie is a lie, but a truth is a shining truth. That has its value.
Sir,
otherwise these institutions like this Biju Patnaik institute, which has been functioning, it makes no sense otherwise. It has to make its compromise in its mark in cinema, in Indian cinema and also world cinema, with its works, with its productions. It's very important. Yes, sorry, I was.
Thank you, sir.
I was interfering. Somewhere else, somebody else was talking.
Sir,
yes.
Pranam, sir. My name is Alokesh Ray, and I am a visiting professor in NIFT and in this institute also. So I am a student because I believe that till the end of the life, every living being is a student learning. So my question is, you told sometimes back that whatever abundantly or available easily has no value. It just recently has less value. Whatever we are getting without any easily we are getting from nature or something, it has less value. My question is that we are doing, I am talking about doing dubbing in the film, sound dubbing or something. Suppose you are going naturally, in natural effect, and suppose some sounds are coming, naturally person is talking, or otherwise what we want to do, we want to go to the studio and dub the things again to get a better effect. So when we are making some film with originality or original with the sounds and all these things, maybe the art film, you can take the art film and other things. These films are getting international awards, your film or many films, Satya and all these things. But commercially I don't mean the money, means the viewers. The film is a tool to teach the society, that we everybody knows, and it is a tool, it is a giving message to the society. So once my film is getting international awards or national awards, but if the viewers are not in million and billion, so the message, even if it is getting an award, the message is not going through to the common people, to the mass. In the other hand, when there are fantasy, मैंने इसको एक one मुट्ठा भरा गुजुम, धूम, dash, and all these other things, which has a lot of effects and all these things, commercial and glaze, glow, and that is getting, even if it is not getting an award or something, even there is no message or any valuable message, but still then it is getting million of customers, million of viewers. I am not talking commercially, I am talking of viewers. So I want I really need a session because I am a short film maker. I made short films in very low price, in 4,000 rupees. Also I made a film, I got some chota award, small award. So how to balance this, that your message also has a value with all the natural effect, with all the natural feeling, with all the natural message, and there is a message, and but people accept it goes to million. Because people, if there is no glamour, nothing else, millions of customers are not coming. Rather than in a fantasy, the millions are coming. So I want a lesson, because I want to, as a student, I want your advice to improve myself too.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So,
What you are talking about is making big noise. Time. No, we can, when we are projecting the film, we can ask somebody to stand there and make sounds. Boom, like that. How do you make that sound? In the films, you think that the big sounds will attract the audience.
No, I see Tamil film, or many films, I'm not talking of a particular any language.
Yeah.
There are so where there is fantasy, where there is one people killing thousand, all these fantasies.
No, there are two things,
Right.
Attracting to the audience is a different thing.
Right.
What you are doing is, if you consider yourself an artist, and if you are making a product of art,
Sir.
then you should not be worried about how it is going to be received.
Sir.
It is the duty of the audience to come and enjoy or reject it. You can also reject it.
Yeah.
But then you have to really be ready for that test. See, actually, some time back, this great filmmaker from Spain, who made several films, and he died very recently.
Sir.
He's made a statement very interesting. He said it's very easy to make films, but it is very difficult to make good films. That was a message. Today, anybody can make a film. You don't have to know anything about filmmaking. As I said earlier, that you can, with your cell phone, you can shoot a film. It's possible.
No, sir. My question is how to pass on the ethical.
The question is how to make an audience watch your film on your terms, not on their terms. That's a big difference. If you can make people watch your film on your terms, then you are an artist. Otherwise, you are an operator. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
But
don't become operators. Please don't become an operator.
But I have a contradiction, sir.
Yes.
Because this Satyajit Ray film also doesn't have million and billion of viewers, but even if it got awards or international awards. So my thing, whether a message, what is the way to say
don't talk about awards.
Oh, yes.
Awards are now these days decided by people who have never seen films. It has to be understood. Yes, this has to be understood. This is a sad fact. The other day, somebody told me, a critic friend of mine who was on the national jury, he told me he was, by sheer accident, he happened to be a member of that jury. And most of the members of the jury, after seeing 2 films or so, they said that they were very tired. They are not used to watching films. So they are on the jury.
Yeah.
They are deciding. They are real people of the street. That is their level of understanding about cinema. Not only cinema, it's understanding culture itself. Cinema, you cannot be divorced from culture. If you don't have a culture of reading, a culture of living a better life than lots of people, better life means with understanding, with the feeling for the others, that kind of thing, if that is absent, you cannot enjoy even a good book, good novel you cannot enjoy. Because the people, you think that you have to write rubbish so that more people will read it. Then you are not a writer. You just, you are doing the opposite of what a writer should do. The same way, if you are looking for millions of people and all that for your creation, your what you put together, and you call it your creation, then you are not an artist. It's very important to have audience coming for cinema, because that's very important. Cinema has this dual problem. Because anything, if a filmmaker is trying to say something new in a way different from the usual way, then you have problem. Because there is a saying that the audience does not want to think. If you try to make them think, they don't like it. So it has to be made easy for them. This is what people do. But then, as a filmmaker, I want the audience to think. Otherwise, my film makes no sense. So there's a contradiction in this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your question, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Means you mean to say that ethical value can be also made
Sir, this is actually a vast topic which will be discussed later. Thank you so much for your question. And now I request Shri Bhattakrishna Tripathi to say a few words, please. So there's the
सम्मान्य आजिर मुख्य अतिथि अदूर गोपाल कृष्ण, अन्यतम अतिथि श्रीजुक्त देवदास छोटराय महोदय, उपस्थित समस्त चलचित्र को जो माने भल पाती और चलचित्र सहित जो माने संपृक्त इठे उपस्थित अछंती एवं यही अनुष्ठान छात्र छात्री एवं जो माने चलचित्र को भल पाते से मध्यरु अन्य महाविद्यालय मध्य आसचंती से समस्ते इठे उपस्थित अछंती एवं ये अनुष्ठान जे अध्यक्ष से तले बसचंती एवं तांकर कलीग माने मध्य बसचंती डायस बाहर ये समस्त को मु बिजू पट्टनायक टेलीविजन फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट छात्र छात्री समस्त को आज 25 रौप्य जुबली उत्सव अवसर रे समस्त को मु आंतरिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करुच्ची एवं पर्टिकुलरली अध्यक्ष को एवं तांकर कलीग एवं स्टूडेंट्स मान को ये उत्सव पालन करथिबा हेतु तांको मु धन्यवाद एवं शुभेच्छा ज्ञापन करुच्ची। पिला माने जो माने अनुष्ठान और छात्र छात्री से माने केबे हेले चिंता करि नथिबे जे 25 वर्ष तले अवश्य तार किछि पूर्व जेतेबेले बिजू पट्टनायक ओडिशार मुख्यमंत्री थिले 1995 मसीहा पर्यंत से एमती गोटे अनुष्ठान सृष्टि करने को तांको पाखरे दाबी होता एवं से एपरि गोटे अनुष्ठान सृष्टि करने प्रचेष्टा करथिले एवं तांको प्रचेष्टा रे ही ए अनुष्ठानटा परवर्ती काल रे 1998 रे रेकग्नाइज है किंतु सृष्टि होता सेतबले मु थिली ओडिशा फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन रो चेयरमैन मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर कम चेयरमैन कलिंग स्टूडियो रो मध्य चेयरमैन थिली बोधे विभिन्न चलचित्र ये बसचंती आमर ये जे माने चलचित्र प्रोड्यूस करते से समय देवदास लिखुले सब बड़े चलचित्र कहानी संगीत मुझे किछिटा फिल्म रे एक्टिंग करुली से हिसाब से बोधे एवं चलचित्र अनुष्ठान अध्यक्ष थिबा दृष्टि मते कहले से समय इंडस्ट्री मंत्री जे आपण ये अनुष्ठान चार्ज नियंतु ये अनुष्ठान को आरंभ करंतु एवं से ये अनुष्ठान को मुझे आरंभ करथिले जेतबेले सुरेंद्र साहू बोले जड़े सिनेमाटोग्राफर से के आज आसी ना जदि बंची थे मुझे जानी बयस हो अच्छा जाओ भगवान दयार से अच्छा आसी ना से होचंदी प्रथम प्रिंसिपल जे बहुत कष्ट ये अनुष्ठान को ये आरंभ करते से टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन ये घरटी नहीं देखिए गोटे बहुत कष्ट अनुष्ठान टी आरंभ करते बहुत कम पिला मान थिले जो मैंने सिनेमाटोग्राफी एवं एडिटिंग रे ये दीटा आ गोटे फैकल्टी रे से माने डिप्लोमा करने को आसी थिले बंधुगण मुझे आसे फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट को तो सब समय आसी पारे नहीं 15 दिन रे 8 दिन रे सुविधा असुविधा देखा जो आसे मुझे केबे भाभी नथिली जे भविष्य रे ए इंस्टीट्यूट जो पिला माने पास करेंगे से माने कोठी चाकरी पाइबे कि प्रकार एंगेज हेबे मुझे आशा करि नथिली किंतु 25 वर्ष भितर ये अनुष्ठान जो प्रकार ग्रोथ करिछि एवं केवल ओडिशा रे नुह समग्र भारत वर्ष रे एवं भारत बाहर ए अनुष्ठान पिला जो माने छात्र छात्री माने जो प्रकार टेक्निकली सेमानक पराकाष्ठा समग्र विश्व रे समग्र भारत वर्ष रे प्रतिष्ठा करि पारचंती प्रोजेक्ट करि पारचंती निश्चित भाव रे ये अनुष्ठान जे कोन प्रकार बढ़ुची एवं भविष्य रे ये अनुष्ठान भविष्य जे उज्जवलमय एते मोर किछ संदेह नाही बंधुगण से समय एवं आज समय तफात केते गुडी के कथा कहूँ 1996 मसीह जिते ये होता ओडिशा चलचित्र 60 वर्ष प्रति उत्सव पालन करा जायतिला सेतबेले सरकार तरफ गोटे पिक्चर होता 45 मिनट आज जोटा मुझे देखिली छोटिया छोटिया हिसाब रे करथिले ठीक अच्छी किंतु से समय से 45 मिनट रे जो ये होता से विप्लव राय चौधरी डायरेक्शन देते अजीज बाबू जे प्रोड्यूसर जड़े से एक ताको प्रोड्यूस करते भावुचे मु प्रिंसिपल चेयरमैन को कही अनुरोध कर तार गोटे कॉपी से गवर्नमेंट करता तार गोटे कॉपी रखु ता देहर पिला सब मोहन देव गोस्वामी ठार आरंभ कर 1996 मसीहा पर्यंत जिते पिक्चर होती प्राय सब पिक्चर तार अच्छी एवं चित्रविधि भी गोटे से बाहर थिला से समय ओडिया चलचित्र समय भल केते गुडी आर्टिकल अच्छी जो जहाँ कि पिला मानक पे निहाती दरकार पिला माने पढ़िया दरकार तार कॉपी थिबो मो पाखे अच्छी एवं ओडिशा फिल्म कॉर्पोरेशन रे मध्य अच्छी ताकू आनी रखु पिला माने पढ़ु तादर बहुत भल आर्टिकल अच्छी बहुत ये लिखि ओडिया चलचित्र संपर्क में जानिबा को पाइबे तेणु मोर विशेष किसी कहबार नहीं आपण माने ये अनुष्ठान छात्र छात्री चेयरमैन एवं आपण माने मते डाकी जोगु एवं से स्मृति को 25 वर्ष तलू को नहीं जाइथिबा हेतु मु आपण मान समस्त पाखरे कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुछि धन्यवाद दउछि एवं ये अनुष्ठान आहुरी उत्तरोत्तर वृद्धि पाऊ तार भगवान पाखे तार प्रार्थना करुछि धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shri Adur Gopal Krishnan, sir. Thank you, Shri Devdas Shotray, sir. So now it's time to wrap up this session. We will be having a 30 minutes break, and I request all of you to please join us by 2 p.m. We have panel discussions with eminent figures of the state. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, once again. I request everyone who is outside of the auditorium, please take your seats. We are going to start this session very soon. So now it's time to move forward to our next session. Have we ever imagined the scenario if film schools wouldn't have been there? Without trained, skilled resources, how we have survived. So there is a need of film schools, trained and skilled workforces. So as when we talk about the television, these skilled workers, resources, persons are much more important. Hence, with the growing era of television industry, with advancement of new technology, creative contents, what is the contribution of these film schools? In this session, we will be having in the panel Ms. Litisha Mangat Panda, second generation entrepreneur and IIM Ahmedabad alumni, is currently working as the head of business digital at Odisha Television Network Group. Mrs. Tanaya Patnaik, a young woman leader who is passionate about her work. She is one of the youngest women editors Odisha has seen in recent times. Under her able leadership, different verticals of Eastern Media Limited has touched new heights. And with them, we have Mr. Sisir Bhatto Mishra, editor Nandi Ghosha. He is an eminent journalist, over 28 years of experience, showcasing a profound understanding of different aspects of journalism. I request our panelists to come on the stage and to moderate this session. We have with us Mr. Prasanna Gahana, who is alumni of BPFTIO. He is from 1999 batch, former camera head, Odisha Television Network, and presently working as programming head, Kalinga TV. I welcome them all on the stage, please.
नमस्कार विजु पट्टनायक फिल्म एंड टेलीविजन इंस्टीट्यूट सिल्वर जुबली उपलक्षे समस्त को शुभेच्छा और शुभकामना। आज ये सिल्वर जुबली उत्सव रे आम इंस्टीट्यूट 25 वर्ष भितर विभिन्न क्षेत्र में ना करिछि। फिल्म हो, टेलीविजन हो, रेडियो भी हो, सबुथरे निजर एक्जिस्टेंस देखैछि। कोठी ना कोठी जातीय स्तर रे, राज्य स्तर रे, सबु जगह रे निजर फुटस्टेप रखिछि। किंतु जेतबेले आमे प्रथमे आरंभ करिले हमर इंस्टीट्यूट जेतबेले आरंभ होला ओडिसा रे, सेतबेले हमकु हमर बैकबोन फास्ट के थिला टेलीविजन इंडस्ट्री। टेलीविजन इंडस्ट्री कहले सेतबेले 1997 बा 2000 बेलू ईटीवी आरंभ हो जाइथिला। किंतु तार 2-3 वर्ष आगुरु ओटीवी केबल नेटवर्क हिसाब से चली आम हठात एठू पास आउट होला परे इंस्टीट्यूट रु हठात आमको गोटे जॉब सर्च रे जो जीवाक पड़ूला आम आखि के दिशा दिशा जाऊला। हठात आमको गोटे टीवी देखा जाऊला जे आम टीवी रे काम कर परिया। सेति बेले आमे हमर फास्ट थिला ईटीवी देन ओटीवी मान जदि आम 25 वर्ष पछकू फेरी जा जो आम ये पाठ पढ़ुलु पाठ पढ़ी बाहर की इंस्टीट्यूट बाहर की इंडस्ट्री पशिला बेलू आम आखि आगे थिला केवल गोटे दुटा टीवी चैनल जोटा आज पहुँचला 14 ରୁ 15 चैनल से न्यूज एंटरटेनमेंट हो कि डिवोशनल हो विभिन्न जनर 15टा चैनल पहुँचला ये 15टा चैनल आमको आम इंस्टीट्यूट को बहुत वे हेल्प करछि ता सहित आम इंस्टीट्यूट ओडिशा टेलीविजन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को बहुत किसी कंट्रीब्यूट करछि इंस्टीट्यूट अलुमनाई हूँ आम स्टूडेंट सब जो बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट करछन्ती सेमान कंट्रीब्यूशन विषय में आज आम डिस्कसन करने जो सेसनटा रखाई आम सहित अच्छा ओडिशार 3टा लीडिंग चैनल दिग्गज माने अछंती आम सहित अच्छा मिसेस तन्या पट्टनायक एडिटर संवाद एंड कनक न्यूज मिसेस लिसिता मंगत पंडा हेड ऑफ बिजनेस डिजिटल एंड तरंग टीवी शिशिर भट्ट मिश्र एडिटर नंदीघोष टीवी आम आरंभ करवा मु प्रथमे जेहेतु जितेबाला इंडस्ट्री आरंभ है आम इंस्टीट्यूट आरंभ है प्रथम आम ओटीवी को जाइए ओटीवी आरंभ होता से एक्सपीरियंसटा मु पचारि मैडम फास्ट प्रथम पचारि मु लितिशा मैडम को जदि 25 वर्ष तलू आम फेरिया से किसी मैनफोर्स एटी नथिला क्रिएटिव मैनफोर्स नथिला इंस्टीट्यूट आरंभ होगा पूर्व ओटीवी केबल हो सारी केबल नेटवर्क चलूला से आप कौन प्रोब्लेम फेस करुले भूली जाता आम इंस्टीट्यूट नथिला से केमी आरंभ होता चैनल हूँ कैमेरामैन हूँ कि एडिटर हूँ कि जड़े साउंड रेकर्डिस्ट एगुड़ा सब दरकार थिला से किंतु पिला कहीं नथिले से जर्नी केमी थिला 1997 बेलू
वन करेक्शन 27 years 27 वर्ष 25 नहीं और सेकेंड आंसर हो कि मु प्रैक्टिकली मु कही पारिबिनी इट वुड हैव बीन अ वेरी अप्रोप्रिएट क्वेश्चन फॉर माय मदर हु स्टार्टेड द चैनल एंड द प्रॉब्लम्स दैट शी फेस्ड आई एम ओनली अ सेकेंड हैंड अकाउंट ऑफ सेते बड़े कौन होथिला ना any beginning of anything is difficult. And at that point in time also, I am sure there were 100 difficulties, but I think as a film institute, they provided a lot of support and a lot of resources for a channel to function. Jadi market है no था गोटे channel launch भी है पार no था. And 1993 ru Biju Patnaik Film Institute had started already coaching, training and educating resources. So I think even before any television channel started as a state, as under the leadership of Biju Patnaik Babu, this institute was started, and it was a very, very important and the most important, I will say, for the television industry to exist today in Odisha. If it wasn't for the film institute or for a college, I don't think any television channel or a television industry in Odisha would have existed. So I think challenges were many, but the Film Institute did play a huge role in easing those challenges 27 years ago.
मैडम वर्तमान जदि आम ओटीवी नेटवर्क रे देखिबा आम इंस्टीट्यूट रो मैक्सिमम पिला बोधे थिबे नेटवर्क रे कैमरामैन हूँ एडिटर हूँ साउंड रेकर्डिस्ट हूँ पीसीआर हो रिपोर्टिंग भी हो आम पिला रिपोर्टिंग भी रही गोटे ट्रेंड कैमरामैन आउ एडिटर कि साउंड रेकर्डिस्ट समस्त हेले केते कामटा आपन केते इजी हो जाए जे आपन केते टेंशन रिलीज कर दियंते माने ना समान जे नॉर्मल थाए जे इंस्टीट्यूट पिला होंतु कि बाहर पिला होंतु कि नॉन इंस्टीट्यूट होंतु
I think institute, non-institute is secondary. First thing is passion, ambition, drive, the correct attitude to learn something. And obviously got a skill thila bodu to matlab it is one notch above. But the difference is, I don't think the difference is with or without a film institute, but it's all about the passion. In fact, Anaya and I were just discussing how OTV has the first woman video journalist, and Kanak has the first and the only woman PCR technical person. So I think we take pride in this, in these things that a film institute has generated people who are making groundbreaking impact in the industry, and we're very proud of it. So I think that is the attitude is more important in my opinion.
तन्मय मैडम मु पचारि मोर सेकंड क्वेश्चन मैडम कहतु जदि फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट आमर एक्जिस्ट करू नथांता एटी इंस्टीट्यूट नथांता चैनल भी होता जहाँ चैनल अच्छी आपण कौन फेस करते प्रोब्लेम केते फेस करते बोली भावुचंदी
नमस्कार सर्वप्रथमे मु इंस्टीट्यूटर समस्त को अभिनंदन जणाइबा चाहिए 25 वर्ष गोटे माइल खुंट आउ ए विशेष अवसर रे आपण एते बढ़िया कार्यक्रम आयोजन करचंती आउ हमको निमंत्रण करिसंती ए कार्यक्रम रो गोटे भाग हबाकू सेथिपई अशेष कृतज्ञता एटा कहबा पूर्वरु मु जेतबेले आसिकी बसिथिली मते गोटे कथा मने पड़िला किछि वर्ष पूर्वरु कनक न्यूज रे गोटे कार्यक्रम चलीथिला ता ना थिला युद्ध भूमि तो विश्व इतिहास रे कोठी युद्ध हेथिला केमिति हेथिला ता पछर कहानी केउ अस्त्र व्यवहार हेथिला ताकू नै गोटे कार्यक्रम हेथिला जेतेबेले से प्रोग्राम रो 50 एपिसोड पूर्ण हैला तेल आम न्यूज रूम रे आमे गोटे छोट केक काटिबा कार्यक्रम रखिथिलु एवं आम बुलेटिन प्रोड्यूसर को आमे संवर्धित कलु से प्रोग्राम प्रोड्यूसर को संवर्धित कलु एवं से प्रोग्राम विषय रे दितिनी मिनिट आमे कथा हेलु केक काटिकी फेरिबा बेले जे विजुअल एडिटर थिले से टिके मते अटके देले कि मैडम गोते कथा कहबी आपण खराब भाबिबेनी आपण बुलेटिन प्रोड्यूसर को संवर्धित कले किंतु आमे जे एडिटर ए प्रोग्रामटा एते निर्भर करछि एडिटिंग उपरे एते विजुअल व्यवहार होछि आपण आम विषय रे गोटे पदे भी कहिले नाही तो मु सेठी तत्क्षणात तांको क्षमा मागिली आउ तांको आमे मध्य सेठी डाकिकी तांकर अनुभूति आमे सुनिलु तो मोर एई एपिसोड नरेट करबा पछर तात्पर्य हैला कि आमर विभिन्न क्षेत्र रे होछि किंतु गणमाध्यम रे आम जातिर भी गोटे विलक्षण अछि कि जो माने पर्दा सामना रे दिसुचंती आमे तांको विषय रे अधिक चर्चा करू किंतु प्रच्छद पटरे माने जो इम्पोर्टेंट टेक्नीशियंस अछंती आमे सतरे तांकू रिकॉग्नाइज करबा तो दूरर कथा तांको कथा आमे चिंता मध्य करूना से माने नथिले किछि भी हेई पारि नथांदा आमे समस्ते जानिछु किंतु तथापि आमे कहिला बेले संवर्धना कला बेले अवार्ड देला बेले कौनसी आलोचना रे आमे तांकू इनक्लूड करूनाहु तुम भाबुछे एटा गोटे बिहेवियरल परिवर्तन दरकार हमकू कॉन्शियस एफर्ट दरकार कि आमे केमिति सेमान को मध्य रिकॉग्नाइज करिवु बिकॉज तांकर बिना तो किछि भी कथा संभव हब नाही द्वितीय होची निश्चित भाव रे स्किल्ड मैन पावर स्किल्ड टैलेंट रो अभाव रहिछि एवं गोटे काम को जेतबेले गोटे स्किल्ड वर्कर करे आ गोटे अनस्किल्ड वर्कर करे तफात निश्चित स्पष्ट भाव रे जना पड़े आपण जानी खुशी हेबे समस्ते जानी खुशी हेबे कि रेडियो चॉकलेट राज्यर 1 नंबर रेडियो स्टेशन मुझा आदौ अहंकार नुह किंतु आत्मविश्वास मु कहि परबे कि आ साउंड टीम इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट साउंड टीम्स इन द इंडस्ट्री आम साउंड टीम रे 3 जण अछंती 300 सौमित्री श्रीकांत सत्य 3 जण जाक एठी पाठ पढिचंती एंड दे आर आवर एसेट्स आमर कनक न्यूज जेतबेले आरंभ हैला प्रथमरु आमर हेड ऑफ कैमरा भावग्राही नाथ एबे मध्य से कैमरा टीम को लीड करुचंती नाथ बाबू भी ए इंस्टीट्यूट रो पाठ पढ़ी आसिचंती एंड ही इज आल्सो वन ऑफ आवर एसेट्स संध्या एठी बसिचंती रितिशा कहते तांको विषय रे जे सी ओनली वुमेन इन द पीसीआर एंड साउंड डिपार्टमेंट ऑल को भी न्यूज चैनल एकमात्र सबु न्यूज चैनल मध्यरु आउ अनेक जन अच्छी जो मैंने एबे जॉइन करिसंती बा विभिन्न भूमिका रे योगदान करुचंती तो निहाती भाव रे मते बहुत खुशी लगुची जे मु आज आपनकर एई ओकेजन रे रही परिची आउ आमर संस्था संवाद ग्रुप रे अनेक अच्छी कनक न्यूज रे रेडियो चॉकलेट रे जो माने एठू पाठ पढ़ी कंट्रीब्यूट करिसंती टू आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन
मैडम कहबी जदि जतेबेले गोटे इंस्टीट्यूट रो बीपीएफटी रो स्टूडेंट हो जाए चाकरी भाई जॉब सर्च रे चैनल बुले फाइनाली अथॉरिटी आपण पाखरे जाई पहुँचे जिते देखते आप बीपीएफटीआई स्टूडेंट आपण रिएक्शन कौन जे आपको देखा ना आपको रख
नहीं जे भी आसते आम देखू इन्स्टिट्यूट देखिकिना सेमती किसी बायस नाही किंतु निश्चित भाव में जदि गोटे प्रोफेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट रु पढ़ी जमती लितिशा कहले पैशन भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इन्स्टिट्यूट रु पढ़ी नाहांती बोली काम करें आदौ कौटी ना अनेक जन प्रमाण करिसेंती जे जदि शिखिबार आग्रह अच्छी जानिबार आग्रह अच्छी किछि करिबार आग्रह अच्छी ताले किछि न जानी भी काम शिखी हब किंतु निश्चित भाव में इटा गोटे एडवांटेज आपण एतले स्टार्ट करूचंती एडवांटेज जदि आपण से पाठ पढ़ी आउ आपण को भली यदि रेप्यूटेड इंस्टीट्यूट रु आसुचंती ताले निहाती भाव में आई एम श्योर दे मस्ट बी गेटिंग सम पॉइंट्स किंतु सेटा डिसाइडिंग एकमात्र डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर नुह
ओके मैडम आउ गोटे क्वेश्चन पचारि लास्ट क्वेश्चन जे जे मु कैमरा रे ट्रेंड एडिटिंग रे ट्रेंड मुझे काम करी साउंड रे ट्रेंड साउंड काम करी आम इन्स्टिट्यूटर पिला चैनल रे विभिन्न चैनल रे ओटीवी तरंग कि कनक हो कि नदिवस हो तांको काम छाड़ी आउ से अलग इफोर्ट किसी दियंती कि जहाँ आपन को लगे ना आम इन्स्टिट्यूट पिला ने आम तो तांको काम पाइबा टेक्निकालिटी आम नेबा बट तांको अदर आस्पेक्ट्स अच्छी जोटा आम चैनल को बूस्ट करने हेल्प करियो चैनल को आगू नापी साहाଯ୍य करिवो
देखंतु जेतेबेले आमे गोटे प्रोफेशनल कोर्स करूँ विभिन्न एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ फिल्म मेकिंग हो बा फिल्म प्रोडक्शन हो बा मीडिया प्रोडक्शन हो आमको एक्सपोजर मिली थाए आपण निजे ही आपणकर प्रारंभिक ये कही जे किसी रिपोर्टिंग करूचंती एडिटिंग करूचंती साउंड कैमेरा तो जदि एक्सपोजर अच्छी आउ गोटे संस्था भितर जदि अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलूची आग्रह अच्छी ताले निश्चित भाव में से दिग को मध्य से माने एक्सप्लोर कर पारिबे आउ जदि अन्य डिपार्टमेंट विषय किसी ज्ञान अच्छी किसी आग्रह अच्छी ताले निश्चित भाव में से काम को अधिक भल भाव में बुझी पारिबे आउ सेटा तांकर काम रे मध्य रिफ्लेक्ट करे
बर्तमान में शिशिर भट्ट मिश्र सर को पचारि जे इन्स्टिट्यूट पिला माने तो भल करूचंती जहाँ कहले करूचंती भी किंतु वर्तमान रिक्वायरमेंट हिसाब रे हमर चैनल रिक्वायरमेंट जहाँ आम पिला कौन सब फुलफिल करूचंती बा इन्स्टिट्यूट कौन सब फुलफिल करूची ना किछि रहुची लाकुना जहाँ आपण डे टू डे प्रतिदिन संस्पर्श आसुचंती पिला मानको संस्पर्श रे जे आउ कोनटा हेइथिले जे माने बेटर आउ सर्विस दे पारंते आम चैनल को जोटा आपण कामटा इजी भी हो पारंता एमती किसी लगे कि बेले बेले जे ना ठीक अच्छी कैमेरा साउंड एडिटिंग आसुचंती ठीक अच्छी किंतु एटा हवा दरकार हेइथिले कि आमे आउ टिके बेटर परफॉर्मेंस आम दियंते पिला एमती किछि
नमस्कार समस्त को नमस्कार सहित अभिनंदन जनाऊँगी ए अनुष्ठान 25 वर्ष पूर्ति उपलक्षे मु प्रश्नकर ए प्रश्नर उत्तर निश्चय देवी किंतु प्रथम जी जहाँ पचारुले सी तनया मैडम को लितिशा मैडम को पचारुले तार उत्तर मोर व्यक्तिगत अनुभूति को आधार करी कहि मुझे आसला बेले मो सांगे आपणकर जड़े आलुमिनी भवानी मल्लिक सी मो सांगे आसुले आम एमती कथा आसला बेले कहूली जे मु भी दिने प्रथम करी कैमेरा आगू को आसी मु संवाद रे मु थी संवाद छाड़ी आसिक ईटीवी रे जॉइन कली जो दिन जॉइन कली तार 2-4 दिन पर मत कैमेरा को फेस करने को पड़ा कैमेरा को फेस करवा मुझे जानी जे कैमेरा आगे ठिया है कि केमती कहवा पड़े कौन कहवा पड़े सो मुझे हड़बड़ेली एवं मत मोर जे बॉस थिले सी हठात किना कहले बोधे ये बहुत ट्रेंड लोक से कहले जे तुम्हें आज आम राति 10टा बेले गोटे प्रोग्राम अच्छी चर्चा रे बोलिकी से गोटे सिम सेट करिक दब मु से शब्द केबे शुणिनी सिम सेट जदिओ मु सांबादिकता और गणजोगाजोग विभाग छात्र तथापि सिम सेट टी वार्ड टी मु जानी नथिली मु कौन कली आउ सबु बेले नुआ नुआ रे मो संगे जड़े कैमेरामैन रोहुतिले तांको ना होची श्रीनु एवं तांको घर होची आंध्र प्रदेश रे सी ओडिया तो बुझंतनी हिंदी मध्य बहुत कम बुझंती बहुत डिफिकल्ट हुए तांको सहित कम्युनिकेट करिबा सेथिपाई अन्य रिपोर्टर माने तांको सांगे नहीं जीवा पाई बोलिकरी टिके पछ घंचा दियंती एवं मु जेहेतु नुआ रे जॉइन करथाए मते तांको धरे दिया जाए तो मु गली एवं से जो सिम सेट करवा जिनसटी तांकोटू बुझिली जदिओ कम्युनिकेशन रे प्रॉब्लम थिला बहुत कष्ट रे तांकोटू बुझिली एवं प्रोडक्शन अत्यंत खराब मध्य हैला किंतु जदि मो सहित से दिन बिजू पट्टनायक फिल्म और टेलीविजन इंस्टीट्यूट रे पढ़ी थिबा ओडिशार किछि पिला बा ओडिशार के कैमरामैन थांते हुए तो मो पाई से असुविधा ही न थांदा मोर कहबार तात्पर्य होची जहाँ प्रथम से पचारुथिले जे ओडिशा रे ए इंस्टीट्यूट टी तयारी हवा फल रे कौन लाभ हैला एया हला लाभ अन्य मानक पाई मु जो असुविधा रे पड़ी थिली आज हुए तो अन्य रिपोर्टर माने सही असुविधा रे पड़ू नाहंती कारण ए इंस्टीट्यूट रो कैमरामैन माने तांको असिस्ट करछंती बा तांको मार्गदर्शन करछंती एटा हला प्रथम पॉइंट सेकंड पॉइंट हला मु आज जदि शिशिर भट्ट मिश्र एठी बसिछि आपनक सामना रे ताहले कोनोसी ना कोनोसी कैमरामैन पाई बोली ग्रेट बसिछि मु जदि भलो रिपोर्टर टे केबे हेई पाछि बिकॉज आमे ऑडियो विजुअल मीडियम रे काम करूछु आमे जेते लिखिदेले तार किछि अर्थ हुए ना जदि मोर कैमरामैन टी ताकू से अनुसार चित्र उत्तोलन करिवो नाही तो जेते जेते इंपोर्टेंट कवरेज मु करिछि बा जोथि पई केबे केबे प्रशंसा पाइछि बा केबे केबे विवाद होइछि बा केबे केबे वायरल होइछि से सबु केवल संभव होइछि जणे जणे कैमरामैन पाई सेथि पई सेमानक भितरे सेही दक्षता जदि न थांता सेही प्रशिक्षण जदि न थांता एठा जो भलिया प्रशिक्षण दिया जाउछि आज हुए तो आमे माने तयारी हेई पार न थांतु सो गोटे टेलीविजन पाई गोटे रिपोर्टर आ गोटे कैमरामैन दी जन को मिसे करी गोटे यूनिट बोली कहा जाए से माने अलग अलग नुहंती से माने गोटे यूनिट आमे जतबेले कहू जे यूनिट पहुँचलानी कि बोली कहू आमर भाषाटी होउची माने प्रतिदिन जो कथबार्ता हो जे यूनिट सेट पहुँचलानी कि बोली कहू रिपोर्टर पहुँचलानी कि कैमरामैन पहुँचलानी से कथा कहूना सो गोटे यूनिट रो मुख्य अंगटी हला मुख्य लोकटी हला अधिक कष्ट करुथाए एवं कामटी को अधिक रोचक करुथाए कैमरामैन एवं ठीक सेमितिया आउ दीटी विभाग जो अच्छी आपणकर ये गोटे हूँ एडिटिंग आउ गोटे साउंड ए दुटा छड़ा तो आउ किसी ही पारिबनी पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन बिना तो टेलीविजन रे आपण किसी देखी ही पारिबेनी आउ साउंड नथिले सुनिबे बा केमती सो ए तीनिटा गोटे कॉम्बो किंतु एबे आमे लॉन्च कला बेले प्रसन्न संगे कथबार्ता करूँ प्रसन्न मत पचारुला जे आमे कौन आउ दरकार मो मन को इंस्टेंटली गोटे कथा आसला जे एठी गोटे कमी अच्छी जो कमीटा आमे आपण इंस्टीट्यूट आ इंडस्ट्री भितर गोटे जो गैप टी अच्छी से कमी सेटा गोटे बड़ अच्छी दुर्बलता ता संगे आउ गोटे जिनिस अच्छी से जिनसटी होची गोटे टेलीविजन रो कौन सी प्रकार आउटपुट पाई बोलिकी तीनिटा जेमिति इंपोर्टेंट कैमरा एडिटिंग कैमरा संगे लाइट भी आपन कहि परंती कैमरा लाइट एडिटिंग आउ साउंड सेमिति आ गोटे बड़ एस्पेक्ट होची सेटा होची प्रोडक्शन प्रोडक्शन पार्ट रे जे जेते स्ट्रांग मु भाबे मु विचार करे मु अनेक समय निजे फील्ड रे जाकरी बहुत शो भी करिछि तना मैडम जानी चंती मु कनक रे मध्ये किछ दिन काम करथला बेले बाहर जाकरी शूट करछि भलो भलो प्रोग्राम भी शूट करा जाइछि सेते बेले मु निजे अनुभव करछि जे गोटे कैमरामैन पाखरे जदि प्रोडक्शन दक्षता थिबो प्रोडक्शन कहले आपण कोन बुझंती ता ऊपर मध्ये बहुत कथा निर्भर करछि मु बुझे दीटी कथा गोटिए होछि हाउ टू मैनेज योर टीम गोटे एस्पेक्ट प्रोडक्शन द्वितीय एस्पेक्ट होछि जे केमिति आपण जो जिनिसटी करूचंती बा जार फोटो उठाउचंती बा जार चित्र उत्तोलन करूचंती सेटा केमिति आपण को वीडियो एडिटर पाखरे पहुँचला बेले सीए आउ कहू नथुबो जे भाई एता हेलानी मते तो दरकार आपण एतिकी रेशियो रे आनी नांती बा ए विजुअल मो पाखरे नाही सेटा को बुझिया मध्ये होछि अनदर एस्पेक्ट प्रोडक्शन रा आउट एस्पेक्ट सीमा बोली कि जने वीडियो एडिटर आपणकर आलुमनी से खाइबा बेले कथा होतलु तांको हस्बैंड भी बसतिले हम कथा होतलु मोर मन अछि मु ईटीवी रे काम कला बेले मु वीडियो एडिटर पाखरे घंटा घंटा बसिकरी एडिटिंग करूए हठात सीमा मते कहबो जे भाई एटा तो आउ टिके एमतिया विजुअल दरकार प्रसन्न थिले सेठी तो से कैमेरा धैक बाहरी जाई आउ थे सुट करिक आनिया को पड़े ये घटना कहीं घटुला कारण जे लेक जो प्रोडक्शन नॉलेज अभाव जो बा प्रोडक्शन जहाँ आवश्यक से क्वालिटीटा जदि कैमरामैन पाखे रहिबो मते आउ मझिरु उठिक बारंबार जाइकरी एडिटिंग करिक आनिया दरकार पड़िबनी ये सबू कथा गोटे पटे अन्य पटटे होची जे एबे किछ दिन तले एई अनुष्ठान रो किछि छात्र छात्री से मानकर जो माने शिक्षक अछंदी से माने मोर पुराना सहयोग थिले बंधु थिले से माने तांको छात्र छात्री को नेके नंदीघोष टीवी को आस्थिले बुलिबा पाई बोली एवं तापरे परे कैमरा डिपार्टमेंट रु बा सिनेमाटोग्राफी रु वीडियो एडिटिंग रु आउ साउंड रु मध्य किछि किछि पिला आस्थिले इंटर्नशिप करिया पाई मु सेतेबेले सेमानक संगे इंटरैक्ट करूथली जो सबु पिला जाइथिले सेमानक संगे मध्य इंटरैक्ट करूथली तांकर जो माने शिक्षक अछंदी सेमानक संगे भी कथा होतली मु देखिली गोटे बड़ गैप रहिछि इंडस्ट्री आउ इंस्टीट्यूट भितरे जमा परिचिति नाही एबे जो माने छात्र छात्री एठी अछंती से माने ओटीवी की हो कि कनक टीवी की हो कि नंदीघोष टीवी हो बा अन्य जेकोसी टेलीविजन संस्था अच्छी से जाइकरी किछि दिन अंतत से इंटरेस्ट जदि जाइकरी कटेकरी आसी पारंते ताहले हुए तो तांकर जो व्यवहारिक ज्ञान बा जहाँ आम प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज कहूँ सी आहुरी भल हुआ एबे समस्त गोटे बड़ सपोर्ट होची आम मैंने जिते पाठ पढ़ुलु सांबादिकता करूँ से एंड्रॉयड मोबाइल नथिला कि मोबाइल रे कैमेरा नथिला कैमेरा रे आमे कौन सी काम करवा आमे शिखी नथिलु कैमेरा धरिवा भी शिखी नथिलु किंतु आजिकाली तो समस्त पाखरे मोबाइल समस्ते कैमेरामैन हवा आगर बा पाठ पढ़ा आगु कैमेरा चलाई शिखिचंती तो से मु देखुली भी अनेक पिला मोबाइल रे आजिकाली फिल्म शूटिंग कर दउचंती फिल्म तैयारी कर दउचंती सेमानक पाखरे असंख्य सृजनशीलता रही असंभव सृजनशीलता अच्छी से माने कौन कौन जे करूचंती कैमेरा रे देखिले बहुत आश्चर्य लगुच किंतु से सब खबर टेलीविजन पाखरे पहुँचुनी से सब खबर टेलीविजन रे बसिथिबा लोक माने जानि पारु नाहांती सेमानक सहित जदि एमानकर इंटरैक्शन सबुबेले हुअंता नियमित मु भाबुची आहुरी बहुत भलो हुअंता।
धन्यवाद। एटा गोटे कथा जे प्रोडक्शन नॉलेज गोटे स्टूडेंट रो बीपीएफटी स्टूडेंट रहिबा दरकार मु एटा विश्वास करछि इतपई जेहेतु मु जने कैमरामैन मु जने कैमरामैन काम करे कारण प्राय सबू रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शूटिंग टाइम बेले फिक्स थाए टाइमिंग किए केतबेले आसीबो किए केतबेले जीवो आउ सब यांग डिपेंड करे कैमरामैन ऊपर जे से शूटिंग सरले ही जीवो कैमरामैन रो एतिक हडल्स जे लाइट करिवो शूटिंग करिवो शॉट ओके हबो ता सब समस्त कैमरामैन को चाहती जे केतबेले सरिवो तो कैमरामैन रो प्रोडक्शन नॉलेज ता रहिबा निहाती दरकार एटा ठीक कथा मु भाबुजी आरि ऊपर भी इंस्टीट्यूट ट्रेनिंग जीवा पूर्व जमी इंटर्नशिप कराऊँ गोटे प्रोडक्शन ट्रेनिंग भी दि जा दरकार आ गोटे कथा पचारि बर्तमान ये जो आम 3 जन दिग्गज अच्छा 3टी चैनल रू बर्तमान 3टी चैनल जी कैमेरा हेड बा जहाँ आम देखुं टीवी से आम इंस्टीट्यूट पिला आखिरे देखुं धर जमी मैडम कहले भावग्राही नाथ जी आम सीनियर ओ टीवी आप जो देखुं जहाँ भी विजुआल जहाँ भी आप देखुं जहाँ आखिरे देखुं सी हूँ सुनील प्रधान सी आपणकर सीनियर आउ आम जब नंदीघोष टीवी देखुं कैमेरा हेड भवानी मल्लिक सी भी आपण स्टूडेंट बर्तमान जो आम इंस्टीट्यूट 25 वर्ष या कर जो लीडिंग चैनल 3टा से 3टा चैनल हेड जहाँ आखि हूँ आम इंस्टीट्यूट बा आम इंस्टीट्यूट आखिरे आम बर्तमान से 3टा चैनल देखुचु जे एतिकी जाइचंदी किंतु कौन हो प्रोब्लेम जहाँ शिशिर सार कहले जे सफिशिएंट नॉलेज नहीं कि आम आसवा कथा बा खाली पढ़ीदेले हेनी से आम कहूँ जदि आम वर्ष को मैडम लितिशा मैडम को पचारूँ वर्ष को आमको जी स्टूडेंट बाहर ये ओडिशार बजेट बेले बेले कंप्लेन आसे समस्ते जहाँ मिलूँ सालारी जहाँ भी मिलूँ किंतु टेक्नीशियन को कहीं कम मिले आम तो एत परफॉर्म करूँ आम निज कम छाड़ी अलग कम भी करूँ किंतु आसुनी किंतु मु कह कथा हूँ जे ये आम जो लिमिटेड रिसोर्स रे आम ये कम कर चैनल माने भी कम आम से अदर साइड देखा चैनल मानकर भी जहाँ अच्छी मार्केटिंग साइड देखिले ये रिसोर्स बहुत कम सर जहाँ आसो से भाग बांटी करके देबे आम कौन प्रति जहाँ इन्स्टिट्यूट जी पिला बाहर करें कौन प्रति वर्ष अब्जर्व कर सब पिला से करें इनफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़िया पड़ो ना कि खाली 3टी चैनल थी से किसी कोलाबोरेशन हवा दरकार कि चैनल मान इन्स्टिट्यूट सहित
आपण प्रोड्यूस करूचंती ऑलमोस्ट 90 स्टूडेंट्स अ ईयर किंतु 100% absorption into the existing channels होनी and there is something called talent drain जो होची ओडिसा रू माने गोटे बिग चंक ऑफ परसेंटेज जो एठू पास आउट होचंती से माने जाउचंती बॉम्बे दिल्ली नेशनल चैनल्स को जाउचंती सेठी जॉइन करूचंती आउ जो आपण सेकंड कथा कहले रिगार्डिंग कॉम्पनसेशन की टेक्नीशियंस को कॉम्पनसेशन ना पे स्ट्रक्चर ना कौन कम मिलूची देर आर मेनी फैक्टर्स इफ आई ब्रेक इट डाउन फर्स्ट फैक्टर इज कि गोटे एनी कंपनी मीडिया हाउस हो एंटरटेनमेंट हो ना जो भी हो एनी कंपनी रो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे गोल होची टू बी प्रॉफिटेबल टू अर्न द रेवेन्यू एंड टू बी एबल टू सस्टेन ग्रोथ. Now when we look at it from that angle, आमे सेटा sustain करी पारुनु. In general, nationally also, media houses are not the most profitable businesses. And media houses hold a lot of power. And with a lot of power comes great responsibility. And we as a market, not only as Odisha but as India, we are very entertainment dominant market. So जति की entertainment रे absorption है पारुची सेति की मीडिया रे है पारुनी. फर्स्ट रीजन इज कि मार्केटर्स एडवर्टाइजर्स पई ओडिशा गोटे प्रायोरिटी मार्केट नुह सेम एंड तारो बहुत कारण अछि. फर्स्ट कारण होची कि आमरो पॉपुलेशन सिग्निफिकेंटली लार्ज किंतु इट्स नॉट एज लार्ज एज अदर मार्केट्स. मार्केट साइज इज स्मॉल. सेकेंड होची इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड डेवलपमेंट. For a advertiser to come and say ki okay, I want to advertise in this market, from where actually the revenue for the channels comes, the brands, for them to deliver their products to every city in Odisha to the last mile, you need infrastructure. Otherwise se manako product jate bade jibe ni, consumer develop haboni, se market spend kai karibe. Economically developed, economic development is one of the largest issues in Odisha. While we would like to believe we are developing economically, compared to other states where these advertisers spend, it is not that large. And it is not only the collaboration between gote company and gote institute, but government also plays a huge role in economically developing the state, in developing the infrastructure, and in empowering the film and media industry to grow and absorb as much as we are producing. Odisha film policy anusare, we were supposed to have a film city, an infrastructure. Ebhe jai hai ni. As a private company, ame develop karuchu gote film city, and that is as an independent channel, all of us are doing different things. आमे डिजिटल मार्केट रे एक्सपैंड करछु, आमे गोटे फिल्म सिटी खोलुछु, आमे नुआ मूवीज करछु, वेब सीरीज, थिएटर्स, रेडियो. We are exploring new avenues so that personnel in Odisha who are graduating and they stay in Odisha, they work for the state and they grow the state, they develop the state. Setiki, we are taking as individuals, as companies, we are taking that responsibility, but I think it should be a collaborative responsibility of not only the company, the channel, the institute and the government. It should be a very collaborative opportunity to grow the state, because the end goal has to be to grow the state. So today we have lot of schemes, incentives hochi ki Odisha re shoot kole, these are the incentives, the policies, and there are many such things. So today we have to find ways ki what all new opportunity, new avenues we all together can look at for the television industry, which will help us retain our Odia talent back in Odisha, and not why should we Odias go to another state and help them develop when we can develop our own Odia companies, when we can start our own Odia companies. Why should we go outside?
Thank you, ma'am. तन्ना मैडम पचारि जे आम ये तीनोटी आम इन्स्टिट्यूट रे तीनोटी स्ट्रीम अच्छी, साउंड, एडिटिंग आउ कैमेरा एइथरु ट्रेंड हे पिला जाउछंती जेते बडे चैनल रन करूछंती कि रेडियो रन करूछंती एथिरे कोन कि विभिन्न सेक्टर अछि केवल तीनोटी सेक्टर नहीं जे बेले बेले आमर यही तीनोटी स्ट्रीम रे पढ़िथिबा पिला जाई कि अलग रे काम करछन धर साउंड अछि से पीसीआर पळौची कि एमसीआर पळौची आपण सजेस्ट करिवे कि जे ना इंस्टीट्यूट आउ किछि आउ गुटे स्टेप आगु को जाऊ जे आपनकर रिक्वायरमेंट आउ कोन अछि जोटा आमे फुलफिल करबा दरकार जे से सेही बाटे डाइवर्ट हे जाऊ किंतु किछि पिला जोटा आपनक वर्कफोर्स मिल जो क्रिएटिव वर्कफोर्स काम भी सुरुखुर हे जिवो इंस्टीट्यूट को आपण किछि कहिवे कि जे ना ए हमर आउ किछि करिवार अछि कि ना मे तीनिटारे हे जाउछंदी तीनटा स्ट्रीम रे
आपणकर एक्जाक्ट सिलेबस कौन से संपर्क में मो पाखे बेसी सूचना नहीं किंतु शिशिर बाबू जमती कहले गोटे जिनस हूँ प्रोडक्शन आमको प्रोडक्शन रे खोजबा को पड़ुची भल लोक सेकेंड हूँ जदि आपणकर करिकुलम रे आपणकर ट्रेनिंग रे आपण डिजिटल को आपण गुरुत्व देबे ताकू आपण प्राथमिकता देबे maybe something as simple as creating amazing reels आजिकल इंस्टाग्राम रील आपण सब ट्रेनिंग देबे किंतु रील गोटे बढ़िया जदि बनी पारथबो आई थिंक आई वुड लव टू गेट समवन हु इज मेकिंग रियली अट्रैक्टिव रील्स फॉर इंस्टाग्राम सेटा आजिर रिक्वायरमेंट अछि काली आउ किछि रिक्वायरमेंट हे परबा समय संगे जदि आमे निजर करिकुलम को बा निजर ट्रेनिंग को परिवर्तन करि परिबा समय संगे रिक्वायरमेंट संगे ताले मु भाबुची से गैपटा गोटे रही निश्चित भाव में आउ गोटे कथा कहबी जोटा लितिशा एबे कहूथिले जे ड्रेन ऑफ टैलेंट बहुत जन आम शुणु बॉम्बे रे बहुत ओडिया लोक काम करछंती साउंड रे बेस्ट कैमरा रे बेस्ट बहुत जन अच्छा समस्तंकर एबे ना नबा संभव न जोटा बहुत बहुत भल कथा आम पई अत्यंत गर्वर कथा जे आमर लोक जाइकी बाहर ना करूचंती किंतु सबू बीट मीडिया फील्ड रे आपण एबे कहले कि केते जण एब्जॉर्ब हे परिबे आमे तो एटी न्यूज़ चैनल बसछु बोली आपण हमको कहउचंती किंतु केवल तो न्यूज़ चैनल एब्जॉर्ब करे नाही न्यूज़ अच्छी एंटरटेनमेंट अच्छी आपनकर एते बड़ फिल्म मीडिया और एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री जो पूराटा अच्छी से बहुत स्कोप अच्छी आ बहुत लोक एम्प्लॉयमेंट पाउचंती मध्य किंतु बहुत भल लोक बाहर को पलाउचंती सेठी एक्सपीरियंस से गेन करूचंती किंतु मु भाबुनी एमिति को भी ओडिया थिबो बाहरे जहाँ मनरे इच्छा नथिबो जे मैं पुणी ओडिसा रे फेरिकी ओडिसा पाई किछि करिबी
सत्य कथा
किंतु गोटे लोक जेतबेले गोटे प्रोफेशन चूज करे कोथि पे करे प्रथम दी तीन कारण हो पार और ए कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ दीज रीजन्स गोटे हूँ पैसा मु एते पैसा पाइबी जे कौन कथा मु चिंता करी ना यदि पैसा नहीं ताले रेकग्निशन कि मु जो काम करछि मते आत्मसंतोष मिलूची मते लोक चिन्हुचंती मते लोक जानुचंती और अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ बोथ केवल एटा हेले हबो नाही कि केवल सेटा हेले हबो नाही अनफॉर्चुनेटली आमर इंडस्ट्री स्पेशली टेक्नीशियंस मान मु रेकग्निशन कथा कहली आमे तो भाबुनु टेक्नीशियन मान को विषय जेतेबेले आमे गोटे भल काम कथा कहूचु आ पैसा तो आदौ नाही आपण मान जानिचंती समस्ते एटा किछि लुचा कथा नुह किंतु पूरा मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट अर्थनीति को बुझा पड़ो जमी लितिशा कहले एमती ना कि पैसा गुड़ा सब मालिक मैंने रखी दौरान दौ ना किंतु पीपल इन मीडिया आर नॉट very well paid in Odisha, which is a fact. But again, there are a lot of other factors which contribute to it. तो केवल आमे भल कथा बहुत कथा हेले कि आपनकर इंस्टीट्यूट रो कोन कंट्रीब्यूशन रही छी अन्य मीडिया हाउस को प्रति किंतु हमर इंडस्ट्री रो कोन रही जाउची अभाव जे बाहरु आसीबो से कोन पैसा पई आसीबो से तो पैसा कमाई सारी छी बाहर से काहे कि आसीबो किछि भल काम करबा पई आसीबो से सुजोग अछि कि से वातावरण अच्छी कि से प्रोफेशनल परिवेश ताकू दे पारुछु कि बहुत लोक आसुचंती चिड़िकी जाउचंती बिकज भावुचंती एठी के किछि भल करिबा पे ही चाहुनांती कि बढ़िबा पे ही चाहुनांती किंतु बहुत भल काम मध्य होउची बहुत भल प्रोडक्शन कंपनीज आसुचंती बहुत भल भल कंटेंट तैयारी होउची आ मु भाबुची एटा केवल आरंभ न्यूज़ चैनल मान को छाड़ी दियंतु बहुत न्यूज़ चैनल अछंती 11टा न्यूज़ 11 ना 12टा न्यूज़ चैनल अच्छी न्यूज़ चैनल इज अ वेरी स्मॉल मार्केट आम जेहेतु देखिले लगे कि न्यूज़ चैनल माने बहुत रेवेन्यू करुथिबे बा न्यूज़ चैनल मानकर बहुत डोमिनेंस रही बट एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री इज द मेन न्यूज़ बहुत 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 छोट भाग रही न्यूज रो एंटरटेनमेंट अच्छी फिल्म प्रोडक्शन अच्छी ओटीटी आसुची डिजिटल अच्छी तो बहुत स्कोप अच्छी सो द इंडस्ट्री ऑल्सो हैज टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड टू गेट बैक टैलेंट फ्रॉम आउटसाइड एंड रेस्पेक्ट देम वी हैव टू रेस्पेक्ट आवर पीपल तो आमर तो अधा टाइम ये कैमरा वाला को पठे दियो मु तो जिते दूर संभव आई ट्राई टू यूज द वर्ड वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट एटलीस्ट फॉर न्यूज चैनल्स दे आर नॉट कैमरा वाला दे आर वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट्स अधा टाइम तो संगे रिपोर्टर को भी आम पठौनु हे करदब से कहीं पठौनु एत वर्ष कलानी से जानी देछि ता माने आमे ताको एक्नॉलेज करूछु कि से जाई की स्टोरीटा बुझी कि जहाँ दरकार आनी पारिबो किंतु आमे ताको सेही मान्यता दवा पई चाहू ना बट दीज आर लिटिल थिंग्स इट विल चेंज विथ टाइम तुम भावुछि ओडिसा रे मीडिया एंड एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री अपार्ट फ्रॉम न्यूज फिल्म रही अन्य जिनस रही जेते बढ़िबो सेते स्कोप तैयारी हबो तापई हमकु गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट दरकार निहाती भाबरे इंसेंटिव्स दरकार एवं गोटे से मनोवृत्ति दरकार जे वी कैन ऑल्सो क्रिएट गुड कंटेंट एंड बहुत टैलेंट तो भरी पड़ी कि अच्छी बहुत टैलेंट अच्छी किंतु से टैलेंट को केमिति आमे तार यूज करि परिबा ताको ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन करि परिबा दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन अस
आपण गोटे जस्ट बिकॉज वी आर ऑन दिस टॉपिक कि व्हाट इज द गैप आई थिंक ओडिशा हैज प्रोड्यूस्ड वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट आर्टिस्ट्स इन द स्टेट इन द कंट्री एक्चुअली किंतु आमरो अगेन आई विल सर्कल बैक टू द ओडिशा फिल्म पॉलिसी आमरो एक्टिंग कोर्स स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग कोर्स स्क्रीन प्ले राइटिंग कोर्स एटा भी हबार थिला एबे जाई हेनी माने समहाउ दीज आर थिंग्स पूरा इंडस्ट्री लाइटनिंग स्पीड रे दौड़ुची आउ हमें एबे भी एत्तिकी दूर आसी पारलुनी यू नो इट्स आमरो एठी यू वर सपोज टू एक्सपैंड होची एबे भी आई मीन द इंस्टीट्यूट इज एक्सपैंडिंग बट एट व्हाट स्पीड से टाइम इज मनी टाइम इज प्रेशियस टाइम इज एवरीथिंग इन टुडेज डे एंड एज आज जमती न्यूज रे भी समस्ते जानछंती गोटे न्यूज आसेला हमें वेट करिबु प्रिंट रो कि आज प्रिंट को आसीबो काली हमें न्यूज पढ़िबो एवरीबॉडी इज ऑन डिजिटल वी आर ऑल लुकिंग एट ट्विटर वी आर ऑल लुकिंग एट इंस्टाग्राम वी आर ऑल लुकिंग एट एप्स कि किछि हैला ब्रेकिंग फोन रे आसीवाला माने एते कन्वीनियंस वर्ल्ड रे वी आर स्टिल हैविंग अ लैक ऑफ ट्रेनिंग ग्रूमिंग आर्टिस्ट एंड व्हेन यू जते बड़ा आपण पचारुथिले ना कि स्किल अनस्किल एंड व्हेन आई वाज सेइंग कि एटीट्यूड दरकार एक्चुअली एज अ फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट आपण आम काम इजी करूचंती कहीं जदि somebody who does not have a skill comes and joins us like she said we are not going to say no to that person we will train them but जदि गोटे फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट मझे थाए ट्रेन है कि आसंती तो इट्स easier for us to simply absorb and run with it that timing the training timing gets reduced that can also happen like she said production I'm saying acting because आमे जते बड़े हमर एंटरटेनमेंट चैनल चलाउछु ओटीटी चलाउछु आम फिल्म सिटी होची we are producing so much telefilms but we are having to groom that talent से groom कला बड़ को जो time पड़ोची then like she said से respect से माने पाउना हांती कि एटा कौन होची one good talent has come but the talent is not able to work with the talented artist who already know so that already experienced exposed talent is having to again train somebody from zero so से गोटे फ्रस्ट्रेशन आसी जाए से स्लोनेस रे से डिले रे एंड एवरीथिंग एल्स आई नो सम वेरी टैलेंटेड डायरेक्टर्स हु आर सिटिंग इन द ऑडियंस हु हैव वर्कड विद अस एंड रिसेंटली पुष्करा जो रिलीज हेची एत्ते टॉपिक्स अच्छी समथिंग दैट वी डोंट नो अबाउट एंड एटा में माने आई फील देयर वाज पुष्करा वाज एट द कंटारा लेवल आई एम सॉरी इफ नोबडी अग्रीज विद मी but I think Pushkara was at the Kantara level. It just did not get the kind of marketing and attention it deserved at the national level. And I'm sure many of you don't know about Pushkara, but it was a superb movie in my opinion, and creativity is subjective, so everybody can make their own decisions.
Madam, Pushkara जो फिल्म टा तार कैमरामैन और डायरेक्टर आम इंस्टीट्यूट रो आमर जने सीनियर सुब्रास
सेठी बसचंती टिके आपनो टिके गोटे थारे ठिया हेबे प्लीज he's done a superb job kete khatile mu jani chi एंड से जिते बड़े भी आसी के एवरीबडी वाज टॉकिंग टू मी अबाउट उसका मुझे मत कहतुनी आई विल सी द एंड प्रोडक्ट इन द थिएटर एंड आई वॉच्ड इट एंड आई वाज वेरी डिलाइटफुली सरप्राइज्ड इट्स वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मूवीज इन द ओडिया इंडस्ट्री
थैंक यू मैडम लास्ट क्वेश्चन मुझे तन्ना मैडम पचारि मैडम आम इन्स्टिट्यूट कौन पिला को कौन आप किसी कम आसाइन कले जॉब आसाइन कले आप केते सियोर हो जाती जे ना ना मुझे नाथ को कही ए सेट लगे लाइट हम हो मु शोबी मु आराम से शोबी आउ भाविया कथा नहीं सेठी
किछि वर्ष पूर्व मोर गोटे छोट सीरीज आरंभ करी पॉज विथ तनया पट्टनायक जेहेतु मु बेसी कैमरा आगु को आसेनी मु बहुत आत्मसचेतन हो जाए जो कैमेरा ऑन थाए मत लगे मुझे देखा जाऊँगी मोर ये एंगल भल से एंगल भल एमती है कि अधा जिन करे नहीं किंतु पॉज विथ तनया पट्टनायक जेहेतु मुझे निजे स्क्रिप्ट लिखुली तार आई वाज वेरी वेरी पोजेसिव अबाउट दैट प्रोग्राम और मत सब जिनस परफेक्ट दरकार थिला निर्दिष्ट से प्रोग्राम पे तो तार कैमेरा पछरे थिले सुजिताव वेरी सीनियर कैमेरा पर्सन ए इंस्टीट्यूट रू पढ़ी तो जेबे सुजिताव न थांती मु शूट पछे डिले कर दिए किंतु सुजिताव थिले ही मु शूट करबी मु भाबुची आई वाज सो श्योर कि सी कैमेरा पछरे रहिले ही मेक श्योर दैट द कंटेंट इज वेरी गुड तो सेटा तामने ना कि अन्य कैमेरा रे जो माने अछंती से माने भरोसा योग्य नुह किंतु गोटे कंफर्टेबल आसी जाए केबे केबे किछि लोकन संगे रे काम करिबारे और तांको काम ही कथा कुहे तो एमती बहुत लोक अछंती कि बिना कोनोसी तालीम रे मध्य चमत्कार काम करंती किंतु आपणकर प्रश्नर निर्दिष्ट उत्तर होची एई उदाहरणटी सो दैट just speaks volumes about the kind of training you have given in the institute and also the kind of people who are choosing to study here. I think it's a combination of both.
Thank you, ma'am. Same question शिशिर सर पचारि any experience with our institute students जे एमिति किछि अछि जे माकु कहि जे हे जीवो मु जाउछि
थरे काम आरंभ हेले सत कथा है प्रैक्टिकली मु खाली प्रशंसा करिया पई कहिबिनी सी इंस्टीट्यूट रो पिला कि सी इंस्टीट्यूट बाहर रो पिला से भलिया मन रे हमर केबे आसी नाही सी इंस्टीट्यूट रो पिला होंतु कि बाहर रो पिला होंतु गोटिए कथा थाए मु एठी आउ टिके मेंशन करिया को चाहिबी सब गुडी गुडी कथा कहवा ठीक हबनी किछि जोटा टिके पिता सत कहया पई भी दरकार सेटा होची अनेक समय रे जो कथा किछ समय तळे कहउतले जे एटीट्यूड कथा एटीट्यूड इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट आपण जदि किछि जानि नाहंती तथापि चलिबो किंतु जदि सब जानिचंती आ एटीट्यूड ठीक नाही ताहले सेठी सब बर्बाद हला तो सब क्षेत्र रे सेटा प्रयोज्य सी कैमरा रे हो कि सी रिपोर्टिंग रे हो जहाँ भी हो सबुथिरे सेटा प्रयोज्य किंतु इंस्टीट्यूट पिला हेले गोटिए कथा आमे भरोसा करि पारू एथि पई जे से माने टेक्निकली बहुत परफेक्ट थांती जो कथा इंस्टीट्यूट बाहर रो पिला मान पाखरे टिके कम बेसी थाए किंतु ए अनुष्ठान जो माने विधिबद्ध शिक्षा नहीं थांती स्वाभाविक भाव रे से मानकर जो वैषयिक ज्ञान सी निश्चय भल थिबो या निसंदेह से दृष्टि से मानक ऊपर निर्भर करा जिबा आवश्यक बा करा जाई पारिबो एबे किछ समय तले मु खाली आउ दीटी कथा कहि कि सारिबी दी जन मैडम बसचंती से मान सब होचंती मालिक मु केवल होची एठी जण कर्मचारी बसची पैनल रे तो प्रकृत रे एठी जो माने पिला पढुचंती मु काहकु निरुत्साहित करिया को चाहुनी जते बेले आमे रिक्रुटमेंट करूचंती बा जते बेले आमे गोटे टेलीविजन संस्था पाई बोली करी कर्मचारी चयन करूचंती विभिन्न प्रकार वर्ग रही गोटे एडिटोरियल डिपार्टमेंट रही गोटे कैमरा डिपार्टमेंट रही गोटे पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन डिपार्टमेंट रही विभिन्न प्रकार डिपार्टमेंट रही से डिपार्टमेंट गुड़िक भितर जो सेमानकर वेतन निर्धारण करा जाए दरमा निर्धारण करा जाए ता भितर गोटे पातर अंतर अच्छी एटा होची निराट सत एवं अप्रिय सत आमे जेते बेले दी जण पिला जर्नालिज्म पाठ पढ़ुथुलु मु केवल सांबादिकता पाठ पढ़ी बाहरी आसली मोठू आउ टिके आगु को जाइकरी मोर जड़े बंधु सी कैमेरा कोर्स करी आसिले एवं सी कौन सी गुण में दक्षता तांकर कम ना सी भी बहुत भल मोठू भी आहरी बहुत भल तांकर दक्षता क्रिएटिव फील्ड रे किंतु मु कहिबार कौन सी संकोच नहीं आजिका दिन में मु बरং तांकुठु अधिक दरमा पाउची सी मोठू अधा भी दरमा पाऊना ये होची वास्तवता या उपरे निश्चित भाव में जो माने गणमाध्यम संस्था बा विशेष कर टेलीविजन संस्था चलाउछंती विचार करिवार आवश्यकता अछि ये तारतम्यर कौन सी लॉजिक नहीं कहीं जदि जड़े कैमेरा हेड सर्टेन अमाउंट पाउची एवं ठीक तार कंट्रारी आउ जड़े जदि जड़े ब्यूरो हेड अच्छी सी तार द्विगुणा पैसा पाउची कहीं वाई या पछरे कौन लॉजिक नहीं किंतु इंडस्ट्री रे एमती चली आसी ये परंपरा कोठी ना कोठी भंग हवा आवश्यक मु आपन को गोटे मोर व्यक्तिगत जीवन रो अनुभूति कहिबी अनुभूति होची मु सांबादिकता करिवा पई केबे सांबादिकता पाठ पढु नथिली यह सत्य मु अन्य किछि करिवा पई बोली करी सांबादिकता करूथली एवं मोर सौभाग्य को मु सांबादिकता क्षेत्र को आसी गली किंतु मु पाठ पढ़ला बेले मोर जन शिक्षक आमको भारी निरुत्साहित करुले सी बर्तमान बहुत लेखालेखि करुँच ना नबार मोर कौन संकोच ना ये बस अधिकांश लोक जानी डॉक्टर प्रदीप महापात्र से बहुत बर्तमान खबर कागज भी लिखुंट गणमाध्यम संपर्क में आम कि छात्र छात्री एकाठी ठिया होता बेले दिने सी कहले कहीं तुम्हें ये सांबादिकता पाठ पढ़ुच 400 टंका दरमा पाइब तुम परिवार चल पारनी कांधरे झुलामुणी धरिकी हावाई चप्पल खंडे पिनी बुलुथबो सेकेंड हावाई चप्पल किनी पारिबोनी कहीं तादर पैसा कौन तुम हम आ मु जानी तुम मैंने जीवनी तुम सब अन्य तुम मतलब अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी भितर रही से सांबादिकतार जॉइन हो जाइछ कारण सी बहुत एमती बैच को देखी सारे जो मैंने पढ़ुले तो सांबादिकता किंतु से माने किए सिविल सर्विस प्रिपेयर करूला किए पीएचडी करियो बोली रही रही केवल सांबादिकतार जॉइन करुले किंतु कौन गोटे कौन सी गोटे जोश रु आम 3-4 छात्र छात्री आम कहलु आप भूल कहते आमको झुलामुणी धरिया चलिया पड़ पारे किंतु आम सांबादिकता ही करूँ एवं मु आज गर्व करुच्ची जे मु आमर से कथा रक्षा करी आज सांबादिकता हेलु जदिओ आम से जानी जे सांबादिकता कले दरमा हूँ 400 टंका वेरेज जदि कौन सी सरकारी ऑफिस रे से चाकरी कले 4000 टंका किराणी हेले भी 4000 टंका मिलूला किंतु जितेबाला आसिक किसी दिन चाकरी कला परे आमर पर्सपेक्टिव बदली गला मु पुणी कहबी जे जो संस्थारे मु मोर सांबादिकतार प्रकृत कैरियर आरंभ करी पूर्व तो विभिन्न कथा करूली से आसला परे मु हठात देखिली अरे ये कौन अलग कथा ये विभिन्न जिला को ट्रांसफर करा जाउछि ये गोटे दरमार गोटे स्केल अच्छी कौन आमको डरा जाउथला जे आमे 400 टंका दरमा पाइबू ये तो बढ़िया दरमा अच्छी मोर जो मैंने सरकारी चाकरी करुले से 8 पार तो मु बर्तमान दरमा पाउछि सो यहाँ समय समय कथा किंतु तथापि मोर अपील रहिबो जे गणमाध्यम संस्था विशेष करके जो माने टेलीविजन संस्था चलैछंती बा करूछंती एई जो वर्गीकरण रही एवं समान समान काम पाई समान समान दरमा नहीं अलग अलग पारामीटर रही ताकू अंततः पूरा समान न करदेले मध्य किछि मात्रा ताकू से गैप को कमा जाऊ
मु टिके रेस्पॉन्ड करिया को चाहिबी मु जस्ट किछि टाइम पूर्वरु कहूथिली दैट जस्ट न्यूज़ as an industry not only in Odisha but nationally is not a very well paying industry. Let us please establish that गणमाध्यम रे एते पैसा नहीं रेवेन्यू नहीं let me not say पैसा रेवेन्यू नहीं and at the end of the day आमे एटा भूलिया कथा नुहो कि the business of a business is to do business. With that comes social responsibility and giving back to the community. Now when we talk about जेमती कहले कि आपण जो अपील करचंती गणमाध्यम को जो चलाउचंती जो respective companies, I think it's not one way. I think it's a combined effort from everybody, and not only, like I said, जदि गोटे कंपनी को रेवेन्यू आसीबनी आगु को जाइकी से जो वेल पेइंग जो आपण कहउचंती सेटा केमती हेई पारिबो. No, I understand, but I'm just trying to break it down कि गोटे इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट हम स्टेट रे निहायती दरकार, so that revenue flow हो, so that advertisers आसी कि advertise करू हम मार्केट रे हमको रेवेन्यू आसू. Nobody has a problem in paying anybody who deserves to be paid well. So it's a combined effort.
More purpose थिला जे एई फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट रो पास करथिया पिला गोटे डिप्लोमा तारो क्वालिफिकेशन होची डिप्लोमा इन सिनेमेटोग्राफी. आईएमसी ढेंकानाल रो पास करथिया गोटे पिला होची डिप्लोमा इन जर्नलिज्म, सी भी डिप्लोमा, सी रिपोर्टर होची, ये कैमरामैन होची. गोटे रिपोर्टर जतबेले दी जन मिसिक फील्ड की जाउछंदी सेम एक्सपीरियंस रो जने 50,000 टका दरमा पाउची, ठीक आपण देखिबे आ जने 20,000 टका दरमा पाउची. दिस इज द ट्रुथ. दिस इज why this.
Agreed, 100% agreed, and it's pay parity, and that is why I think government से Odisha film policy द्वारा they have made this institute, they have said that this institute will not only do diploma but degree in film and in production, so that people are able to skill themselves more, develop their skills more, and are able to, and it's not the difference in pay that we are talking about. It is not only in media, it is in film, it is in entertainment, and it is not only in Odisha but it is across all media and entertainment markets. And that is one thing is creativity cannot be measured, whereas you can learn how to develop a skill, you can learn how to operate a camera, you can learn how to edit, you can learn all of these things, but one thing that you can't learn is creativity. And that is where the difference is. If you are covering a certain news, there is a storytelling behind that news also. If you are reporting a news, the way you are reporting is also a skill or a creative part which is not taught in schools, colleges, or anywhere else. No, the biggest film schools don't teach you how to be creative. They teach you how to use tools and technical to enhance those skills, but nobody teaches you how to be creative. Creativity is somebody that one develops on their own, and they try and they experience and they deliver. So I think that is the difference between having skills and creativity and having only skills. So I think that's where I will differ. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
I'll just add, बहुत भल पॉइंट्स कहले कि मुझे आपण को पई जोड़बी. आपण प्रश्न पचारला बेले दीथर कहले कि एमती कि अच्छंती जहाँ को आपण काम दे कि सोई पड़िबे. ये इंडस्ट्री रे जमार सोई परिबेनी, काहा को भी किछि काम दे कि सोईबा असंभव. किंतु जदि ये इंस्टीट्यूट एमती किछि पिला से प्रजातिर पिला तैयारी करि पारिला जहाँ को काम दे कि सोई हबो, आई थिंक दैट विल बी द बिगेस्ट अचीवमेंट. बट जो माने इंडस्ट्री को आसिया को चाहते विशेष करी न्यूज इंडस्ट्री रे आपण खाइबा सोईबा भूली जातु. बट द एक्सपीरियंस कैन बी वेरी वेरी रिवॉर्डिंग, द काइंड ऑफ वर्क यू विल गेट टू डू. थैंक यू.
मो समस्त को क्षमा मागुची जो माने छात्र छात्री अछंती. मो बहुत उत्साह नथिबा कथा कहली. आपण माने जो पाठ पढुचंदी तार भविष्य को नहीं गिरी से मते क्षमा करिवे, कारण एठी दी जण दिग्गज जो माने अछंती ए इंडस्ट्री रो से माने सब आगु को ए विषय रे निश्चय चिंता करिवे एवं आहुरी आहुरी आगु को भल हबो आपण मानकर प्रोफेशन ए विश्वास रखुची. एवं आपण को क्षमा मागुची जे किछि निरुत्साहप्रद कथा कहिथिबा जोगु.
सेमिति किछि नाही से सर एक्चुअली जेतबेले ग्राउंड लेवल आप आसछन्ती माने जहाँ जहाँ देखिछन्ती जोटा आमे भी देखिछु सब कथा कहि होइनी आपण कहिदेले सेटा समस्त जानिछन्ती प्राय. सेटा बड़ कथा न. एटा हला जे टीवी चैनल मालिक के सामने कहबाटा सेटा जदि भल लागु नथो न आउ प्राय समस्त प्राय जानिछन्ती.
नहीं से कथा मु सबुआडे कुए कि हठात कि ना परिस्थिति बदली जीवनी राताराती. दिस इज द रियलिटी. किंतु निर्भर करुची रेवेन्यू मॉडल उपरे. जो माने एई इंडस्ट्री को आसुचंती से माने बिजनेस मॉडलटा कौन बुझा निहाती आवश्यक. ताले आपण बेसी चिंतित हेबे नाही. सेकेंडली भाभी चिंती आसंतु. इफ मनी इज द ड्राइविंग फोर्स एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, देन दिस इज नॉट the right place for you. If little bit of money, more of passion, recognition, किछि करिबार जदि आग्रह अछि, आकांक्षा अछि, आपण भाबुचंती कि मीडिया सेही मंच, सेही प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ को व्यवहार करिक आपण आपणकर इच्छा पूर्ण करि परिबे, ताली सब जानी कि भाबी कि आसीबटा ही बुद्धिमान र कथा नले पुणी आपन को 5-7 वर्ष पर प्रोफेशन चेंज करबा को पड़िबो, बिकॉज इट इज नॉट एन इजी प्रोफेशन, आदौ इजी नो.
Last thing I will say is आपण ए जो
on the stage, and with him, Shri Jugal Devta, eminent filmmaker who has made such films which had leave footprints in our heart, mind as an Odia cinema lover. Shri Madhusudan C, Professor BPFTIO, Shri H.M. Nair, Professor BPFTIO, Shri Devasis Goshal, Director BPFTIO, and to moderate this session, I would like to request Shri Sushant Mishra to come on the stage, please. Please give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, all of you. Today, the topic of discussion is cinema and beyond. This is a very abstract topic, which is which can, lead to discussions both inwards and outwards. What cinema means, and it can be very exhaustive, open. So we want to have it at one level, talk about cinema at the purest level. We have eminent filmmakers here with us, all coincidentally from ex-students from FTI, the senior most being our esteemed filmmaker, Mr. Adur Gopalakrishnan. Then we have Mr. Jugal Devta. We have Madhusudan C, Hari M, and our director from here, Devasis Goshal, and myself. So while one was at the institute, now that we are having this session in the institute, what I remember is that we always asked questions, because that is where you make mistakes, that is where you rectify yourself, because once you're out of it, you are in the big world outside, then you have to pursue what you've learned. I mean, it's a process where you unlearn first, then learn at the institute, then while you come out of again, then you again unlearn and get into the world. So asking questions therefore becomes very important, and these questions are always very simple questions, and these simple questions actually, in my opinion, help
whether it has come out properly on the film. There is some problem, you have to go back to the location and shoot again. So today, with the digital medium, the big difference is that you can see the shot immediately, not only while being filmed, but immediately after thing is shot. It is like you write on a page and then you can read it like that. So we play back. People, including actors and others, can really come and watch. It's a kind of a preview of a shot what you have made. And where necessary changes can be made. This is one big advantage. So this is why I said we are beyond film. Because film was a different, altogether different area. There was a lot of mystery about that film and that shooting film on real negative film. It is gone. So the big advantage now is that you can immediately see it, and if there is any problem, then you can solve it, you can reshoot it, the problem can be solved. This is very convenient. But we have everything, even on the board that you have put up in the beginning, at the gate of this institute, a long title with all perforations of the film. There are no more perforations. There are no more films. So there is nothing to symbolize cinema. What is the symbol for cinema? It used to be those perforated film strips. They are not there. Only we are perforated ourselves. Now this is the situation. So cinema has undergone a change, one big change, and also because there is no processing. Processing, there are two. One is the chemical processing, whereby an exposed film is processed and made into a negative, and then the negative, again with a chemical process, printed onto a positive film. This is one big processing. There is the other processing, that is the filmmaker very often thinks that because of the accessibility to the media, to the medium of digital technology, everybody can shoot. Everybody can shoot a film. A whole feature film can be shot with your camera, with your the lens in your cell phone. So everybody thinks that these days everybody thinks he is a filmmaker. In the early 60s, everybody I met when I came back from Pune Institute, coming out of the institute, and then I was struggling to make a film, etc. On the roads, you see very many people whom you know already, and you greet them, and they greet you back saying that I'm busy, I'm making a film. So I wonder how. This was the time when with 50,000 rupees you could make a film, regular film. 50,000 rupees. So everybody who had 50,000 rupees was making a film. So that was 60s. That time really changed, because that was also the period when the 60 millimeter film was on the way, 35 mm film, black and white film was on the way out. So then when the black and white film was no more available, the theatre people will not screen your film if it is black and white. So both ways, film was out of the way, and then the theatres also wouldn't want to show a film which is black and white. So you had to make the film, whether you wanted it or not, in color. So I was forced to make my third film in color, which I would have made otherwise in black and white. It was not possible. So your choices are not yours. The technology makes you decide on different choices. So things have changed a lot. So getting back to the processing, a lot many people, young people particularly, especially I can tell you the experience of the Kerala scene. In Kerala, during the last 20 years' time, every small town used to boast of an engineering college. The result was very poor, but then the number of graduates, engineering graduates, was too many. and they couldn't find jobs. All these engineering graduates who couldn't find other jobs, they decided to make films. So suddenly, somebody was asking, I was asking someone here knowledgeable. He said, on the average, you are making out 20 films in Oriya. You know how many films were made last year in Kerala? 220 films. You wouldn't believe it. And most of it is never seen in the cinemas. Because the theatres wouldn't touch it because very often even there won't be people even for the first show. So they are very scared. And out of these 220 films, only 12 or 13 films got back their investment. So the situation is that. So what is beyond? Beyond it's very bleak. If you ask me, it is all bleak. It's a bleak future which is there. But then some of us are very, very optimistic. We think that things will improve. Things may change. The audience taste will improve. Because way back in the 60s, early 60s, I took the initiative to start a whole movement. Somebody in the morning was mentioning about seeing films in the film societies. In Cuttack here, I remember I had very good contact with people who were running the film society in Cuttack. And also then there was a chapter of, what was it called, in another town. What?
Scene Ecstasy, Cellular Film Society in Bhubaneswar.
No, not Bhubaneswar. It is. No. It was in another town. Yeah, maybe Jamshedpur.
Oh, yes.
So, yes.
That is Cellular chapter.
Cellular chapter. So he would get to see these films only in the film societies. But film societies there are very few, even people who apply for admission to the film institutes. I have seen that none of them has ever been a member of any film society. These people have not seen films. And even today's culture all over the world is very different. The other day there was a teacher, very eminent teacher who has been teaching in Shanghai Film Institute. He was telling me that any time he wanted to show the students the history of cinema and important classics being made in cinema, he used to screen it, and students are very averse to watching a film in black and white. Why don't you show some color films? That's what they are asking, guys. And this is the level of the students that he was lamenting. So this is the situation. So from even amongst these people who come to really study cinema, there's certain commitment, certain devotion is lacking. This is very deplorable. Because they have to, in fact, it is only the people who have real urge to learn, who have the passion to be becoming filmmakers, only they should join a film school, not others. You should not admit everyone who applies for a course. You can let some departments be there vacant. If that is going to be the situation, let there be no students. But when you admit a student, it has to be the institute has to make sure that they are genuinely interested in studying. Otherwise, don't admit them. It's very important because for the teachers who, I can imagine teachers take a lot of care in kind of sharing their knowledge and experience with the students. So they should be good receptacles for that. So in future it cannot, I don't want to see the future as something bleak. Although I would jokingly say it is bleak, but then I myself am a very optimistic person. I am very optimistic. Even when my films don't do well at the box office, I feel that it is maybe partly their fault, partly my fault. And they are not ready yet to take a different kind of cinema, etc. So I don't see any defeat in that. But one day, even just before coming to see this, to join this session, somebody was calling me on the phone and talking to me about a film which I made 45 years back. And now you have the advantage of watching films on the internet.
particularly on YouTube. So he says he has been seeing this film, my film Kodiyatam, my second film. He has been seeing it for 40 times, and he is not just a ordinary person. He is teaching in a very prestigious college back in Kerala. He says there is a whole lot of his friends, they are discovering these films now. So it can happen. At the time of its release, maybe not many people saw it, but this was a very popular film of mine. Anyway, even the new generation of people who were born much later than that year, they are catching up with the cinema, but it's possible. So why should we worry about what is to come in future? What is very important is to look at things very positively. Gear your programs, your teaching, everything towards very in people who are very involved in what they want to study. It's very important. And it's not very easy to become a filmmaker, to be making films worthwhile. It's very difficult. It takes a lot of effort, lot of devotion, lot of you have to be interested in humanity in general. You have to be interested in the society you live in. You have to be really concerned about the people around you, about your family, your society, your friends. Basically, he has to be a very special person to become an artist. And to be an artist of cinema is even more difficult because this is an art form which is the product of the human race greatest discoveries, which has within itself, which has absorbed into itself the whole culture of thousands of years. So cinema is not a very easily watchable thing. We all think a lot of people amongst us, people who are not really concerned about this art or commerce, a lot of people think cinema is there for killing time. In Malayalam there is a term called Nerambok. Nerambok means somehow pass the time. Long back, at least 40-50 years back, I was traveling through Madhya Pradesh from a place called Sagar to get down to Sagar to this great Grand Trunk railway station, somewhere in between. I forget the name of the station. I was traveling this. It's a feeding line into the main. So there was somebody calling. It was not very real. Time pass. And I kept on hearing this. I couldn't decipher what it was. What he said was time pass. He was selling peanuts. So a lot of people think cinema is time pass. It is not. It is meant to be, those who think that cinema is a form of art, a high art in fact, it is for them, there is no time is not to be spent like that. It has to be utilized, it has to be used, it has to be valued very deeply, very dearly. That's very important. So I'm not really worried about what is to come after this, because in the future, they say, it is believed, it is circulated, this feeling that you don't need any more artists to paint because the artificial intelligence will do it. You don't need anybody to compose music because artificial intelligence will do the thing. Like that, almost every human activity will be taken over by the artificial intelligence. I am not worried about that. Let artificial intelligence do everything. So there will be no humans left. That's okay. If that is the future, that's okay. Because we have lived anyway thousands of years on this earth. Our race, the human race, has come to a point where we again, every time we go down to the new discoveries to make life easier and better That was the idea of discoveries. Now it is turning against us. It is bound to happen. Because there was a there is a Puranic character called, what do you call a demon character, was called Bhasmasura. Bhasmasura gets he does penance and gets a boon from Parameshwara. That is, whomever he touches, nobody can kill him, nobody can, only whoever touches him, he will perish, he will go into powder, that is ashes. So the new discoveries turning out to be Bhasmasuras. So we have some way, we have to find some way of killing this Bhasmasura. Go back to the origin of the living or something. So I don't want to worry over what is to come. Let us hope cinema will remain in spite of the changes it is undergoing, because essentially cinema is watching this this creation of sound and images on a big screen with people, live people acting, performing, and then everything comes to life before you as you watch. This experience, I hope, should not be taken out. That can be a disastrous thing to happen if it at all happens. A lot of people think that cinema's future is going to be in this digital formatting, which can be very, very sad to happen anyway. I hope we will survive this crisis. Thank you.
Sir, therefore you say that artistic relevance will remain even if we are in this digital age.
The cinema will change its, its very nature. It will change its very nature if it is going to be seen on your television. It will change everything. So it will become like sitcoms, it will be nonsensical.
Yeah, taking from here, Mr. Devta, you've been a cinematographer, producer, director. You teach cinema also and a mentor. So you've been dealing with a lot of young aspirant filmmakers. What trend do you see in them in this digital age? Because many of the budding filmmakers, they possibly do not know the age of celluloid and the whole process of filmmaking then. And it's really become so handy that anyone today makes a film. So there's a supreme confidence in the young generation that they can make a film on any subject, make it very quick and show it around. So, but then the whole exercise of filmmaking is as laborious and as you can say the whole intellectual exercise of it. It's so intense that what do you see in them, in the young generation? What is the orientation? Do they really want to go step by step into filmmaking, or towards an artistic journey, or just they're doing time pass, as they say, and just learn the course and go out and make any film? Because I'm asking this question because the film schools all over the country are mushrooming, and there are numerous colleges where film studies are also there. So, and even non-film students, they are also making films. So, of course, the whole idea of filmmaking will change. But what is the attitude to remain with art, remain with cinema, or just from outside they make a film? And that's the question, that what you observe as a mentor, I can say this.
I'll try to be brief. It's a privilege, big privilege, to be sitting beside all these eminent persons, especially Sri Adur Gopalakrishnan who has always been an iconic person so far as my concept of cinema goes. And to answer Mr. Mishra's query, I'll deviate slightly, marginally. I'll take your time. When anybody is studying in a film school or a technical school, he is least aware of the forces that are waiting for him outside, for the problems that are waiting for him outside. He is in a good thinking, good feeling that he has found a seat in an elite institute or a cinema institute. But what he has to face outside is less known to him, I say. So on this journey, when I was on my final year, almost at the end of it, one leg was still inside the institute. If my press friends are here, those who are sitting here on the dais earlier, I was offered a job by Mr. Binod Dua and Pranay Roy, on both sitting in front of me, interviewing me. And those days, there was one single flight from Bhubaneswar to Delhi. I was offered a very simple job. Whenever there is a breaking news, you stay put near your phone, we'll give you a call, the camera will arrive, you shoot all the footage and send the camera back with the tape to Delhi. Then the name of that concern was ITV. It was not NDTV yet. And for the first time I heard this word 24/7. First time ever. And I didn't connect immediately. And I was thinking, hoping, what should I do with this job? What kind of job is this? We were dreaming of making films, making cinema. And here these two important individuals offering me a 24/7 job. Especially when my roots were all in black and white. We were trained in black and white. And here suddenly you have a color, color camera where the monitor is, the viewfinder is black and white, and it is screen, shooting in color, recording in color. It was a big camera. So I stopped and said, let me think about it. Mr. Binod Dua, as usual, very vociferous in his language, used some explicits, and he said, we are giving you 5,000 rupees. What more do you want? You are a bachelor. How will you spend this money? So I quietly turned back and I told him, you are right, sir. The kind of job you are offering me, I will not have the time to spend this money also. Because it is 24/7. And I have no control over the footage I am sending you. I will not know how and where you will use it. So thank you, I walked out. In 1981, 5,000 plus expenses, I guess, was a huge amount of money. That was the beginning of my deviation into independent filmmaking. And I believe I might slightly, momentarily disagree with this huge man besides me. Cinema has its own language. Like A to Z, A to Kya, it has its own language. We all learn it at some point. I'm talking trained filmmakers, trained technicians. We understand this value in a small way, big way, and we interpret it on our own terms. But once you learn the language, then you start writing prose, poetry, a novel. You are free to handle it the way you want to. But coming back to that same basic question, like Mr. Mishra asks, how to mentor people into being qualitative filmmakers, that is an impossible task. Impossible task. Because beyond cinema is cinema only. Beyond film, it's film only. Whether you can reach it, access it from your pocket or inside your breast pocket, it's inside your pant, you take out a mobile, you can see a film. But that experience is never the same, as much as Sir is saying here. Cinema is in itself a very, very pure medium. Yes, I've been teaching infrequently, on and off. And this feeling amongst most of the students is, they are already filmmakers. It was a little difficult years earlier, but the feeling was there. But today it has exploded. Every student has a mobile camera which takes reasonably good video, and they keep on photographing each other all the time. So I guess so much of energy is lost in this process. So much of energy, time, which could be focused on creating something better. This is all I have to say to my young friends, students here. Give yourself some time to think. I'll give a small example which happened a month back. For example, an average film would take about 40,000 feet of film. That's about 4 hours. So from a 4 to 4.5 hours of exposed film, we used to get 1.5 hours of a finished material, maybe 1 hour, 100 minutes, 110 minutes was an average length of a film. A month back, somebody told me they had the entire shooting shift was 14 hours. 14 hours, one shift. They have shot on a particular day. Out of which the camera was on for 8 hours. The entire process. And the recorded time on that camera was 4 hours, 32 minutes, he said. And what was the outcome of that footage? 2.5 minutes. They shot one song, 3 minutes, I'm sorry. So in 4 hours, 40 minutes, 30 minutes, we were shooting an entire film spread over 30 days. And this is what digital medium has done to us. For a 3-minute final product, they have shot 4 hours, 32 minutes. Imagine the plight of the editor. Imagine the plight of the crew shooting it. Imagine the plight of the artist. I talked to one of the artists incidentally. And he said, I don't know what is happening. They are shooting the same shot, same scene from all angles, non-stop. So I think somewhere this whole dilution has come in. Everybody thinks they can make a film, present a film. I don't think that is possible. And we come back to his original statement, sir's original statement. Anybody, everybody can make a film. Not anybody and everybody can make a good film. So I request all my friends, students who are here to spend more time in viewing good films, classic films. Read good books before you think of moving into the making of cinema. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Ghoshal, as the director of this institute, you must be having some design to shape it, some design to conduct courses in a manner that we really bring out filmmakers from this institute. So, what steps do you foresee happening here?
First of all, I must confess that I didn't want this session to be so heavy in nature. I wanted this session to be very, very open. I wanted people from different walks of life who have studied different subjects. So that's why I named this as Film and Beyond. Because while studying film, I have found out myself that film doesn't have a subject of its own, rather it encompasses all the subjects that we can think of. But personally, that's my point of view. So I would very much like all of us over here to take part in this session, because it is not about sharing our knowledge. It is not about talking in a language which others would hardly understand. This session is meant mostly for the students. I want them to ask questions and enrich themselves by going beyond all the barriers. They can ask about anything. That's what I felt that that should happen. Something which is called beyond the syllabus. Because I have been forced to study always within the syllabus, and I found the entire study very, very boring. So if people could think something beyond the syllabus, then I would be very happy. But regarding the question as to, I'll ask another question to the public. I mean, why do you think that the weakest, we are not the weakest of course, but we are one of the weak living beings or I mean animals in the world, having two legs, one without any tail, having a very, very slow speed compared to lions and tigers, and doing the most amazing work. I mean, why? Because we have stories to tell. We can tell stories, and hence we can make movies. So coming back to your question, Sushant, I think having spent 24 years in a film school, after having studied in a film school, I have my entirely own take about what a film school should do and what it should not. But that's, of course, that can be controversial, that can be challenged. And people won't like if I clearly say that there should not be any direction course. If you ask specifically, I can specifically answer as to what it should be taught in a film school and what should not be taught in a film school. Could I answer you?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
No. You can ask even more specific questions as to what are the courses that...
I believe that a film course is complete if a direction course is there, a screenplay writing course is there. So because after all it's aesthetic and technical both, the medium is such. So overall, if there is no film school, there is no film school.
No.
And if there is film school, then why not everything?
If there is no direction course, there is no film school, that's what you mean to say?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
Okay, but I'll give you the other side of the story.
Yeah.
There are 2 national film schools in this country. I mean, God forbid that these things leak out of here. And do you know the number of batches they have?
No.
2 of those film schools, national film schools, they teach a 3-year course, and they have, one has 5 batches who are going to 6, and I'm sure the other one already has 6 batches, which means that for every year you have a senior batch and a junior batch. Okay? And the reason why they have is, again, God forbid, I mean, if I go out, maybe I'll be shot down by the direction students, but it is because the students have failed to write a script on time. Gone are the days when a 3-year course used to be over in 3 years. Adur sir's time is not there. When they used to make a film in time, they used to write the script in time. And gone are the days when even it was celluloid in our times, because have you seen anybody taking a rehearsal? You go to a location, you would see that the people have already started shooting.
Yeah, because
yes,
because there is no spending on raw stock.
Yes,
simple.
So what does it finally make? It makes the filmmakers who are thoroughly mindless at the time of shooting.
No, that's not my question. My question is something different. That's an administrative problem that there are 6 batches or 5 batches or whatever. That's a different...
No. That is not absolutely an administrative problem. These
Anyway.
are technical problems as well.
Anyways.
I mean, if a person shoots a film and then on the editing table he finds that it can be changed so easily, so he wants to find out all the options because he hasn't thought before starting the camera. He hasn't thought before taking a shot.
Yeah, but anyway, so let's move on from there.
It is going to get controversial.
Our points are very clear. Madhusudan ji, you've worked outside as a professional, and you've taught also. So we just want to share with you and Mr. Nair both, being professionals, technical professionals in the medium, and being professors here. we're just concerned about this, as I started the discussion, we're just concerned about simple questions. Why films, and where are we leading to, and whether, there is artistic relevance still in the digital age, and what are the orientations of the students, and within all these questions, how to retain the purity of cinema and long live cinema, as we can say. But I just wanted to share with both of you, because both of you are into technical areas primarily, that again about the trend, about where the students are heading, or what is the orientation of the students. That's most important, because finally the earlier session was about, a lot of technical students wanting, or the owners of them wanting to grab, all the students from here into that channel. But the whole objective of a film school is not to feed the channels just for survival or whatever. So these technical courses that you're heading, whether they're, seriously into cinema per se, or just they'll finish a course and get absorbed in the industry, wherever they get money. That's the concern here.
See, during Odisha's time,
Yeah.
film used to be like film. There is no other thing, like there is no YouTube, no digital media, nothing. Film used to be only film which is to be screened on a theater, in a theater. But now YouTube filmmaker is also filmmaker. So it has become wide now. The filmmaker is not only the person who makes film which will be showing in a theater. It is the filmmaker who now makes a program for YouTube, for a TV channel, for anything, for even for WhatsApp also. So that concept has changed now, and one has to accept also, because things are going forward. And so earlier the film used to be made on film camera, it used to be analog. Now everything is digital. So one has to accept that also. Even if you want to make a film on film, it is not very easy to make. Okay, that one has to accept that. And because all the equipments available are now all are digital. Okay, so that is one aspect that one has to expect that, and one has to be creative. If you have a creative hunger, then you have to keep that hunger on, even in that digital medium also. So even the making has become digital. See, the story is coming from the mind. There is no change. Even during Odisha's time also, story used to come from mind. Now also story is coming from the mind. So there is no change in that. So that aspect is there. So if one want to be creative, he can still pursue to that his goal in that direction. The medium has changed, making has changed. And now another thing I want to mention is that, as Ghosal sir was telling, as a cameraman, I had a desire to become a director. Okay, but I never got an opportunity because I was branded as a cameraman. Now, in this BPFTIO, there is no direction course. So, but finally they have to make a film before passing out as a diploma or now as a graduate. So all the technical people will be making that film. Some of the camera students, some of the editing students will make it as a director. So that is one extra opportunity he is getting as a technician. So that's a very good opportunity for a technician, which I was deprived of. Because my institute already has a direction course, and the direction people only will do the direction. So in that way, this institute has one more benefit for the technical students. That is one aspect. Otherwise, I think they are all at par with all other leading institutes.
I would like to add one line to what Madhu has said. There is no direction course over here, but you see the production of our BPFTIO students.
Yeah, that's what.
Last year, there was a film, there were two films in particular. You just see that film which is called, what is the name of that film? Last year, that librarian which is Ostorago. There was a film called Ostorago. You just see the shot taking, man. I mean, he doesn't show the character. He just shows the wheels of a bicycle. You just see the shot taking, see the editing, see the script.
I'm sure.
See the script, and that has come out without having any direction course.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything will come out like that.
No.
I mean,
I'm
that's a
not
different.
arguing that. But
And
what I'm saying
lastly,
is,
all Mr.
all you
Nair.
need to do is give them some chance. Give them
Yeah,
some
sure.
scope.
No, I'm not blocking chance. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about. Anyway, so we have already discussed this topic of.
Just want to add one thing.
Yeah.
I am not telling that these institutes should not have a direction course or script writing course. I am just telling it is because right now there is no direction course.
I know, I understood.
These students have an opportunity to become a director or
Yeah, I
express their desire.
In FTI, when we had shortages of
Yeah.
direction students, technical students used to compensate that with directing a diploma. So I understand that. Like Dilip Ghosh, Bansal, I mean, we know during our times there was shortage of direction students. So either outside directors were invited or the technical people together. While in Jugal sir's batch there was no direction faculty, only technical faculty. They all got to make their own diploma films.
Right.
Hari sir, we would like to hear from you, especially cinema and society, because I believe that you are deep rooted in your social milieu, although you teach cinema here. So you see a lot of films of different genres happening, and how far, when we talk about cinema and beyond, your society is, although there has been a film society movement in Kerala, and Kerala is one of the foremost cinema conscious states, how much impact does it really put on society?
Hello. To start with, you asked a very good question about society and film institute. Actually, all the film learning started with film societies, and the person who is majorly responsible for that movement, film society as a movement, is right in front of you. Because
Chitralekha Film Society, if I remember.
Chitralekha only.
Yeah.
Chitralekha only.
Yeah.
After coming out of the FTI, actually we were discussing in a different sense while we are traveling back from the airport yesterday. People, most of the, it's all interrelated, so that's why actually I'm confused where to start with, because it's all in a net actually. To where to start, I'm really confused. Let me take a.
No, I said therefore.
Let me take a different route.
Yeah.
This actually before the film schools were there, the only chance for anybody who is interested in film was only go to festivals and see films, and that was the chance was very limited. It's not like nowadays almost 365 days there is some festival or other happening in somewhere in the country, So there's a chance, and there is no need of any festival to see a film if you are desperate to see a film. So on those going back to those days, they realized the potential, the need, the dire need of creating awareness among the society towards good film. Good cinema. I'm just changing the word from film to cinema because it's getting obsolete.
Yeah.
Anyway, cinema means film and film means cinema, as far as we are concerned. So they realized the potential of this medium, and the first thing they did after coming out of the institute is that setting up this kind of film societies and making awareness. It's kind of an education which happens. And that was it was very relevant, even now, I think. Because nowadays we have, if you want to learn cinema as a medium, we have institutes. But I realize I can't call myself a teacher, but as a person who is interacting with students on a regular basis for the last few months, I realized one thing, that nobody in this world can teach anybody anything in this world. Forget about cinema. Teaching is it's a tough job, which is not my cup of tea. It's a learning process, actually. We have to learn. So that is what they started with the film societies, and in a big way it took over. And the success behind his first film, his very first film was a huge success. And nobody will see the reason behind the success. And nowadays, after passing out of the institute, or even when they are in the institute, people want to make films. They are masterpieces. They are waiting for the masterpieces to start with, you know. And those people are giving his example. You know, his first film was a masterpiece. And nobody think about why that film became a masterpiece, because there was work behind that. The struggle he had gone through.
I think it's the connection with his own roots, socio-cultural and political awareness, which he still carries. I think would request Adur sir to speak a little on this aspect of his life, which has, I think, nurtured his filmmaking. All his films either were adaptations, some of them were adaptations from literature, and some were his own script. For instance, Elipathaim was his completely own construct. But if you really look at the characters of Elipathaim, I find them in Odisha too, in our house, in our villages. I find that old person, like he has said in an interview, that some old people, they don't want to change. And some old people want to change but do not know how to change. So how far, like Ray, you know, in his trilogy, was addressing tradition and modernity in a way, I'm sure Adurji is also, in a very different manner, has handled this in his films. And I think it's to do with his strong link with his cultural roots. So, sir, finally, sir, if you can reflect on this and tell us a little more about your association, or you get inspiration from your own land and which nurtures your films.
Oh, actually, before I went to the institute, I had never imagined that I would have anything to do with cinema in my life. I used to watch once in a while films, because my maternal uncle used to own a couple of cinemas where I could go and watch a film without paying. I didn't have to buy a ticket. But there also I couldn't be a frequent visitor to the cinemas, because then I would be turned a spoiled son at home, and then people will start talking about me as somebody he was spotted in the cinemas so many days. He doesn't have things to study, etc. So, and the kind of films I saw were spectacles from Tamil films. In those days, there were very few films being made in Malayalam, and in Kerala, people understand Tamil. Anyway, you didn't need to know all the nuances of the language, because it was very obvious. Everything was very obvious, because all the scenes of romance and all that, we know how it will end. It will Tamil films in those days, it will end very well only. The idea of tragedy was not there, and then there were these mythologicals. So none of those films I looked at it in great wonder, but then I never thought I will have anything to do with cinema or filmmaking. I was basically a theatre person. Right from my school days, I used to write plays, act in plays, and then also produce them. So I thought my life was going to be in theatre. But when I did my graduation, I thought I wanted to study further, but then I had to do something that would really make me a better writer in theatre. So I first thought about going to National School of Drama. Then I slowly came to know that the medium was Hindi, and I did not want to do Hindi theatre, so I just gave up the idea. And in those days, very early in my life, I got a job, a central government job, which was quite paying. Even before I was 20, I got that job. And it was a time when there was so much unemployment back home. and I was considered very lucky and all that. And I also was very elated with the kind of every month I will get a pay, which was quite good for those days, etc. But then, in about a year and a half or so, I got fed up with the job. That was that of an statistical investigator. In retrospect, it was a good time because I traveled all over Kerala on that job, and I traveled into the interiors of Kerala where there were not proper transportation or anything. But I came into contact with village life very intimately in that period, which I realized only much later. In those days, it was too much for me. I did not really relish. The good part was the pay, but then the bad part was that I could not spend my time in Trivandrum where I was doing theatre, staging plays and all that. So I just wanted to give up the job and go for further studies. So in the School of Drama was again not possible. So that one of those trips I chanced upon an advertisement which said the Ministry of I&B was setting up this institute. It was 1961. And they had just started their, I had no idea about it before. They had just started the first year of their training, and they were calling for applications for the next year. And what attracted, one of the things that attracted my attention was a course in screenplay writing and direction. And very naively I thought, screenplay, what is screenplay? It should be closely cut, small scenes of theatre. So I learned more about theatre in a very formal way, very academic way. This was my thinking. So I asked my elder brother, shall I apply for it and leave the job? Very encouragingly, he said, no, if you have the confidence, go ahead. That was a very nice fillip that I got. And I wrote the exam. Fortunately, I stood first in the exam and the Viva that was conducted. And K. Abbas and Gajanan Jagirdar and those people were interviewing me. And I did fairly well because I was already very well read in the sense I used to read, in fact, those people who interviewed me, I knew them, but through their work. So while I was talking, I mentioned things like that, and I had already published a couple of plays by that time. So at that time, I realized much later that no other student had that kind of a background. So I got the first rank, and first rank meant a merit scholarship. There was only one merit scholarship at that time at the institute. They had just started. It was 75 rupees. 75 rupees, of course, in 1962, it was quite a small, good amount. With 75 rupees more, I could live in Pune and study. So that's from there I wrote my letter of resignation. That's how I launched myself into cinema. And the whole of the first year, I was reading only about theatre and playwriting, etc. I just casually sat in the class, never missed any class. Even while I had this periods where there was no teacher or anything, I would walk into there was an excellent library in the institute at that time. I would spend my time there. And only by second year, something really good happened. One was Professor Satish Bahadur joined there as the professor of film appreciation. Before him, there was somebody from the, I think from the Sangeet Nada Academy or somewhere. I forget his name. He would show a documentary or film something, and he will say, "Oh, how beautiful it is! Look at the way it is shot, etc." He had no idea about what was film appreciation, and we used to talk between ourselves. This is no appreciation. We know it is good, it is beautiful, etc. What is the fun of saying that? So, but then when Professor Bahadur came as a professor, that also had a history before. He was running a films club in his Agra. He was a professor in Agra University, and he was running a film society in that film club in the university. And Mr. Mary Seaton, who wrote a biography of Ray and Eisenstein at that time, she was called in by the government of India. Basically, I think Jawaharlal Nehru took the initiative. She was brought in as a consultant on film education in India. And she was interested in what was happening around. And she heard about Aziz Bahadur. And there's a professor in Agra who is doing excellent informal teaching, in fact, in that sense. So he went herself to Agra and met him. And she was thoroughly impressed by the devotion of this man, with the scholarship he had in cinema. She went back and told Indira Gandhi, he was the INB minister at that time, now you should send him to Pune Institute as the professor of film appreciation. And immediately, he gets appointed. He gets appointed as a professor of film appreciation, and he joins. This was my second year. And another great thing happened in the same year. That was Ratik Katak, after having made a couple of films, he had no job. He was just in a very bad shape. And Ray at that time was chairman of the Federation of Film Societies, and Mrs. Gandhi was the vice chairperson. And Ray wrote a letter to Indira Gandhi that you should give Ratik a job in the institute. And immediately it was done. And he came as the professor of direction and vice principal of the institute. These two teachers, and there were other good teachers also, but then these two people really inspired me, and made my way through this theatre thing to finally into cinema. And I got really immersed in cinema from that year, second year onwards. So I always consider this second year of my institute really initiated me into cinema. Yes. And Professor Bahadur, because of his background in film societies, and this also, this lady, Mary Seaton, they, both of them were impressing upon us about the importance of film societies as an informal way of teaching people, making them, helping them make contact with the rest of the world cinema. So with that inspiration, I went back to Kerala and started the film societies.
Yeah, that is
as a movement, not just one film society.
Yeah.
I kept on traveling around Kerala for the next six years, 10 years in the 60s, propagating this. And I made my friends in every town, every big city, to start a film society, help them with the films supplied and then the material given, etc. There was a systematic campaign which found its result. Because I had a model before me, that was the library movement in Kerala. That was the one model before me. So I was following that model. And it worked very well. And at that time, West Bengal had the largest number of film societies in the country. By the 70s, Kerala overtook them, and we had about 120 film societies in Kerala alone. So that we came to a premier position in that sense. That was the story.
Fantastic. One thing that lastly, you made Swayamvaram in 1970 or 71. First
72.
Prior to that, you had made a few non-fiction few documentaries prior to that.
Couple of documentaries.
Yeah. So, but critics say that around that time, when Bhuvan Shom was also made, they say that Uski Ruti was made, Sara Akash was made. So they say the whole new wave started then. But was there a conscious thing going on amongst you filmmakers then, or it was sporadic and it happened?
In Bombay, In 1979,
69.
Purnashoma, 69.
Yeah.
So Purnashoma was made. And before that, I used to meet Manarda in Bombay. And at that time, there was a film forum. This was a big society made by, it was two secretaries were there. One was Arun Kaul, the other was Basu Chatterjee. And we had people like Abbas behind it. And it became a very big success. I used to be meeting them very often in Bombay. At that time, we even formed a small organization called New Cinema Movement. Yes, of which Bernard Sen was the president, and Arun Kaul, I think Arun Kaul was the secretary. Both Basu Chatterjee and myself were in the executive. So, other than doing a press meet and all that, nothing much could be done. But we drafted an approach to our filmmaking. All that we did. So this was kind of telling ourselves, this is what you have to do.
But sir, again, lastly, when did you actually become conscious of your own style? That you have a very distinct idiom. Did you ever, by Kodiyatam, let's say, or by Elipathayam, did you arrive at that consciousness that I have this path to take, or this is my journey, or something?
No, the advantage was the theory and other things. I was very attentive in my classes, and every time a new film was shown, there was a lot of excitement about cinema. It was so thrilling to watch great films, one after the other. Films made all over the world. Through these decades, they were progressing so very quickly from very, those what you call small little quickies of seconds length. From that to very, very complex works of arts. How it got transformed from the silent period to the sound. How the critics of the silent period, they decried the arrival of the sound. They thought the beauty of cinema is lost with the sound coming. But then sound, even Chaplin, even long after sound was there, Chaplin kept on making films in color, in silently. And he was, of course, the actor and the director combined. And there are very interesting stories about Chaplin. Chaplin would hire a studio, keep all the lights on and everything done, but then Chaplin is waiting for the inspiration. For his inspiration to dawn, all these crew were waiting. And he will just get some inspiration and then he walks in. That used to be the practice. And there were so many films Chaplin never wanted to show outside. After his time, all that rubbish again was being circulated. He never would have wanted anybody to see them. But then, look at those great films he made, they're silent. Even when sound came, he wanted to do a silent film, but then he started as a whistle. Somebody happens to swallow by accident. Then the whistle will produce a sound in most inappropriate times. That became a problem. So that's how he introduced sound in his films. So there were great masters who did their great works in the silent period. And then the black and white, slowly, when color came, I remember in India, when Ray made that film in color, Ashani Sanket. Then it was widely, nationally reported that Ray is making poverty in color. He is portraying poverty in color. At that time they thought, Only black and white could represent poverty. No, we accepted the fact that we are very poor, of course. Even when the television was coming, there was a lot of debate. Then everybody wanted the television to be black and white only. There was a lot of debate. And there was this man who was a minister, this minister of INB is Maharashtrian. He insisted, party, SK party, not SK party, other party. He insisted that we will have it in color. That everybody, he was criticized for that again. But came the color TV came, and then people almost stopped talking about our being country being poor. In fact, what? Yes, just in color.
But that is missing now.
In color, yes, missing.
Film is missing now.
Yes. So the cinema, strangely, it has been going through all these periods. And in India, until Satyajit Ray made Padhar Panchali, cinema was not considered a decent activity. Yes. Because back home, after having imbibed all the spirit of cinema, went back to Kerala. That was the time that we were having a big international, national Fifth All India Writers Conference in Kerala. Some of the great poets from Odisha, I remember they were there. The who is who of Indian literature, they were all there. So there were a couple of real intellectuals in Kerala where they were the secretaries and presidents and all that. So it was the time when I used to talk very passionately about cinema to them. So one of them asked me, the real core of the person, he asked me, can you do an international film festival along with this literature festival? And it was like I was waiting for this proposal, because I realized that it was one opportunity to prove to the audiences in Kerala that cinema is not a lowly art. It is as important as theatre, as important as literature and other arts. So this is shoulder to shoulder it can stand. So for the first time in Kerala again, I organized this international festival with 21 films. And at that time Kerala had 9 districts. All the headquarters, each district had, we fixed a venue for the festival. And one whole week it was running simultaneously in 9 cinemas in Kerala. And one more we adopted from Kanyakumari, that is part of, it used to be part of Kerala. So in 10 Sundays, we had this one great films, in fact 21 of them. There were only 2 Indian films, one by Ray and the other one Katak. So the rest is all very, very important films like Cranes Are Flying and all those films. And Kerala was, the whole Kerala, cultural Kerala was really shaken with this. So that is the way, then I made it a condition that in each center where this festival is being held, there will be set up a film society. That was the theme required. It worked. So that's how Kerala became cine literate in that sense. Yes. And not only that, many people from Kerala. In fact, at one time, around the 70s, 80s, the largest number of students in the Pune Institute, they came from Kerala. Always. You can remember. And there were very few students from Bengal. In the beginning at least. It took some time for them to catch up. So that is my story.
Lovely. So, although it's a very short period of 1 hour, we've had a fantastic discussion and a peep into cinema and beyond. The topic, of course, is very exhaustive and big, and a very great insight into Mr. Gopalakrishna's work, life, and his contribution to cinema. The only thing I can, at the time of conclusion, say to the students is, while at the institute or elsewhere, to be a filmmaker, you have to ask questions and find answers. Unless you ask questions, I don't think we can move forward. So this is all. If there are any questions to conclude it,
I just add one line. I am very happy with Mr. Madhushi that he said there is an opportunity for students to direct if there is no direction course. I agree with him to a certain extent because I have gone through that phase myself. But I would definitely request the authorities to introduce or some methodology of input in screenplay writing, in direction, in music, and art direction. These 4 areas need to be covered as separate inputs so that they become more refined in their approach to making a film. Thank you.
thank you so much. Any questions before we wind up? Okay, sir, I think we conclude this evening's program.
Thank you for this valuable discussion. I wish our students who are present over here has gained a lot of knowledge from all of you. Now I request our director, Shri Devasis Ghoshal, to felicitate our panelists. Okay. So 1 second. Please, they do. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time, and the words you have said is commendable. And we wish that the future generation filmmakers will take this as inspiration, as lessons to make it happen on the screen. Thank you so much for being with us today. So moving forward, now it's time to talk, to listen to our alumni who have studied over here, and they will share their experience, who are presently working in the forefront. In this pep talk, we will be having with us director and DOP, Sri Subhranshu Das, a person who has always wanted to make films and stories in his own way, capturing emotions. His recent Odia film, of course, Puskara, starring Sabyasachi Mishra and Supriya Naik, has grabbed the attention of the viewers, creating a new mindset among the people in the Odia film industry. We will be having in this session audiographer and event lead Shri Manas Tarei, whose career has begun in the world of films, where he honed his skills as an assistant sound designer, contributing to the creation of award-winning films. And this early experience allowed him to grasp every sphere of filmmaking. And film editor Sri Rajesh Naik, who has worked for more than 18 years in this industry, earned his position through his hard work, and this denotes from the several awards he has named of his own. I request all of you to come on stage and please share your experiences, your knowledge, your thoughts to our future generation. Please give them a big hand.
हेलो नमस्कार एठी मोटू सीनियर माने अछंती प्लस एठी रेस्पेक्टेड गेस्ट माने अछंती प्लस जूनियर्स माने भी अछंती तो ये डिस्कशन ऑब्वियसली के नाहंती कि क्वेश्चन पचरा पेंका इट्स अ गुड थिंग तो आमे आमे विषय कथार्थ हवा तो मु मानस तो मु एठू 2005 रु 2005 रु साउंड इंजीनियरिंग एज अ पास आउट कली मु तापरे इट्स बीन अ लॉन्ग जर्नी मु आई थिंक मु कहि परिबी कि मु साउंड रे गोटाई पिला जो थे कि मु थ्रू आउट लाइक टीवी रेडियो फिल्म्स डिजिटल लाइव साउंड राइट नो इवेंट्स तो थ्रू आउट अक्रॉस काम करछि ऑडियो प्लेटफॉर्म्स तो एमती को प्लेटफॉर्म ना जो थे ऑडियो मु काम करी ना दैट्स अ गुड थिंग रादर गोटे वर्टिकल रे ग्रो करबा पई का मो इंटरेस्ट नथिला नै कि मु बहुत बोर हो जाए तो मते लागे कि मु अक्रॉस वर्टिकल्स काम करी जो थे कि किसी नुआ जिनस जानी पारिबी तो तापर मु कथावार्ता हेबी मु पास करी भाई को शुभ्रांशु भाई को तापरे
नमस्कार हेलो हाय मो ना हूँ शुभ्रांशु दास मो 97 रे एठू पास आउट होती 94 रे मुझे एडमिशन होता आमर आम हूँ सेकेंड बैच आम बैच रे सिनेमाटोग्राफी केवल 9 स्टूडेंट्स थे आ साउंड आउ एडिटिंग नथिला सेते बेले मु गोटे छोट कथार स्टार्ट करुच्ची जिते बड़े आमर आम एठू पास करी गलु आम इंडस्ट्री काम करवा आरंभ कलु आ इंडस्ट्री लोक मैंने भाविले जो नुआ इंस्टीट्यूट होती कौन से मैंने काम करेंगे बहुत लोग आमको बहुत डिस्करेज कर एक्चुअली आमर स्ट्रेंथ तापर से ही दिन टू आरंभ करी आज 25 इयर्स है आम देखुचे जे बॉम्बे रे जिते बड़े आम फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आम इंस्टीट्यूट पिला माने जाउछंती दे आर द मोस्ट ट्रस्टेड क्रू मेंबर ऑफ द फिल्म इंडस्ट्री मत जड़े सीनियर एक्टर ओडिशा कहते जो कैमरार साउंड हम समस्त तू डरिकी बंद करदेवनी से मैंने एक्चुअली से चाहूले आम माने इंडस्ट्री काम कई मैंने टॉलरेट कर पार नथिले गोटे इंस्टीट्यूट पिला आसी काम करेंगे आउ धीरे धीरे देखु देखु आम भी बॉम्बे इंडस्ट्री ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री समस्त आमको एक्सेप्ट करने आरंभ कले आमर फाउंडेशन बहुत स्ट्रांग थिला से आमको जो मैंने सब पढ़ाऊले सुरेंद्र सर सीए बहुत मिस कर एक्चुअली एठी से आमर फाउंडेशन को बहुत स्ट्रांग कर एज ए सिनेमाटोग्राफर मु सारा जीवन तांको पई ऋणी रही नेक्स्ट कह बहुत स्टोरी अच्छी एठी केते कहि पारि मु जाननी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री और इंस्टीट्यूट को लेकिन बहुत किसी कहबार भी अच्छी सब कह धीरे धीरे।
हेलो मु राजेश कुमार नायक मु एडिटिंग पास आउट 2004 रु 2024 गोटे 20 इयर्स जर्नी बहुत स्ट्रगल करछि मोर तो गुरु बसचंती सामने सुभाषिष भाई आज जहाँ भी पोजीशन नहीं तो सुभाषिष भाई बहुत अवदान अच्छी तापरे इंडस्ट्री रे ओडिशा मु ओडिशा बाहर को जाइनी केबे ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री ही एस्टाब्लिश होईची तो जहाँ भी अच्छी आज सामने आपणकर ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री ही अच्छी बस एति कहबी आ जहाँ आपणकर अच्छी स्टोरी भाई भाया बहुत स्टोरी कथा हुआ
मुझे इंडस्ट्री काम कर आरंभ कली आमर गोटे बहुत बड़ा चेंज ओवर थिला जतले डिजिटल एनालॉग रु डिजिटल को आम गलु एटा मोस्टली इतला 2010 आउ 11 रे आगु फिल्म रे शूट होतला धीरे धीरे लोक माने डिजिटल को शिफ्ट करवा आरंभ कले से गोटे टाइम रे बहुत बड़ा चेंज ओवर है बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम समस्ते फेस करवा आरंभ कले बहुत लोक माने इंडस्ट्री छाड़ी भी से माने क्विट करदेले से माने नुआ टेक्नोलोजी को अडॉप्ट करि पारलेनी से टाइम रे आम धीरे धीरे नुआ टेक्नोलोजी को अडॉप्ट करलु आम इंस्टीट्यूट भी नुआ टेक्नोलोजी को अडॉप्ट करले एवं आम पाखे डिजिटल कैमरा सब पूरा आम इंस्टीट्यूट पूरा डिजिटल हो सारानी यहाँ बहुत बड़ा कथा एक्चुअली यहाँ एक्चुअली इंडस्ट्री गोटे बहुत बड़ा टर्न ओवर थिला यहाँ आम बेले नथला यहाँ आगु भी लोग फेस करेंगे से जर्नी को आम इंस्टीट्यूट की बहुत बड़ा अडॉप्ट करके आज ये ठिया
तो जेहेतु मु साउंड डिपार्टमेंट को रिप्रेजेंट करुच्ची तो ये जो मैंने साउंड रे अच्छी से मानू कहबी कि साउंड इज अ वास्ट माने कैटेगरी इन टर्म्स ऑफ आपण साउंड सबू क्षेत्र में साउंड मिल आपन को तो मुझे स्टार्ट जब करी साउंड आमर कोटी स्कोप अच्छी राइट तो स्कोप सब जगार अच्छी मुझे स्टार्ट करी प्रथमे टीवी रे साउंड कैटेगरी अच्छी साउंड आप एज ए टेक्नीशियन काम करें रेडियो इंडस्ट्री अच्छी रेडियो एफएम रेडियो तो सेठी भी आप बहुत भल से काम करें तापरे अभी तो टीवी रेडियो फिल्म्स अच्छी जो कि सिंग साउंड आप करें स्टूडियोज अच्छी स्टूडियो से भी काम करें एबे डिजिटल मीडियम गोटे नुआ आसी डिजिटल मीडियम रे एक्जाक्टली सेम वीडियो फॉर्मेट रे आपण काम करेंगे ऑन अ स्मॉल स्केल राइट बट हाँ ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म आसीगला फिल्म्स दे आर डूइंग वेरी गुड फिल्म्स तादरे भी सिंग साउंड भी हो पारिबो सेटा भी गोटे अच्छी प्लस एबे रिसेंटली अनटैप्ड इंडस्ट्री अच्छी जोटा कि गोटे हैला गेम रो साउंड डिजाइनिंग राइट जोटा कि इन फ्यूचर गेम रो साउंड डिजाइनिंग आपण मे बी आपण यूज मोबाइल रे देखुथिबे गेम्स खेलुथिबे तो से गेम्स खेलला बेले आपण नोटिस करुथिबे तादरे भी बहुत साउंड इफेक्ट्स कि म्यूजिक हे गला सेटा सुनी पारुथिबे तो ता पछरे भी जणे साउंड इंजीनियर काम करूची राइट बट ता का सर्टन स्किल सेट हवा दरकार राइट तो सेटा भी गोटे इंडस्ट्री अच्छी जोटा कि नुआ अनटैप्ड इंडस्ट्री जोटा हला गेम साउंड डिजाइनिंग आउ रिसेंटली एबे जेहेतु पॉडकास्ट राइट पॉडकास्ट आप शुणी पारे स्पॉटिफाई हो गला ऑडिबल हो गला तो सेटा भी गोटे इंडस्ट्री जोटा कि काफ़ी से डूइंग गुड बिजनेस आउ लोक भी भल अर्न कर पारे तो से दीटा कैटेगरी जोटा कि पिला माने जो माने न्यू अछंती आउ भी यही दीटा कैटेगरी रे भी जेमती रेडियो है गला प्रिमिटिव अच्छी टीवी है गला फिल्म्स अच्छी एबे आउ दीटा मीडियम भी अच्छी गेम्स है गला प्लस आउ पॉडकास्ट है गला ताधरे भी करियर करि परिबे राइट। तो मु गोटे एग्जांपल देबी कि आमे जेते पाठ पढुथले से टाइम रे आमे जानिथिले कि फिल्म्स करिबा साउंड जानिथिले राइट। तो से टाइम रे जेमती भाई कहले कि आमरो स्किल्स तो स्किल सेट एते स्ट्रांग अच्छी आमे से टाइम रे इनिशियली मो मन अच्छी आमे मोर सांग तन्मय बोली तो आमे इनिशियली गोटे सिस्टम किनिथिले 17,000 देकी गोटे सिस्टम किनिथिले ताकि से 8,500 मु 8,500 देकी गोटे सिस्टम किनिथिले से टाइम रे 2002 कथा कहूची आमे गोटे सर्टेन सॉफ्टवेयर पैका से सॉफ्टवेयर लोड करिकी घरे एडिटिंग सिखुथिले दादरे आमे राइट। तो से जिनसटा निज भितर हवा दरकार कि आमर केते इंटरेस्ट अच्छी एपिटाइट केते अच्छी जोटा कि शिखिबा पाएंगा आग्रह केते राइट। एक्जाक्टली मु एबे भी 2002 रो स्टार्ट कली पाठ पढ़ेबा एबे 2024 हे गलान एक्जाक्टली मोर एंथु सेति की अच्छी मु एबे भी एज ए स्टूडेंट राइट। एबे मते इंटरेस्ट अच्छी हाउ मतलब न्यूआ कोन हे पारिबो राइट मते इंटरेस्ट अच्छी एआई रे कोन हे पारिबो ऑडियो रे एआई अभी इंटीग्रेट होउची ऑडियो रे इंटीग्रेट होउची केमिति जेमति कि अगर माइक रे उन्हें ऑडियो दी कथाबार्ता हैला नॉइज अच्छी राइट तापाई कारण इंजीनियर दरकार बट राइट नाउ एआई इंटीग्रेट हे गलानी ऑडियो रे लाइक इफ यू क्लिक अ स्विच ऑटोमेटिकली ए रूम नॉइज ऑटोमेटिकली डिटेक्ट कर दबो राइट। तो ताल जन साउंड इंजीनियर काम कोन रहबो राइट। तो सेटा अबिका गोटे चैलेंज गोटे जेते इंजीनियर्स बाहर करचनते आमो खाली ऑडियो करिकी सस्टेन करिवा मार्केट इज वेरी टफ इट वाज श्योर राइट। तो केते स्किल सेट ऐड करि परिबो तो आउ तुमर स्किल सेट जहाँ भी शिखुच तुम केते कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा तुम स्किल सेट को नहीं की राइट। मु एबे भी अच्छी कि 2002 रे जहाँ पाठ पढ़ी सेति की इफेक्टिव अबिका भी अच्छी जेहेतु कोर से सब किछि समान टाइम चेंज होउची बट कोर सब किछि समान मे बी टेक्नोलॉजी हिसाब रे ना कि टेक्नोलॉजी हिसाब रे एड ऑन होउची सॉफ्टवेयर से जाउची बट सर्टन से ऑडियो से वॉल्यूम से लेवल से नॉइज सब किछि समान राइट। तो मु कहिबी कि जेते पाठ जते पढ़ा होउची अब करेंटली जोन पाठ पढुचते तांकर एजुकेशन बहुत वाइटल जानिबा पाइंका रादर जंपिंग इन अ जॉब तमरो स्किल सेट ऊपर कॉन्फिडेंस यदि अच्छी तुम्हें आराम से काम करि पारिबो मार्केट रे बट तुम्हें जदि सस्टेन करिवार अच्छी तो सस्टेनेंस पाइंका तुमको स्किल सेट तुमको एक्वायर करिया पड़ो इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस। एबे नुहे कि पाठ पढ़देली मैंने सरी गला आगुर जमती गोटे जॉब रे तुम्हें 60 इयर्स तुम्हें सस्टेन करि पारुथिलो बट इट्स अ वेरी टफ टाइम अबिका 15 इयर्स परे काम कला परे हमको लगुची ऑडियो तो काम नहीं अबिका ऑडियो रिक्वायरमेंट होनी कारण एते सोफिस्टिकेटेड माइक हे गलानी ऑन कर देले रेकॉर्ड हे जो नॉइस भी आसु नहीं तो साउंड इंजीनियर काम को रिक्वायरमेंट कोठी आसीबो कोठो तो आमको देखिबा पड़िबो को मार्केट रिक्वायरमेंट अछि मुझे एमती कहली कि पॉडकास्ट गोटे कैटेगरी हे गला जोटे कि नुआ प्लस आउ गोटे सेक्टर अछि नुआ अनटैप्ड इंडस्ट्री गोटे हला ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर रे ऑडियो जेमिति कि आपण को भी गाड़ी रे बसिबे ताधरे गाड़ी रे गोटे साउंड सिस्टम गोटे प्ले होउची राइट कुछ भी प्ले कले ऑडियो प्ले होउची तो ताकू आमर इंस्टीट्यूट गोटे पिला अछि एबे रिसेंटली हमन कार्टन रो JBL सेठी जने पिला काम करूची तो सीए कौन करूची सी इज एकोस्टिक करो काम करूची हमन रे जो गाड़ी सपोज एबे रिसेंटली मुझे कथबार्ता होउथिली जानी पाकु पाइली कि महिंद्रा रो XUV 700 रे तादरे 5.1 साउंड सिस्टम इंटीग्रेट होउची राइट इट्स अ न्यू थिंग आमे जानुथिले कि फिल्म हॉल रे 5 माने अब के तो एटमॉस हे गलानी बट एबे गाड़ी रे भी 5.1 सिस्टम इंटीग्रेट हबो एंड इट्स टेस्टिंग इन प्रोसेस आउ एटा बहुत शीघ्र लॉन्च हबा को जाउची राइट। तो एटा भी गोटे ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर गोटे भी सेक्टर जोटा कि अनटैप्ड अछि मार्केट रे जोटा कि आमे देखि पारिबा आमे प्रिमिटिव तो जहाँ भी अच्छी इट्स गुड सेटा अच्छी बट इन फ्यूचर कौन आसुची न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी कौथरे आमे जाई पारिबा बट ମୁଁ ଏହା କହିବି କି ସବୁବେଳେ ସେମ୍ ଜିନିଷ ଏଜୁକେସନ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଭାଇଟାଲ୍ ଅବିକା ଯାହା ପଢ଼ୁଛ ଇଜ୍ ଗୁଡ୍ ବଟ୍ ଲର୍ନ ନ୍ୟୁ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ୍ ଅଲୱେଜ୍ ଯଦି ତୁମେ ସେଇଟା କରିବ କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁଅସ୍ ତାହେଲେ ମାର୍କେଟରେ ସଷ୍ଟେନ୍ କରିପାରିବ ଅଦରୱାଇଜ୍ ଇଟ୍ ୱିଲ୍ ବି ଭେରି ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟ ଆଫ୍ଟର ସର୍ଟନ୍ ଟାଇମ୍ 5 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ 10 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ ଆଉ କହିବ କି ନାଇଁ ମୋତେ କାମ ନାହିଁ ମୋତେ ଅଲଗା କିଛି କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି ମାନେ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗମାନେ ବି ଯେଉଁମାନେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲେ ସାଉଣ୍ଡରେ ଏବେ ସେମାନେ ସେଇ ଫିଲ୍ଡରେ ନାହାନ୍ତି ସେ କି ଅଲଗା କାମ କଲେଣି କି ଅଲଗା କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ତ ସେଇ ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା କି ସ୍କିଲ୍ ସେଟ୍କୁ ଅପଗ୍ରେଡ୍ ସବୁବେଳେ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ମୁଁ ଏହା ହିଁ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି ଆମେ ସେଇ ଜିନିଷ ଯଦି କରିବା କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଆମକୁ ଆରାମସେ ମିଳିଯିବ କାମ
सर वन क्वेश्चन सर मु शुभ्रांशु सर को गोटे क्वेश्चन पचारे चाहूँगी पुष्कर आपणकर एक्सपीरियंसटा कौन
पुष्कर हूँ मोर फर्स्ट फिल्म एज ए डायरेक्टर मुझे भी इंडस्ट्री काम करे मुझे निजक सिनेमाटोग्राफर कहेनी मुझे मुझे फिल्म मेकर मु फिल्म गोटे पार्ट सिनेमाटोग्राफी करुच्ची किंतु मोर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होची बाकी सब को देखा जदि मु सेट रे थिला बेले कौन सी जिनस भूल होची तार रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मोर तेबे मु जेबेटू सिनेमाटोग्राफी आरंभ करथली तेबे सेबेटू चेष्टा करथली कि मु केमती मो फिल्म कहबी मो स्टोरी कहबी तापरे धीरे धीरे काम करी करी पुष्करा हैला पुष्करा एक्सपीरियंस मो पे एक्चुअली बहुत नुआ थिला बुझना सिनेमाटोग्राफी जानी थी किंतु एक्चुअली एक्टर्स कटू केमती स्टोरी कहब केमती एडिटर सहित डील कराब एडिटर्स को केमती कम्युनिकेट कराब सेटा मु जान नथली एक्चुअली सेटा धीरे धीरे टाइम प्रोसेस रे एटा मु सिखिली मो लाइफ रो एक्सपीरियंस कहूची मुझे जस्ट पास आउट करके काम कर आरंभ करी मुझे बाहर जाइली मोटे मामू पुओ बाहर को जाइली सेठी मोर जड़े पीसा थे से पीसा बहुत खड़ूस पीसा से समस्त को बहुत टर्चर करती बहुत रैगिंग करती मत कहले देख मो बड़ पुओ हूँ टेक्सटाइल इंजीनियर मो मझिया पुओ हूँ ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियर मो सान पुओ हूँ टीचर से मैंने सोसाइटी पे एते काम कर तू कौन कर तू से फिल्म में जाकि कौन कौन कर कौन लाभ अच्छे सोसाइटी कौन कर मो पे से मुझे किसी आंसर दे पार नथली किंतु मते तापर किछ दिन पर तार आंसर मिलला मुझे आउ थे देखाली मुझे कहली आप बड़ पुओ मझिया पुओ और सान पुओ जितने काम कर थकिकी आसुँच से एंटरटेनमेंट मुझे दूसरी से आमर मोटिवेशन आउ पुष्कर करने से इंस्पिरेशन थिला जे आमे लोक मानकु एंटरटेन करि परिबा आमे स्पेसिफिक टेक्नोलोजी को आडप्ट करूचे से गोटे पार्ट किंतु आमर मेन मोटिव हवा उचित जे आमे लोक मानकु एंटरटेन करिबा लोक मानकु जो काम रो आस्थिबे जो थकी हारी आस्थिबे तांको आमे टिके एनर्जी बूस्ट करिबा सेटा आमर मोटो एक्चुअली एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री सेटा होची मेन एम
सर मोर गोटे क्वेश्चन अच्छी सर राजेश सर सर आपनकर एडिटिंग रे आपनकर एक्सपीरियंस कौन अछि
एडिटिंग रो इंस्टीट्यूट और मोर फास्ट प्रोफेशनल कैरियर रो गोटे बहुत बैड एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूची मु गुवाहाटी रे जाई थाए गोटे फास्ट प्रोजेक्ट मोर इंडिपेंडेंट प्रोजेक्ट थाए 26 एपिसोड दूरदर्शन रो फास्ट 3टा एपिसोड को मते पाखापाखी 7 days to 8 days लगी जाई थाए निजे एडिट निजे बीजीएम नो असिस्टेंट कर सारा पर जितेबाला देखिली ऑलरेडी सिस्टम रे मटेरियल फुल हो गलानी हार्ड डिस्क रे तो मोर से दिन फास्ट थाए प्रीमियर रे काम करवा कारण मो इंस्टीट्यूट रे यूमाटिक बीटा शिखिकी जाइए तो जितेबाला हार्ड डिस्क रे मटेरियल फुल हो प्रीमियर सिस्टम कौन माने मटेरियल को लिंक कर लिंक रे काम कर तो मुझे देखिली हार्ड डिस्क रे फुल हो गलानी आ मोर सॉफ्टवेयर सबुजाक लिंक होइकी अच्छी मोर एतिक नॉलेज नथिला जदि मो हार्ड डिस्क रु डिलीट मारदेवी ताले सेटा मोर सॉफ्टवेयर रु एपिसोड भी डिलीट हो तो मु हार्ड डिस्क रु डिलीट मारदेली तापर मोर 3टा एपिसोड जोटा बीजीएम करिकी रखी ऑलरेडी गुवाहाटी लैंग्वेज रे फाइनल करि सारथिले डायरेक्टर सेटा मोर डिलीट हो गला माने पूरा ऑफलाइन तो मोर मुंड भी काम कलानी जे मु ए स्टेज रे बर्तमान करी कौन 3टा एपिसोड ऑलरेडी मोर कंप्लीट हो जाइए मोर फास्ट इंडिपेंडेंट काम पुणी बाहर तापर से डायरेक्टर को कहली मु आउ सत कथा कहलिनी मु कहली सिस्टमटा ऑटोमेटिक ऑफ हो गला तो हार्ड डिस्क क्रैश करगला आउ किछि मो पाखे ऑप्शन भी नथिला एटा मु मिछ कहली किंतु कौन प्रॉब्लम होइतिला मु सेहि दिन जानली कारण इंस्टीट्यूट रु पास करिबा एंड practical field रे काम करिबा सेटा से टाइम रे थिला गोटे बहुत बड़ डिफरेंस किंतु से डिफरेंस टा को टैकल करी कि पुणी इंडस्ट्री रे ठिया हवा सेटा आहुरी बड़ टफ टास्क आ एटा हला मोर सबटु ओस्ट एक्सपीरियंस आ सबटु गुड एक्सपीरियंस भी शेयर करिवि जेतबेले मु ए लाइन को आसिली इंस्टीट्यूट जे अछंती सुदर्शन नायक सी हेले एक्चुअली मो कजन माउसी को पुओ सी मोर गोटे वर्ष सीनियर सी पाठ पढ़ते आमर सिनेमाटोग्राफी रे तो सी ही मत इनसिस्ट कले जे नाई ए लाइन की आसे मु एडिटिंग साइंस स्टूडेंट थी किंतु मु एडिटिंग चूज कली एडिटिंग एइथि चूज कली जो दिन मो फास्ट आसी इंस्टीट्यूट को बाहर किसी मो सीनियर माने शूटिंग करथिले देखिली जे कैमेरा रे जो माने अछंती सिनेमाटोग्राफी रे जो माने अछंती सी रिफ्लेक्टर एंड कैमेरा भी ऑपरेट करूछंती किंतु खरा रे आउ सेतबेले तो वीटीआर सिस्टम थिला वीटीआर सिस्टम जे साउंड रे भी ऑपरेट करछंती माइक धरछंती एंड हमरो बूम धरछंती एंड वीटीआर ऑपरेट करछंती सी भी खरा रे करछंती तापरे गली मु एडिटिंग रूम देखला बेले हमरो जने सीनियर थिले देवेश भाई सी बसी की पूरा चिल्ड एसी रे से बसी काम करथिले आ मु सेही दिन ही मु डिसाइड करथिली मु जेबे भी करिवि मु एडिटिंग ही चूज करिवि माने मु एटा 3 मास पूर्व कथा कहूची एडमिशन नो 3 मास पूर्व कथा तापर मु डिसाइड कली नाइ मु एडिटिंग ही करिवि आ आज जाए मु से एडिटिंग टाको मोर कंफर्टेबल जोन एसी जोन जोटा कहले भाई एसी जोन पई ही मु चूज करिची आ मु जान तापर जेतबेले मु चूज कर सारली घरे किंतु एथिरे टिके डिसैटिस्फाई हेले कारण हमर टोटल समस्ते जेते कजन ब्रदर होंतु कि मोर निज भाई माने होंतु समस्ते किछि ना किछि भलो पोजीशन रे सेतबेले इंजीनियरिंग पढुतांती तो बोर भारी मन दुख होला जे काहे कि ए लाइन ने आसिलु किंतु मु पाखापाखि 2004 रे पास आउट हेली 2014 रे मते गोटे अवार्ड मिलला तरंग परिवार अवार्ड रे बेस्ट एडिटर अवार्ड आ सेटा स्क्रीनिंग हेतिला हमर टीवी रे तो टीवी रे जेतबेले टेलीकास्ट हैला सेतबेले बो आखिर गोटे लुह बाहरतिला आ सेटा हैला मोर प्राउड मोमेंट एति कि ए जो मोर जर्नी रो बैड एक्सपीरियंस भी मु शेयर करली एंड गुड एक्सपीरियंस भी शेयर करली बुझी पारथे मु से जो जर्नीटा माने माने क्रॉस करिची से क्रॉसटा मते केते कष्ट होइतिबो तेणुक जो मैंने भी ये लाइन को आसुँच कॉन्फिडेंट फास्ट रुहतु जे मु आधर किसी करी बस सेतिकी जथेष्ट थैंक यू
सर थैंक यू
मोर शूटिंग भितर बहुत शॉट आउट फोकस होती बहुत शॉट रे कैमरा मु एक्टर को फॉलो करि पारनी बहुत शॉट अंडर एक्सपोज होती बहुत शॉट ओवर एक्सपोज होती फिर भी भल फिल्म बनी से छोट छोट कथा को इग्नोर करके आगू बढ़िबा
हाँ बैड एक्सपीरियंस तो कहि भी नहीं बट हाँ इंटरेस्टिंग गोटे एक्सपीरियंस गोटे अच्छी मु इनिशियली जब पास आउट हो सारा परे तो गोटे स्टूडियो को आम जाइए तो से स्टूडियो रे रिकॉर्डिंग चली आउ सेठी बेसिकली जिते म्यूजिक रिकॉर्डिंग सेठी काफ़ी लोक पछरे बसंती सब तापरे से माने ऑब्वियसली तुम्हें जिते बड़े मिक्सिंग बोर्ड रे बसीच तुम्हें जानिच तुम्हें द बेस्ट पर्सन टू मिक्स द प्रोडक्ट राइट तो पछरे जने कहूँ अरे एटा देखलु से जो ढोल जे बाजुची एटा टे कम अच्छी राइट एटा टिके बढ़ेले भलो होंदा राइट तो मु कौन कली गोटे मिक्सर जोटा एमटी मिक्सर में एमटी फेडरटा सेटा को अप कली खाली धीरे धीरे करिकी मु हेला बे हाँ हाँ ओके ओके बढ़िया अच्छी बट मु केबे से मिक्सर हाथ मारिनी के से फेडर को उठेनी ढोल वाला छुई नहीं बट केवल साइकोलॉजी राइट से केवल पछपटे लोक बसी खाली गोटे थाए कि अच्छा मते एटा दरकार तो तांकर मे बी यदि मना कर दी था कि अच्छा मु नाई ठीक अच्छे मु भल मे बी से सीनियर थिले तांको ईगो हर्ट होता तो से सिचुएशन केमिति डील करिवो सिचुएशन टाकू तो यहाँ गोटे वे लाइक मुझे हर्ट न करी से जिनसा को मैनेज केमती कली तो यहाँ गोटे सिचुएशन गोटे यहाँ गोटे एक्सपीरियंस गोटे
चिंटू भाई मोर गोटे क्वेश्चन अच्छी चिंटू भाई मुझे राकेश एव्री आडभर्स सिचुएशन रे मनीष किसी शिक्षा को मिले तो आंब गछ तलर बाली उपर जणी रु इफी रे जूरी हबार जणी इफीर जूरी हबार पोजिशन ता विषय 2 मिनिट रे पिला माने को कहिबे
आम इतले इंस्टीट्यूट रे एडमिशन नेथलु आम पाके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर किछि नथिला आम पाखे पढ़िया को किसी नथला आमे आम बैचमेट स्टूडेंट माने सीढ़ी ऊपर एमती दिन सारा बसलु सकाळु आसू बसू राति संध्या 6टा बेलू घर को जीवु एमती बहुत दिन काटचु सेटा एक्चुअली आम टेक्निकाली किसी शिखिनु कि बहुत पेसेंस शिखीचु तापरे सेते बेले बहुत एडवर्स सिचुएशन रे हमको बहुत किसी शुणिया पड़ता बहुत किसी आम पे किसी सेट एग्जांपल नथला जंती जन डॉक्टर बाबू जाउचे जे ताकू जणा अछि से या कले या करिवो आम पे नथिला तो हमको बहुत मोटिवेशन गैदर करिया पड़ता से ये सब मोटिवेशन गैदर करके हम धीरे 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 ग्रो करके आज इंस्टीट्यूट ये पहुँचलानी आउ जो मैंने इंस्टीट्यूट को एबे गाइड कर जो मैंने एबे ऑर्गेनाइज कर एक्चुअली बहुत भल काम कर एठू ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री भी काम करची बॉम्बे इंडस्ट्री भी काम करची एक्चुअली बहुत आमर पाथटा हूँ सदा बेले नुआ रास्ता आम सदा गोटे आम जब जंगल भीतर जाऊे सब नुआ रास्ता सेट रास्ता आम केवे जाइने आउ फिल्म मेकिंगटा से फिल्म मेकिंग पे बहुत बहुत किसी सैक्रिफाइस करिया पड़े एक्चुअली आउ अदर प्रोफेशन को जब कंपेयर करवा फिल्म मेकिंग होची वन ऑफ द नोबेल प्रोफेशन सेटा कहीं बुझंती मोटे स्टोरी कहबी स्टोन एज रे दीटा माँ कथा होतले गोटे माँ कहला मो पुओ पई मोर चिंता नहीं सी एबे बहुत किसी शिखिगलानी काली गोटे बिलुआ मारिक आनिथिला अबे धनु तीर चलेवा शिखिगलानी एबे ता पई मोर चिंता नहीं सी तार लाइफ तार चलिबो आ गोटे माँ कहला मो पुओटा होची माने नाकाम सी गुंफारे बसी किसी गोटे खाली लेखुची और किसी से करि पारुनी ता पई आमे खाइबा दोचु सब करचु सी खाली गुंफारे बसी कौन कांतरे खाली लेखुची जदि सेई पुओटा नथांता आज आमे हिस्ट्री जानि पार नथांते से नाकाम पुओटा जब नथा आज इंडस्ट्री ये पहुँची इंडस्ट्री कह सोसाइटी ये पहुँची ना सोसाइटर इवोल्यूशन नहीं न था आम फिल्म मेकर को जो को लोक मैंने हिस्ट्री जानुं हिस्ट्री एक्चुअली किस दिन पर जमी फिलोसफी रे फर्स्ट फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री सब थिला देन फिलोसफी सेपरेट हो गला किस दिन पर हिस्ट्री आउ रही हिस्ट्री विल बी फिल्म देखिए लोक हिस्ट्री जानिबे
Good evening, one and all present over here. Thank you for giving me such a golden opportunity to talk with my seniors and with such personalities with great image. My question is that the way our seniors said that nowadays we have AI in our generation. So in a small way it takeovers the human beings, that it sets everything in a proper format, which humans find a little bit of difficulty to set all that. But after all, I want to express that human made the mixer. Mixer is not made, humans are not made by the mixer, right? So humans get the advantage that we want to set whatever we want to listen. Like the way you gave the example that the AI can cancel all the external noises that we have inside this environment, but there are also some noises that are needed by the audience, that are necessary by the audience. We need to listen to sounds according to maybe according to the demand of the audience. All sounds are not unnecessary. So according to what is your experience, express some of your experiences that shows us that humans take over at this single point, all the digital things which are provided to the human to make their things easier. But what are the points that humans can take over? They can do better than the machines, rather than the machines we created, rather than the machines that are created by us.
Yes, it's a good question. Ki kemiti hei paribo, right? You can understand Odia, right?
Yeah.
The thing is,
I'm sorry.
it's a बहुत simple कि AI obviously is a threat, right? हमें AI को हमें ही बने चे, but AI रो creativity नहीं, right? Creativity human ही मने बने बो, right? तो से जिनसटा AI करी परिबो नहीं. तो AI रो difference एआई तुमको नॉइज कैंसिल करि परियो मु कहूनी कि लाइक एआई obviously is a threat for us for jobs but ସେଇଥିପାଇଁକା ଆମକୁ କେତେ ଆମକୁ କାମ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଟୁ from our side what we can add value जोटा कि AI କରିପାରିବ ନାହିଁ राइट AI ଯେମିତି ଇଜି जोटा कि नॉइज कैंसिल କରିପାରିବ राइट AI इमोशंस ବୁଝିପାରିବନି राइट AI इमोशन जानी नहीं कौनटा और लोगों को इमोशंस पहुँचवा दरकार तो से इमोशंस केमती तुम्हें करि परिबो इमोशंस तुम्हें मल्टीपल वे से करि परिबो थ्रू साउंड इफेक्ट्स से करि परिबो तुम्हें थ्रू म्यूजिक करि परिबो तुम्हें राइट बट AI तुमको ओवरऑली फील दे परिबो हैप्पी फील राइट तापे म्यूजिक क्रिएट कर दे परिबो बट हैप्पी रो मल्टीपल वेरिएशन अछि राइट हैप्पी गोटे माँ गोटे पुओ सहित कम्युनिकेट करिबो तार हैप्पीनेस गोटे जॉब पाइथिबा लोकर हैप्पीनेस इज अ डिफरेंट राइट AI से बुझिबोनी सेटा तो हमर जिंस ना तो देयर इज अ लैकुना राइट जोटा कि AI न करि आमे करि परबा जिंसटा तो यू शुड फाइंड वेयर यू कैन ऐड वैल्यू राइट इन टर्म्स ऑफ ऑडियो भी हो से कैमरा भी हो को भी जिनस हो जोटा AI करि परिबो तो आमो पाइका तो सेटा तो चैलेंज अबिका ग्रेट चैलेंज है AI थ्रेट जेमिति कि एग्जांपल गोटे देबी AI कैमरा रिसेंटली गोटे जाइथिली कोठी सेठी AI रो गोटे सांगो देखिला कि AI कैमरा गोटे आसीची सपोज तुमे गोटे नोट सपोज एमती तुमे नोट पढ़िबो तुमे यू आर लुकिंग टू योर फोन एंड यू आर सीइंग इन फ्रंट राइट एमती आईबॉल्स मुझे सामना एमती करी आ पढ़ी एमती बट AI कैमरा तुम ट्रीट करिबो आईबॉल तुम सीधा अच्छी बोली रियल टाइम रे AI तुमको आईबॉल सीधा करदेव जे सामना जो लोक देखुथिबो सी रियल टाइम लगे मो सहित कथबार्ता होची बट एक्चुअली रे से एठी माने मोबाइल देखुची तो यही भाई इंटीग्रेशन सब होची इन फ्यूचर ये भाई जिन सब आगु को फ्यूचर डेवलपमेंट हम बट देयर इज अ स्पेस वेयर ह्यूमन कैन क्रिएट वंडर्स सेटा तो आम चैलेंज एंड वी कैन डू दैट जदि आमर स्किल सेट भल अच्छी ऑब्वियसली एटा भल भल से हम करि परिबाटा
Sir, can you give us some extra points according to the sound point of view?
Okay.
Sound रे जहाँ भी point of view जी sound हिसाब रे sir आमे आउ कौन creative point देई परिबा जोटा कि AI detect करि पारनी AI मे भी गोटे format create कर दो गोटे proper format सेटा ही ता rule but आमे audience हिसाब रे तांको demand हिसाब रे कि निजो creativity निजो significance निजो signature जोटा put करचो content भितरे सेटा आउ किसी सेमती point आपण को experience रे आपण कौन
experience रे suppose AI को देखो AI अबिका रिसेंटली जो लेवल रे AI अच्छी तुम्हें
sorry sir टिके sir actually I want to know if you have defeated AI in your field at some point of time in your life
exactly मैं कहली ना तुमको suppose happy feel तुमको दरकार तुमको तो से AI करि परिबो नहीं तुमको जानि छ तुम्हें गोटे माँ रो लव प्लस से रो माने हैप्पीनेस से डिफरेंट तुम्हें केमिति करिवो तुम्हें से तुम्हें आइडेंटिफाई तुम सेठी माने एटा एग्जांपल गोटे देली मु तुमको आ गोटे एग्जांपल दउची राइट गोटे साउंड रो स्केप करियर अछि राइट दिस इज अ हॉल राइट ए हॉल रे तुमको AI की कहबो कि गोटे ऑडियंस रो गोटे फील दे दियो राइट AI तुमको कौन करिवो इधर तुमको क्लैप दे दबो गोटे इधर तुमको मर्मर दे दबो गोटे ये दीटा ऑप्शन दे पारिबो तुमको आउटे नॉइज एम्बियंस नॉइज सम दे देबो ये तीनटा लेयर दे पारिबो बट तुम्हें जदि एज ए साउंड डिजाइनर तुम्हें तार आउ स्क्रूटनी यदि करिवो तुम्हें कोनटा तुम्हें करि पारिबो सपोज सामनार जे कथावार्ता होची फ्रंट सीट रे बसिथिबा कथावार्तार लेवल केतिक हबा दरकार जने बैक साइड रे बसिछि लोको केते दूर रे कथा हबा दरकार तुम्हें सेटा डिजाइन करि पारिबो तुम्हें राइट तुम्हें गोटे पर्सपेक्टिव दे पारिबो तुम्हें जोटा कि AI करि परिबोनी राइट AI तुमको फील दे पारिबो गोटे ऑडियंस फील अच्छा चीयर्स कर पारिबो राइट तो तुमको केते लेवल रो तुमको भाबिबा परिबो तुम चाहिबो जी सर्टेन माने ताकू ब्रेकडाउन जदि करिवो बहुत लेयर्स हे पारे। मु एग्जांपल दिल्ली अबिका राइट हॉल को मल्टीपल वे से कर पारिबो तुमे। मु चाहिबी कि सब लाइट्स ऑन हला इटी राइट लाइटर भी साउंड गोटे अछि लाइट साउंड हेले गोटे एमती फट से फ्लिक गोटे हबो एआई हेटा करिवोनी। तुमे रियल टाइम पर एक्सपीरियंस तुम जानिछ एठी जदि मु थिएटर भाबी आखि बंद करे कि अच्छा गोटे लाइट अच्छे एठी पछपटे सामने एठी ग्रुप अछंती पछरे किछि लोक पथर कथाबार्ता होउचंते बैक साइड रे मोर किछि चलीची एपटे एसी रो साउंड होउची आ एपटे लेफ्ट साइड रे किछि लोक अछंती एपटे साइड रे किछि लोक अछंती तमे इमेजिन करि पारिबो राइट। यू कैन गो टू मल्टीपल लेयर्स राइट जोटे कि ए करि पारिबोनी सेटा तुमरो एक्सपीरियंस काम करिवो तुमरो इमेजिनेशन काम करिवो तुम क्रिएटिविटी काम करिवो राइट। मल्टीपल लेयर्स तुम केमती क्रिएट करि पारिवो तुमे।
मु टिके एठी इंटरप्ट करिवि जी हमर क्वेश्चन पचारथिले नाटा कोन कहले तमे केबे रेडियो प्ले सुनिछो केबे ऑडियो रे विथ साउंड इफेक्ट्स केबे इमेजिन करिछो से स्टोरीटा तो कोनोसी विजुअल न थाए गोटे ऑडियो थाए एंड साउंड इफेक्ट्स थाए सेटा केबे विजुअलाइज करिछो केबे सुनला बेले जोटा कि एआई रे विजुअल अछि किंतु से फील्डटा तुमको मिलेनी किंतु सेठी ऑडियो अच्छी विजुअल नहीं तुमको विजुअलाइजेशन प्रॉपर मिले विथ तुमर पर्सपेक्टिव ए बुझी पारलो डिफरेंस बुझी पारलो
मोटी ऐड करी गोटे ओडिया फिल्म थिला मागुण शगड़ नेशनल अवार्ड मिलता मागुण शगड़ स्टोरी थिला गोटे लोक शगड़ चलाउला से स्टेशन लोक मानी गाँव में छाड़ूला दिने गाँ को मोटर गाड़ी आसीगला जीप आसला तो ता बिजनेस कमिया लगिगला से जो जीपटा आसला सेटा होची एआई शगड़ गाड़ी होची आमे
एग्जैक्ट
आमको जीप को अडॉप्ट करके आगू बढ़िया पड़ो सेटा हम पे थ्रेट नुह सेटा हम पे गोटे टूल सेटा हमें ब्लेस जे हमें एआई आम पाक आसी जिते पार्छ एआई यूज कर नेक्स्ट स्टेप आम जीवा।
भाई मु रविंद्र किशोर साहू 2005 पास आउट तीन जन को सेपरेट क्वेश्चन अच्छे मो पाखे चिंटू भाई पाखे दुईटा क्वेश्चन अच्छे भाव जो ये सरीज राजेश भाई क्वेश्चन हूँ जो सी गले इंडस्ट्री गले किसी सीनियर को पहाच चढ़ी जाइए ये जो नुआ पिला बस आप कौन सजेस्ट करेंगे आप केमी हेल्प करेंगे कारण इंस्टीट्यूट हूँ गोटे स्टेपिंग स्टोन खाली पास करदेला चाकरी खोजे से जाकि चाकरी खोजार मध्यम एम बोधे जाना आम जाचु जे सीनियर माने आम भी केते पापड़ बेलीचु सीनियर आज बोधे इंडस्ट्री 20 वर्ष होगा मु एडिटिंग रे पास आउट मु से स्तर दे नेशनल जियोग्राफी दूरदर्शन कनेक्ट टीवी जी टीवी कलिंग टीवी तापर एमती केते देई मु बर्तन पैनल प्रोड्यूसर 15 वर्ष होला हिची मो लाइन छाड़ी किंतु ता भीतर बहुत स्टोरी अच्छी आपन जेमती कहले तेणु गोटे पिला जो सीनियर पाखु जाउची आपन तो केमती हेल्प करेंगे एवं कौन सजेस्ट करेंगे एक मानस कथा मानस को मोर गोटे प्रश्न मानस मो बैचर ये जो ओटीटी बा सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म बर्तमान आसी से केते थ्रेट अबा थ्रेट नुहे चिंटू भाई मोर गोटे प्रश्न आप कहले मागुणी शगड़ मु आपन गोटे टेक्निकल कथाटे पचारुची ये जो आम तो फिल्म स्कूल टे करीचे फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट टे फिल्म सोसाइटी बा फिल्म कल्चर केते लाकुना अच्छी ओडिशा रे ता बा केते आवश्यकता अच्छी एक द्वितीय कथा होची ये जो क्लासिक फिल्म बनी मलाजन मागुणी शगड़ बा प्रसानंद हूँ आमर देवी भाई हूँ पुष्करा हो दमन हो प्रतीक्षा हो से फिल्म बनवाई एते गैप कहीं लगिगला एवं से कल्चरटा एते लैक कहीं करगला बर्तमान लोक फिल्म को जाऊना ओडिया थिएटर ना पुरी रे मु कहूँ पुरी हूँ बोधे फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आद्य पाहाच पुरी रे बर्तमान फिल्म हॉल टे ना
एक्चुअली मोर गोटे ऑब्जर्वेशन अच्छे यहाँ मो ऑब्जर्वेशन केते दूर सत माने केते दूर राइट और रंग जानी केरला इंडस्ट्री कर्नाटक इंडस्ट्री से माने बहुत ग्रो कर किंतु ओडिया इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करूनी आर रीजन हूँ आम ओडिया हिंदी लैंग्वेज बुझी पारुचे तमिल तेलुगु कन्नड़ वाला से माने हिंदी बुझी पारंतनी तांको लोकों ପାଇଁ हिंदी फिल्म एक्जिस्ट करूनी तेणु तांको लैंग्वेज रो फिल्म से केवल देखुंट आम ओडिया और हिंदी रे बेसी किसी डिफरेंस नहीं आम हिंदी बुझी पारुचे तेणु आम प्रिफर करुचे हिंदी फिल्म देखापी तेणु ओडिया फिल्म ग्रो न कर गोटे बहुत बड़ रिजन जदि आम हिंदी बुझी पार न आम इंडस्ट्री बोधे केरला इंडस्ट्री बहुत बड़ होगी था कहीं आम यही भाषा से बुझे यहाँ आम गोटे बड़ भल कथा कि आम लोक मैंने देशर लैंग्वेज बुझी पार्टी जोटा साउथर लोक मानी ना से अपरचुनिटी ना यहाँ मत लगुच ओडिया इंडस्ट्री ठू साउथर इंडस्ट्री ग्रो कर गोटे रिजन कहीं किसी देखिबार नहीं आ गोटे कथा पचारे भूलीगली
फिल्म कल्चर और फिल्म सोसाइटी
कल्चरल सेमती गोटे गोटे होटेल को जी से 10टा डिश थी आप 3टा भल लगे आप एक्सपेक्ट कर 10टा जगह आपको भल लगे कहीं आप बना है आम विभिन्न लोकों बनाऊँ आपको 3टा भल लगे आप खाई आसो आउ क्या 4टा भल लगे से 4टा नहीं आसो आम जनक 10टा बनई पारबनी बनने अन्य मैंने सफर करेंगे डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ऑडियंस अच्छा सब ऑडियंस के फिल्म बनाऊँ
रवींद्र को क्वेश्चन जोटा थिला चिंटू भाई मुझे गोटे कथा कहवाई चाहिए ओडिशा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आज कहीं ग्रोथ होनी तार रिजन भाई तो बहुत काम कर फास्ट रू ओडिशा रे 20 वर्षर जेहेतु एक्सपीरियंस अच्छी से एक्सपीरियंसटा निज आखिरे देखी ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ एंड फॉल पूरा दीटा मु आखिरे देखी एबे भी चिंटू भाई हुए तो माने एते सक्सेस पाइला परे भी ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री स्ट्रगल करते मे बी कारण तांको गोटे भल पाथटे मिल
नहीं ओडिशा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री कहले हम केवल फिल्म को बुझोने टीवी इंडस्ट्री भी अच्छी टीवी इंडस्ट्री बहुत ग्रो करছে সেটা আমি ইগনোর কাই করুছে टीवी इंडस्ट्री बहुत बड़ इंडस्ट्री ओडिशा रो सेटा को आम कहीं कहूने आम खाली एक्चुअली जो मैंने कहते सॉरी जो मैंने कहते फिल्म इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करने से पब्लिसिटी कहते किंतु टीवी इंडस्ट्री बहुत बड़ इंडस्ट्री है आम घर संध्या आसले टीवी बंद होनी से एंटरटेनमेंटा दौचे आम ओडिया इंडस्ट्री दौचे आमरी इंडस्ट्री
किंतु भाई फिल्म इंडस्ट्री बर्तमान बहुत डाउन स्टेज रे अछि
फिल्म टीवी अलग
फिल्म हाँ फिल्म मीडियम रे देखंतु मु आपन कथा कहबी चंद्र भाई कथा कहबी जो माने कि ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री आसीछंती देवी कथा भी कहबी देवी मो बैचमेट माने चाहूचंती ओडिशा रे गोटे भल भल फिल्म दवा पई किंतु मे बी गोटे भल प्रोड्यूसर मिलु नाही गोटे प्रोड्यूसर सपोर्ट मिलु नाही गोटे चैनल रो फिल्म मेकिंग जो माने करूछंती जो चैनल तांकर भी सपोर्ट मिलु नाही एटा सत्य कथा मे बी भाई तो प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन रे अछंती मु कारण मु इंडस्ट्री को देखुची
ना मैं ब्लेम करबानी
ना ब्लेम मु करूनी भाई मु ब्लेम करनी मे बी आपण चाहूचंती करिया पई गोटे भलो आपन को सिचुएशन
सेही कामटा मनोज मिश्र करंतु
मु ब्लेम करूनी माने भलो सिचुएशन आम जो इंडस्ट्री अच्छी भलो सिचुएशन जोटा मे बी सपोर्ट मिलुनी सेहि पे ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आगे पारुनी आ रहिला
हमर देखो एग्जांपल देवी शिशिर सन बड़ा
एबे रिसेंट मु देवी कथा कहूची जस्ट घंटे पूर्व कथा होतली जे तार O2 फिल्म से ऑलरेडी रेडी करके बसची मु पचारली अरे देवी आ O2 फिल्मटा कहीं बनै पारनु ना मोर 10 करोड़ बजेट अच्छी रिसेंट ए घंटे तलर कथा तो 10 करोड़ बजेट पे भाई आमर फिल्म मेकिंग पे ऑलरेडी फिल्म मेकर अच्छी किंतु गोटे भल प्लाटफॉर्म भल पाते दरकार जो डोरटा कहीं समस्ते ओपन करना मे बी आमको ट्रस्ट करना एटा सत कथा एटा न्यूडिटी तो सेटा पाई हुए तो देवी कथा हुंतु चंद्र भाई कथा कहबी चंद्र भाई भी मु जानी गोटे 2टा जगह मीटिंग भी करछंती आपण कथा मु तो बेसी जानी नहीं तो जो जिनसटा बर्तमान ओडिशा इंडस्ट्री चली तमें भावनी जे मु काहाको डिस्करेज करूची एटा हला ओडिशा रे न्यूडिटी तो जदि आमे आको चेंज करिया पई चाहिबा ताले हमको निजको स्ट्रांग होबा को करिवो आमको प्रूफ करिया को पड़िबो जे नहीं आमे जो प्रोड्यूसर आमे फिल्म मेकिंग करूचे तो एटलिस्ट ओडिशा रे भलो फिल्म मेकिंग हेई पारिबो एंड कलेक्शन भी भलो हेई पारिबो ताहले फिल्म इंडस्ट्री धीरे धीरे ग्रोथ करिवो हुए तो आमे अन्य मानक ऊपर डिपेंडेंट न होई कि जदि आम इंस्टीट्यूट पिला भी चाहिबे से जिनसटा को चेंज ओवर करि पारिबे जोटा कि चिंटू भाई एंड देवी ऑलरेडी प्रूव करि सारछंती तांगा फिल्म थ्रू रे मोर एटा माने इंटरप्शन किंतु मो एटा माने मो ऑब्जर्वेशन रो मु कहूची एटा
मु एंड रे एति कहबी पिला मान को जो माने आम संगे मो संगे कांटेक्ट करिया चाहिए सोशल मीडिया रे एनी टाइम कांटेक्ट करि परिबे आउ मु भी चाहूची आम इंस्टीट्यूट पई पूरा पिला मान साथे इंटरैक्ट करिया पई एक्चुअली टाइम मिलुनी निजर शूटिंग आउ रोजी रोटी पछरे एते दौड़िया पड़ुची जे टाइम मिलुनी किंतु तुम मैंने कांटेक्ट करि परिबो मते सोशल मीडिया रे नंबर नहीं भी कांटेक्ट करि परिबो मु भी चाहूची नुवा जनरेशन कोन चाहूची सेड जानले आ बेटर फिल्म हम करि परिबा
रविन भाई भूली गली क्वेश्चन टा कोन एते आंसर रे सॉरी
OTT और social media is threat to our people, our guys.
सोशल मीडिया
OTT.
ना ओटीटी थ्रेट नुहे ओटीटी ऑब्वियसली माने जो माने बहुत बड़
मो कहया कथा जे आमे मु जानिनी मु एटी 20 वर्ष तळे हुए तो पास करथली OTT संपर्क रे बा सोशल मीडिया बा OTT इज नॉट ए थ्रेट फॉर आवर गाइज मु कहूनी मो कथा होची OTT आ सोशल मीडिया ऊपर एठी ज्ञान पिला नौछंदी ना नाही जदी गोटे पिला टेलीविजन ने पाइलानी गोटे पिला फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को जाई परलानी OTT आ सोशल मीडिया गोटे बड़ प्लेटफॉर्म ता पई मो कथा बुझी तो तेणु ए पिला गोटे ऑब्जर्व हो पारे ना भीतर से गोटे बड़ मीडियम गोटे भास्ट वेंचर ताको आम एक्सप्लोर करना गोटे अल्टरनेटिव प्लाटफर्म तेणु से ज्ञान जदि एम पाखे रही पाइबे जो पिला बसुँच तेणु हुए तो से ऑब्जर्व हो पारे काली चिंटू भाई कि राजेश को राजेश भाई कि आमर आपको द्वारा खटखट गया पड़ोनी कारण से निजे गोटे करें
रविन गोटे कथा कहबी तुम ये क्वेश्चन रे जेतबले आमे जेतले पढ़ुतलु चिंटू भाई जेतले पढ़ुतले बा मानस भी जेतले थिला मु जेतले पढ़ुतली बोधे आमर सब जगह थिला एनालॉग सिस्टम डिजिटल सिस्टम नथिला तो जेतबले 2005 रु डिजिटल सिस्टम आसिला तो जदि आमे ऑब्जर्व हे कि आज एठी स्टेज शेयर करि परछु से मन काई करि परिबेनी
दैट्स माय पॉइंट
से माने भी करि परिबे वर्तमान इंडस्ट्री रे ग्रोथ करिया पई निजु को अपडेट करिया पड़िबो जदि से माने निजु को डेली बेसिस रे टेक्नोलॉजी हिसाब रे अपडेट करि परछंती ताहले काली से माने निजु को ऑब्जर्व करि परिबे सेटा 200% श्योर एंड गारंटी
आ गोटे कथा कहबी फिल्म मेकिंग इज नॉट अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी फिल्म मेकिंग इज अबाउट इमोशंस एटा जो दिन बुझिबा सेदिन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्चुअली हमको मैटर करबानी
भलो एग्जांपल कहबी रविन भाई जो क्वेश्चन पचारले भल एग्जांपल है कि आगु टेलीफोन थिला तापर मोबाइल आसिला मोबाइल ना ता पूर्व पेजर भी थिला मोबाइल आसिला एबे करेंटली टेलीफोन जगार अच्छी मोबाइल पॉकेट रे अच्छी स्टिल टेलीफोन रो यूज भी होउची मोबाइल रो यूज भी होउची आईपैड रो यूज भी होउची सब रो यूज अच्छी राइट तो कोठी को जगहटा यूज हब ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल फॉल इनटू प्लेस बट या से चिंटू भाई भी से कथा कहले कि निजर स्किल सेट अबिका भी से कथा कहबी निजर स्किल सेट जदि भलो अच्छी स्किल सेट जदि तुम्हें अपग्रेड करिचो डेफिनेटली यू विल बी देयर तो तुमको बीट कर पारिबेनी ऑब्वियसली तुम्हें सेफ जगह ही पहुंचबो तुम्हें
थैंक यू सो मच ए सेशन रे लागिला जेमते जो माने पढ़ुचंती एबे फिल्म मेकिंग बा प्रोडक्शन कथा कह जाओ साउंड डिजाइनिंग कथा कह जाओ आम सहित जो माने आज मंच रे थिले से माने ए क्षेत्र रे जो सफलता पाइछंती आ तांकर जो अनुभूति रही जो अभिज्ञता रही से आपण माने अनेक किछि शिखि पारिथिबे आ केमिति उपयुक्त पथ बा मार्गदर्शन जदि आपण मानकर हेई पारिबो ताहले आपण माने भी सफलता पाई परिबे ए सेशन मु तो सेया बुझिली मु बे अनुरोध करबी सीनियर लेक्चरर सिनेमाटोग्राफी श्री सुब्रा रंजन राय को से मंच उपर को आसबे एवं आमर ए पैनलिस्ट मानन को संबर्धना ज्ञापन करिबे थैंक यू सो मच आशा करूँ जे आग को भी एमती अनेक गुड़िए फिल्म आसू जातीय स्तर रे पहुँचू आड़िया सिनेमार ना को ओडिया सिने इंडस्ट्री को आहरी आग को नौ आपण समस्त को धन्यवाद आज ये कार्यक्रम रे आम सहित जोड़ी हुई किंतु ये कार्यक्रम ये सरीनी या पर कल्चरल इवेंट मध्य रही आपण समस्त को अनुरोध समस्ते रे जो छात्र छात्री माने प्रिपेयर करछंती कल्चरल सेक्शन को बा कल्चरल इवेंट्स को ताको मध्य आपण माने एंजॉय करिवे उपभोग करिवे थैंक यू सो मच
आजा आजा एक ऊपर से काट दियो ऊपर काट दियो हाँ जल्दी जल्दी काटो नहीं टेबल नहीं होता नहीं छोड़ो नहीं ये फूल फूल डाल देखिए बोतल पड़ जाएगी हाँ एटी से एंकरिंग कर अच्छा काली रो माइक्रोफोन लिस्ट में दे दूँ जो ये रो स्पिरिचुअल जाए हाँ से जो अच्छी का लिस्ट दे एकदम दी सर तुम पटे दिला ना सर तुम पटे दिला हाँ हाँ पांचटा माइक टू लॉन्ग माइक स्टैंड वन स्मॉल माइक टू तबला बता कौन सा गिटार में ओके ना खानी है बोली तो चित्ते बोलो ना असले लाइक सीसी पड़ी तो नहीं माने गोटे मेलोडी गोटे म्यूजिकल जैज स्टूडेंट्स म्यूजिकल जैज बोले स्टूडेंट माने करले आर्टिस्ट सेशन 10 चलो खाली गीत मजे का आयुष आयुष चढ़ने कौन लाइट ऑफ करो पे हाँ बंद कर दियो अब किए बंद कर हाँ राजेश बस जाओ 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 देरी करो जाओ ए आरंभ करो ए आरंभ करो आ कुछ करो चलो स्टार्ट हाँ ये सब हाँ प्रीतम को दिया तू बोल दे प्रोग्राम
Everyone, please be seated. We are going to start the program very soon. कुछ नहीं चलो 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 जीवा सेट ऑल सेट रेडी टू गो Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, our beloved teacher and distinguished faculties, our fellow film enthusiasts. Welcome you to the grand celebration of 25th Silver Jubilee of BPFTIO Film and Television Institute of Odisha. I am Ayush Das.
And I am Harsha Bengani, and we are your hosts for today's cultural evening.
Tonight we embark on a journey, not just cinematic frame, but the vibrant tapestry of our incredible nation.
And to begin with our festivities, we present a visual spectacle that mirrors the diversity of our nation, which is the traditional ramp walk. Just as each frame tells stories, tonight our runway becomes the canvas where tales of India's cultural richness come to life. Our students, adorned in vibrant and symbolic clothing of various Indian states, will showcase not only the beauty of our cultural and diverse heritage, but also embody the spirit of unity in diversity.
So Harsha, without any further ado, let's witness the living artistry of Indian cultural panorama.
Sure.
Can we have the music, please? So here we present, it's time to immerse ourselves in the artistry richness of our very own state, Odisha. Wrapped in a gorgeous silk Sambalpuri sari and crafted with precision and traditional silver jewelry. Please give a huge round of applause for Odisha. Followed up, we have
Coming next, we bring you the essence of Jharkhand. Adorned in the vibrant hues of tribal attire, where every thread tells a story, our students showcase the harmony of tribal rhythms and colorful traditions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud the cultural kaleidoscope of Jharkhand.
Now, let's embrace the vibrant spirit of Maharashtra. Adorned in the 9-yard sari and Kolhapuri Saj jewelry, our performer is showcasing the grandeur of the state. again have a huge round of applause.
Let's welcome the enchanting state of Assam. Dressed in the traditional Muga and Mekhela chadar, our performers aim to transport you to the rolling hills where lively Bihu beats come alive. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the cultural extravaganza unfolding before us.
Follow up, join us in the celebration, the lively culture of Andhra Pradesh. Adorned in a vibrant Kuchipudi dance attire and rich handloom fabric of the region, our performer is showcasing the captive dance and a blend of tradition and modernity. Can we have a round of applause?
Our next spotlight shines on the cultural charm of West Bengal. Adorned in vibrant saris and traditional jewelry, our performers bring alive the soul-stirring Rabindra Sangeet and lively Kathak dance, capturing the artistic heritage of this vibrant stage. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Get ready to feel the energy of Punjab. Dressed in a vibrant color of Fulkari and adorned with traditional jewelry, our performer is showcasing the spirited Bhangra and the warm hospitality of Punjab. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause?
Welcome to the enchanting realm of Kerala. Dressed in the graceful white and gold attire of Kathakali, our performers bring to life the serene backwaters and cultural richness of Kerala. land where the sun-kissed beaches melt into emerald backwaters and where the vibrant saris dance to the rhythm of Konkani and Mandavi. Let's applaud the carefree spirit and traditions of this coastal paradise where Portuguese charm meet Indian spice, all woven into a tapestry of stunning attires.
Now let's step into the regal world of sand, Rajasthan. Adorned in the colorful attire of Ghagra Choli and traditional jewelry, our performer is showcasing the majestic performer and Ghumar dance. Let's give a huge round of applause. Together we celebrate the rich heritage and tradition and artistic brilliance that makes the India truly extraordinary. This we represent the harmonious blend of culture and echoing the spirit of togetherness that defines the incredible nation. Let's welcome the showstopper, the hearty welcome to Odisha. Let's give a huge round of applause. lovely performance by our students. Just we saw a mini India in BPFTIO.
So now let's prepare ourselves to be transported to the temple halls of Odisha, where ancient scriptures come alive in the symphony of movement and devotion. Adorning the vibrant silk and intricate jewelry of Odisha, our performer Sangeeta Biswal is ready to set the stage ablaze.
Ahe Nilo Soila is an Odissi classical song composed by the 17th century saint poet Salobeko, addressing the Jagannath of Puri. So can we have on stage Sangeeta Biswal?
Dani da krta kadigan, dani da krta kadigan, dani da krta kadigan.
आहे नीळ शैल प्रबल मत बारण प्रबल मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी बनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैल प्रबल मत बारण प्रबल मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी बनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैल गजराज चिंता कला खाई घोर जळेण 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 चक्र पेशी नक्रनासी चक्र पेशी नक्रनासी उद्धरिल आपण आहे नीळ शैल प्रबल मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी बनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैल प्रहल्लाद पिता से जे बड़ दुष्ट दारुण प्रहल्लाद पिता से जे बड़ दुष्ट दारुण प्रहल्लाद पिता से जे बड़ दुष्ट दारुण स्तंभरु बाहरी ताकु स्तंभरु बाहरी ताकु स्तंभरु बाहरी ताकु विदारिल तक्षण आहे नीळ शैल प्रबल मत बारण ସଭାସ୍ଥଳେ ଦ୍ରୌପଦୀର ଜଣାଣ କୁରୁପତି 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 ସଭାସ୍ଥଳେ ଦ୍ରୌପଦୀର ଜଣାଣ କୋଟି ବସ୍ତ୍ର ଦେଇ ତାର କୋଟି ବସ୍ତ୍ର ଦେଇ ତାର ଲଜ୍ଜା କଲ ବାରଣ आहे नीळ शैळ प्रबळ मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी वनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैळ कहे साल बेगहीन जाति रे मु जवन कहे साल बेगहीन जाति रे मु जवन श्रीरंगा चरण तले श्रीरंगा चरण तले श्रीरंगा चरण तले करुअछि जणाण आहे नीळ शैळ प्रबल मत बारण प्रबल मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी वनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैळ प्रबल मत बारण प्रबल मत बारण मोआरत नलिनी वनकु कल दलन आहे नीळ शैळ आहे नीळ शैळ आहे नीळ शैळ
So, guys, don't you think this our own dance form deserves another round of applause? Thank you. So, following this stunning performance, we have an electrifying display of dance by our talented boys and girls. So, faculties, did you know that we have so many talented people in our college?
Who are very much versed in dance and music and the electrifying dance performance. But did you really knew that? If you didn't, let's ask them to come on the stage and give a huge round of applause. Following the stunning performance, we have an electrifying display of dance by our talented boys and girls. From contemporary to locking popping, they are ready to take you on a journey of diverse dance performance. Give a huge round of applause.
ऐ हसीनों लो मैं आ गया ये बचना ऐ हसीनों लो मैं आ गया हुस्न का आशिक हुस्न का दुश्मन अपनी अदा है यारों से जुदा तेरे प्यार में दिल चाहता है बस भीगे 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 यार नशे में तेरे यार पड़ा जो एक बार जमाने के नशे सभी पुराने हो गए साथ तू ना हो मेरे साथ तो गुजरे ना रात दीवाने के रोजाना के बहाने हो गए तेरे जिस्म के हर इंच पे मेरी हर नजर फिदा है थी तलब मुझे एक जाम की मिला पूरा मैं कदा है तेरे प्यार में दिल चाहता है बस भीगे तेरे प्यार में दुआ मांगता है बस भीगे 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 सजनों का सजन मेरा नाम है लखन
आमे समलपुरिया सारा दुनिया लुब लुब लुभे देसू आमे मोहन दिया रे झुम झुम झुमे देसू आमे सारा दुनिया लुब लुब लुभे देसू आमे मोहन दिया भूले देसू गाना सुरे रे नचे देसू बजर ताले रे लागसू आमे सब पूरे बढ़िया 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 हे आमे समलपुरिया
Woohoo! That was indeed an electrifying performance. A bunch of talented students don't only look forward to excelling at filmmaking, but other creative art forms too. To uplift your mood, we have a delightful couple dance performance set to wonderful songs.
Get ready to witness the magic of love and synchronization on the stage. So can we have the music and I'll welcome them on the stage, please.
संग ढोल बाजे धाय धाय धम धम धाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे धाय 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 धम धाय ये धिन तड़ाक आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से बेड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे धाय धाय धम धम धाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे धाय 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 धम धाय। भीगी सी बारिश की बूंदें तन मन को हर पल जलाए, ये दर्द याद पिया की रातों में मुझको जगाए। हाथों में चूड़ियां खनके, पाँव में पायल छनके, ख्वाब दिखाए सजन के छेड़े मन के ये तार। कानों में बालियां चमके, माथे की बिंदियां दमके, सर से चुनरी सर के बार बार। सांवरिया ऐसे तूने पुकारा लुट गईया, सांवरिया ऐसे तूने पुकारा लुट गईया, सांवरिया ऐसे तूने पुकारा लुट गईया।
As we draw the curtains on this incredible evening, we want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this celebration. Your presence has truly made it special.
A big thank you to all the performer, our distinguished guests, and organizing committee for making this Silver Jubilee such a beautiful evening.
Thank you, guys.
Can we?
There's dinner at 8 p.m.
And can we please everyone stand, and we are going to play the college anthem.